please welcome my guest for this evening, Renn.
Hello.
Hello, Renn. Also, did I butcher your name or not?
No, you did not. They're messing with you. Don't.
Okay, good.
Don't
Okay,
listen to them.
I made a point of asking when we spoke last week. I was
Rennslyaer.
like, I don't think I've ever actually heard you say the full name aloud because it's always just Renn. It's just Renn. And
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't want to butcher that at the top of the show. So
Yeah, don't listen to NB. Don't listen to NB. They're just gaslighting you.
Okay, good.
Look at it. I was just you little goblin. I'm so sorry. But what if Renn is? I'm not. Why do people say these things? I am so nice and sweet. I'm just a little dog.
At the very least, I don't invite folks on my show unless I've seen a good handful of their episodes. So I know what to expect from your chat. And trust me, I'm looking forward to this. I'm very much looking forward to this. That I invite the chaos. I welcome the chaos. I always tell my guests, the rating of Vtuber Talk slides entirely based on the guests. I have had super say-so, family-friendly streamers. I have had someone who, their literal brand is Chaotic Swear Bunny. And
amazing.
Everything in between. So I think I already mentioned to you, but just in case, don't worry. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You're
Yay! I can say the fuck word.
Yes, yes, indeed. I have that mature filter on that just by default, so someone has to click through that to get here. So if you're here and you're listening to us say the fuck word, you agreed to this.
Yes.
But anyways, welcome in, Renn, and just like I said, I'm so excited to have you here. I'm sure most of the folks watching are already familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Renn. I am a loud, obnoxious, cringe dog that streams on Twitch, and sometimes I get my act together and I also post elsewhere, but usually I am confined to my 12-hour stream prison and I'm not allowed out. Please send help. I need to get out. I can't. They won't let me stop streaming. Someone help. And by they, I mean me. It's me. I'm the problem. Sometimes 15. That's true. Sometimes I stream for 16 hours without a break because I'm like, ha ha ha, video game go burr.
You are prone to hyperfixation, and that's not necessarily a bad thing as long as you're still having fun with it all.
Exactly. But
You
yeah,
were up pretty late last night, actually. How long did that stream end up going? Because you started somewhere around like.
It was only 9 hours. It wasn't
okay, that's
that
not too
long.
bad. That's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not even the worst thing I've done. I think the longest I ever streamed without stopping, like actually without stopping, like any breaks, any naps or anything like that was like 20 hours.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, no, because I've done a 24-hour stream and I didn't take any breaks during that. Like at all.
I hope you.
I don't even remember if I
during
ate.
that.
I don't remember.
That's fair, honestly. So for my
I mean,
anniversary,
I have the whole VOD. I can
we
still
can go
scan
back and
through that thing.
we can check the evidence.
10.5, but it wasn't like was it 10 and a half hours? I thought it was only 9. Oh no. Oh. It was 11. Oh. Oops.
Oops.
Oops, 11 hours.
I see that as a task failed successfully type of situation.
I mean, yeah, it's like the last couple streams I've done where I'm trying to be better about like doing just chatting and stuff and talking with people, because that was something that made me very nervous when I started streaming, was doing just chatting. But like the other day I was like, okay, we're just gonna start off usual 1 hour just chatting, that's the normal way I'm gonna do things now. And then it was, oops, I did just chatting for 4 hours. I guess this is what we're just doing now. Oops, it's been 7 hours. Well, I guess that's the end of stream. Bye.
In your defense, I already thought you were quite good at interacting and talking with chat, that I don't have a system or a science to how I select and invite my guests. I just hop around to different streams and I ask myself, is this somebody I think I could talk with for a couple of hours? And
Mm-hmm.
one of the big indicators is, are they good at talking with their chat? Because if you can talk with your chat, you're probably going to be able to talk with a person. And
Exactly.
that's literally all I do. That is the entire VTuber Talk system. And there, like I said, there is no science behind it. But
Mm-hmm.
I was very confident going in. So I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be a layup of a show. That did just we when we spoke last week, I usually say, all
Mm-hmm.
right, when I want to have my pre-show chat with somebody that lasts about 30 minutes, that's the time that I quote because I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
take up more of somebody's time than necessary. We went for at about an hour or so, and
Did we?
anytime it was darn near an hour, I remember. But the thing is, anytime that the pre-interview goes long, it's always a good sign. It's always a good
Mm-hmm.
sign.
Yeah, no, it's the classic Renn moment of oops, I have no perception of time whatsoever. So when I'm like, I think I've been talking for about 30 minutes with people, and I look at the clock, 2 hours have passed. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Time
How
isn't
did that
real.
happen?
Reality is an illusion.
It is. It is. It's true. Like God, time perception is genuinely something I don't have, and it becomes more and more obvious to me the more I stream. Like I already knew I have no ability to legitimately perceive the passage of time. It just doesn't exist. It just doesn't. It just doesn't happen for me. And the more I stream, the more obvious that becomes.
Yeah,
Because
and
I'll be like, it's been like, I don't know. I talked to this person like last week, and it'll be like, that was 3 months ago. And I'm like, whoa, wait, no. Oh, yeah. Bye, gold.
bye, gold, bye.
Bye.
Oh, Collector Hal, thank you for the follow, and also Mugen Fushigi for missed that a couple minutes ago. Thank you for the follow as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you stayed up all night and then went all the way through to the Nintendo Direct for Tears of the Kingdom, which I told you
Yeah.
I have not seen because I just want to go
No
in super
spoilers.
spoiler-free. But you've mentioned that you are very satisfied with it, and you are very much on record as saying that Breath of the Wild is your favorite Legend of Zelda game. So
That is true.
the fact that you are looking at Tears of the Kingdom and saying, yes, I like where this is going, that has me excited because Breath of the Wild is
Yes.
very much up there for me. I don't know if it's my favorite or second favorite. Bottom line is I love that game, and
Mhm.
they could just make a second one, basically, not have any significant improvements, and I would probably be all right with it. And if I don't think they're just going to do a copy-paste job, that they've generally been pretty good
Yeah, no.
about iteration over the years, and I'm expecting we'll get some good, interesting differences. And I don't think this is going to be the one where the Legend of Zelda team swings and misses catastrophically. I don't think they've ever had a catastrophicness on a mainline game.
Yeah, no. I mean, I can't think of any that were terrible. I mean, like even with Mario, right, where you have like
Yeah.
Mario games
Yeah, some
that
are
are
better than
kind of
others,
rough, like
certainly.
like
but
Sunshine has some really rough points, but overall it's still an excellent game.
yeah, it's the type of thing that even if it's not the best in the series, that you're going to have a good time, and it has become one of those generational franchises with good reason.
Mm-hmm. Spirit Tracks was rough. I don't even know
well,
what that
that's the thing.
is.
I don't consider Spirit Tracks to be a mainline game. That one is sort of a spin-off, and Spirit Tracks is lower on ranking for me. It certainly wasn't a bad game. I just feel like taking the game and literally putting it on rails meant just less exploration, and I didn't love that.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah, no.
it was one of the cel-shaded ones that was a sequel to Wind Waker, because they had Phantom Hourglass, which was once again on the sea, and then they were like, all right, let's go to land. And so you were in a train as opposed to a boat. But since it's literally on rails, it's just, all right, you're going from one point to another that you can't actually explore the world. Whereas I love just getting lost in the Great Sea and sort of sailing in one direction and seeing, all right, will I hit an island or do I need to go some other place? That the whole, like I said, just the exploration and the mystery, which is definitely a big part of Breath of the Wild, was fundamentally removed from Spirit Tracks just because of the vehicle mechanics, literally.
Yeah. I mean, like, my main reason for loving Breath of the Wild is that I think I've said this a lot on my own stream where I'm like, it feels like one of the first open world games in a really long time where I feel like care and attention was put into almost every corner of that world.
Yeah.
Like, if you look around, you will find really good resources hidden around. Like, I actively paid attention for once in the environments I was in because I was like, oh, I kept discovering like these areas like, oh, there's this random little little forest grove over sort of near this stable where you can find a lot of hardy radishes, which are super useful. But it has a lot of big hardy ones instead of little ones, which you can find in this other area. And, you know, stuff like that, where it was just like, I really want like this one particular resource. Oh, look, I can find it in these specific locations. And now I remember these locations because they're unique and different from everywhere else around them. And there's like, oh my God, there's this giant apple grove, like orchard, right? Where you can get tons and tons of apples. And then there's also a giant in the middle of it. And then there's this mountain where there's this forest god that you can find, like, because the mountain glows at night sometimes. And then if you get there fast enough, you can find the god. And if you explore that mountain, you can find all these little areas on it.
Yeah, just
that are clearly individually designed with, like, you can find every kind of mushroom in this one little grove on this side of the mountain that I've memorized where it is because it's so pretty and cool, and also it's a great way to get everything. Like, those moments of wonder, like
seeing the dragons for the first time at night and trying to follow them and failing to follow them as the sun rises, and like, dang it, now I need to try and find them again. And then it becomes this mini quest.
Like the first time you find one and it's like, what the is that?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Like, me finding the spirit, the like forest god on the mountain the first time was wild because I kept being like, oh, I guess the pool like just glows at night. And then one random night I encountered it and I just about lost my fucking mind. It was so cool. Like, the one really excellent piece of advice I got about playing Breath of the Wild before I played it was go in completely blind, because it's a better experience if you know nothing.
And that's exactly why I'm avoiding stuff for tears.
Yeah, same as like Outer Wilds, right? Like, that's
I
a
haven't
game
gotten
where...
to Outer Wilds, but I've heard that. I
refuse to spoil. That game is one of those games that's just like, it is better if you know nothing. Like, your experience of it will be fundamentally different going in blind, and it will be better for it.
Yeah. All I know about that game is that it is time loops to prevent the explosion of the sun.
Oh no, I'm sad you even know that. Like, I when I say I went in completely blind on that game, I didn't even know that it, like, you go and you deal with space stuff.
I feel like that's very baseline knowledge, and that I don't feel like I know anything knowing that. That from what I hear from people who swear by that game, and like, it is, I've started to realize over the past couple years, all right, I think that game has the potential to grow into a modern classic, that it wasn't something that was super heralded upon release. It wasn't a AAA title, but it's one of those games that I don't think I have heard of somebody playing that game and not saying that it was good. That, I mean, some folks don't love the mechanics and are like, all right, this isn't my cup of tea, but I've never heard someone say it's a bad game.
No, absolutely not. Like, one of my friends, Ema, is the one who convinced me to play it, and he actually hung out with me for most of my playthrough. And like, he said it's his favorite game of all time. I think it's definitely up there. It's honestly up there with Breath of the Wild for me for some of my favorite games of all time. Like, hands down. And this says a lot because there's a lot of shit in that game that scares me. It doesn't scare most people. Like, there's elements to that game that don't scare other people at all, that make me literally need to curl up in a ball and hyperventilate under my desk. And even though that game did that to me, I'm still like, I love this fucking thing.
I've heard that it gets emotional.
Yes, it does.
I know nothing of the how or why. I just know that it will resonate with you.
Yeah. No, it definitely does. And I mean, I love games that do that. I mean, I'm it's hard for me when people ask me what's my favorite kind of game / what kind of game do I play, because my games, right, sorry. And I'm always just like, I mean, I play everything. I play everything. I like experiencing everything. There's no single genre that can keep my attention for all time, because every single genre really kind of has its flaws, you know? Like, a game that's entirely narrative is kind of hard to play more than once without a lot of breathing room, because it's like, you know, watching a movie over and over and over and over again. It's not going to have the same punch, and it's more involved than a movie. You can passively enjoy a movie. You can't passively enjoy a game if it's a real game.
Yeah.
You have to be actively involved. So like, narrative games are wonderful and I love them, and they're some of my favorite games, but they're also games that I can't play over and over and over without giving them breaks. And you know, I like things that are, you know, are meaningful and will like punch you metaphorically in the heart.
Oh, she.
But then I'm also like, I love just obsessively playing like Left 4 Dead. Me likey when zombie parts go boom.
Hoshi,
Also,
welcome on
hello.
in. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hoshi, so good to see you, and thank you for the happy 100 episodes. For folks who are just joining in, hello there. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I am talking with Renn today. I will give a slight warning that Hoshi is a more family-friendly streamer, and Renn is not. I do know, Hoshi, that you recently shifted to 16 plus, so I don't feel like I have to give as harsh a warning as I might have in the past, but I still want to, just in case. But welcome on in, folks. Hope you all had a wonderful stream. I saw your recent art, Hoshi, of Strawberry, and it was very, very cute, the Moojical girl. So, yes, welcome on in. I hope you had a good stream. If you need to take a break, get some food, please do so. Renn and I were just talking about some of our favorite games, especially narrative games, Breath of the Wild, Outer Wilds. How about that? Very wild indeed. For me, when it comes to narrative games, and I suppose games in general, I don't reconsume media a lot. That I like first-time experiences. So I will only replay or rewatch things if I love them. I have not done a full replay of Breath of the Wild, but it's a game that I love watching people play, especially if it's their first time, and that's sort of how I will reconsume that game. I've gone back and played bits and pieces of it, but part of knowing myself and that I don't like replaying games means that I'm very thorough during my first playthroughs. That I will take my time and savor it, and if not 100% it, try to hit all of the major points of the game. That I made sure to get all of the shrines when I played through Breath of the Wild the first time, because I knew once I beat Ganon, I probably wouldn't have that drive to go out and hunt down all of the shrines.
See, this is how I play games too, and this is also where I tell you I've 100%ed Breath of the Wild 4 times, twice in master mode.
Wow.
When I say this is my favorite game, I mean it, because like I normally don't replay games either, like unless it's been like 5 years since, especially open world games where there's so much to do. Like I just don't replay them, except if I really like them, and I really like Breath of the Wild. I've beaten it 5 times now. I'm about to play it a 6th time in master mode just because I can't stop myself. I love that game.
Plus it'll make a good lead up to Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, exactly. But like, there's very few games that I play more than once, like in truth, which is, unless I give them like many, many years of breathing room. Like, what's a game that I recently replayed? Oh, like I replayed Chibi Robo, and the last time I played that, even though that's one of my favorite games ever, the last time I replayed that was, or that I played it was when I was a child. And I was just like, I love this game, and it's perfect. I love it.
So Chibi Robo is a game that I've been aware of and just never got around to playing, but I know folks love it. I know it's something of a cult classic, that it was moderately successful, more successful in Japan than in the West.
Yeah.
All I know about that one is that you are a small robot living in this human house. I'm fine with spoilers for Chibi Robo, so what is it about that game that really got you?
I don't know. Like, in concept, when you hear about it, it doesn't sound like too much fun. You're a tiny, itty bitty small robot who cleans up a house for a disgustingly messy family. And this does not have like the punch of a good game premise, right? It doesn't sound particularly like, you know, it's not a necessarily good hook, because it's like, oh my god, it's just a cleaning simulator. But I don't know, something about it just really resonated with me. It's really cute. It's really wholesome. Like, it's a pretty simple, like, obviously it's a simple story. It's for kids, but at the time, especially when I was a child, it resonated with me a lot. It's a very sweet story about a family who love each other, about people who are flawed. And it's also just cute. Like, it's just unapologetically adorable and simple and straightforward. And, you know, it's got like a little bit of puzzle in it. It's Yakuza but
for kids.
No, I wish it was. I wish it was that good. But it's not as in depth. I think part of the reason I like it is because it's simple and weird, right? Like, it gets really weird at times out of nowhere. Like, you're just a simple little robot cleaning a house, and then all of a sudden you're working with aliens to save robots and solve the energy crisis.
Huh. Okay.
Like it's there's a lot of stuff in there where, I mean, I try not to overanalyze things, right? Like, it's reading too much into something that's not there, right? But I mean, one thing I liked a lot about it is you get purchased by the father of this family, even though the family doesn't have any money because the dad just lost his job. And you find out over the course of the story that the dad quit his job because he was working for a company that was requiring him to do very unethical things that he was not okay with, so he quit.
Oh.
And he didn't tell his wife because he was ashamed. And then because he doesn't have a job, they're strapped for cash. And while the mom is initially like, oh my God, why did you buy this very expensive thing, right? Like, they keep doing everything they can to keep you around, even though they don't have money, and you're racking up a power bill. Like, every time you've been recharging so that you can keep playing the game, you've been costing this family money. And
well, that's
like,
really, that is an interesting narrative mechanic right there.
Yeah.
Is there any difference? Does it actually impact gameplay and endings if you charge particularly frequently?
There is only one ending.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's, like I said, it's not that deep in terms of mechanics. It's a very simple game, but like the narrative itself of that is interesting because you don't know. You're charging constantly all the time because you need more power, and you're cleaning and you're doing good things. And then you find out that they had in the past another robot that literally they had to deactivate. Like, he deactivated himself, and he's in the basement all broken up and bashed up because he broke himself, I think, on purpose, because he knew he was bankrupting the family. And that's Giga Robo.
That's really dark.
Yeah, it's really sad.
That's really dark.
And like, he's the one who contacted the alien. Basically, at the end of the game, everything is okay because Giga Robo saved some aliens back in the day, and they come back, and after you repair Giga Robo, he talks to the aliens, and they solve the energy crisis by making you not need a battery anymore.
Cool.
And this like saves the world too, because all the chibi robos are like, you watch a goddamn like news show at one point in the game about some guy saying that chibi robos are causing the apocalypse because like they're causing an energy crisis because everyone has a chibi robo and is using power like to an insane degree. So like, now the power plants are strapped and the country is running out of fuel for their power plants and stuff like that. And it's like the world is ending because of you.
Stands in terms of, I don't know if I would consider this a JRPG. I know that it is a game that was originally developed in Japan, but it fits the usual formula of, all right, level 1, hanging out with friends in the schoolyard, cleaning up a house. Final level, fighting God. Solving the energy crisis, saving the world, interacting with aliens.
But like, I liked it because the way you saved the world was by being kind.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't, you didn't fight anything, you didn't do anything insane. Also, I have to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay, I am back. But it's literally just, you help some people, you help some aliens, you fix a robot, and that's how you save the world. Just by being kind. And I like that. I like that a lot, especially as a kid, that it was just that you were nice. Like, but at the same time, you also have me as a child where I'm like, I love Chibi Robo, and then also I love Left 4 Dead. Zombie parts go boom.
But that's the appeal of different genres, that Chibi Robo is not supposed to
Exactly.
be Left 4 Dead, and Left 4 Dead is not
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be Chibi Robo.
Yeah.
They're
Like,
very different expressions of the medium.
yeah, like when I think it was Little Big Planet 2 and like Mass Effect 2 came out at the same time. And I remember going to GameStop and getting a copy of both because I love both.
Yeah.
And I find it kind of like there's some people who will niche themselves into one camp or the other, but I
Why
don't
would you do that?
100%
Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't understand only playing games that are cute, and I don't understand only playing games that are dark and gritty, because it's like eating only one flavor of ice cream. It's boring.
Yeah.
More flavor. I want different things. I want to try different stuff. I want to try things that might not even taste good. I want to, you know, like there's tons of games that I've played that I've been like, I regret playing this. This sucked. But you know what? Now I know.
Yeah,
And then there's been plenty of other
tried
times
it.
I've tried something and I was like, oh my God, this is so fun. Like Monster Hunter, right? Where I honestly didn't think I was going to like Monster Hunter. And now it's one of my favorite game franchises. Because you just got to try stuff.
Yeah, and then one of my favorite instances of more widespread, not clashing, but the meeting of two very different genres in game franchises was that Animal Crossing New Horizons and Doom released on the same day. And the two communities realized this, and it became a bonding thing that each was super hyped and like congratulating the other on their release. There was a whole bunch of fan art of Isabelle with the Doomslayer. Somebody did this incredible original song of just the two of them journeying together, and it was so nice. It was called like We Are One or something. I'll send you a link later if you haven't seen it, but it's this really cute song and animatic of just Isabelle going to the Doom universe and slaying aliens and being covered in blood, and then the Doomslayer coming to a happy little island and planting flowers with Isabelle. And
I think one of my favorite animations I saw is someone going to, like, they did a joke on like going to pick up their games, and it was like Doom guy walking into GameStop all nice and sweet with the Animal Crossing music playing, buying a copy. You know, like someone going in and buying the copy of Doom with the Animal Crossing music all happy, like la 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 la, and then them going in to buy their copy of Animal Crossing, it's blasting Doom music, and they like punch, they start beating the guy behind the counter, like bashing his face, and they grab the game, they're covered in blood and shaking.
Sounds right to me.
I'm like, this is me. Oh my God, they're just like me for real, for real. Because I mean that I still need to actually sit down and play Doom, but Doom is a game I really want to play. Like I love, oh my God, I love the aesthetic.
I've always been garbage at first-person shooters. It's a game I've enjoyed watching, and it's a first-person shooter that I've watched and said, this looks like one that is approachable for folks like me who aren't really deep into the genre. They're like, I couldn't play Call of Duty or anything that's really a competitive shooter game, but that one is so much style on top of its substance, and that it has just the slightly different mechanics that make it seem like something that I would be able to enjoy. The constant struggle of media nowadays is that we are spoiled for choice, and everybody now has their list of shows they want to see, movies they want to see, games they want to play, and for every title that you cross off of your list, 3 more are added.
Yeah, like I constantly rant about that on stream, especially lately, where I'm like, can they stop making video games for like 2 years, please?
Yeah.
I need to catch up. I need to catch up. I think I have a list of something like 80 games, no, more than that, in my backlog, because I have a ton of PlayStation 2, Gamecube, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4,
We
Wii
used to
games.
have, like, we would wait for the next big release and we'd be like, all right, you know, I'm replaying my old standards, but it feels like nothing new and big has come out for a while. And now just part of it is the fact that we now have things like Steam and self-publishing games, that the barrier to entry for developers as a whole has gone way down. You don't need to worry about getting licensing deals or having to be able to print discs at scale, that if you can upload it to the internet, you're good and that you can make money and that you can have your game studio be viable without having to invest $1 million to get, a whole bunch of discs printed, put in boxes, shipped, logistics, supply chain, all that jazz. That doesn't exist anymore. Rather, it doesn't exist as a requirement anymore.
Yeah, that's true. It's also like there's an easier barrier to entry because getting your game published is also a lot easier now.
Yeah.
And the other nice thing is that because of the internet and because of the way game development has changed, it's become a lot easier to get assets, right? Or like access to an engine in a much more affordable and reasonable way. I mean, like, we've seen a lot of indie games. Like, there's been a pretty big indie game boom. And this, of course, has meant that there's been a lot of very bad games put out there.
Oh, yeah.
But it also means that we got amazing things like Outer Wilds and Undertale, where it's like Kickstarter funded games are also a thing now too. And there's been lots of examples of very bad ones, but then there are some that are absolutely insanely good. Like, I've heard a lot of good things about Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, I think is what it's called, the Castlevania game. I've heard a lot of good stuff about that.
And it's not like we didn't have bad games before this.
Yeah.
There was shovelware. There was plenty of shovelware back in the day.
Oh yeah, there's still tons of AAA games that come out completely broken and basically non-functional. And there's some where it's like you get a disc and there isn't even really a game on the disc because you have to download a 50 gigabyte
Day one patch.
Day one patch, 50 gigs. And it's like, okay, you do realize that the PlayStation 5 has like a 500 gigabyte hard drive? Where am I supposed to put all this? How am I supposed to play games when you don't give me enough space to store them? And also I still have to install from the disc. I had people telling me that I could like attach an external drive to my PlayStation 5, but then they were like, oh, but yeah, there's going to be load times of like insane length because it's attached to your PS5. And I'm like, what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah, so like, I mean, that's one reason why I still hardcore stick to buying physical copies of games just because. But like to me as a person who likes collecting physical media, because it's safer than doing digital, because look at the eShop for like the 3DS, like it's gone now. You bought games and you didn't have enough external storage like devices for your 3DS. Oops.
But I don't even like collecting physical media. That I try to not have excess stuff, but I have always wanted to have physical games when I can. And even before preservation became a thing, I just wanted it because knowing myself, all right, what if my system breaks or my hard drive fails or something, that I don't want to lose it. I want to be able to just know that I have this physical copy and that it's safe and I can have it with me. And then it became compounded when preservation and things like the eShop, which just was finally shuttered, became a thing. It was like, oh, cool. So I was on the right path anyways for reasons I didn't even realize yet. Yeah,
like, I mean, because that's the thing where I've had people tell me to buy digital for ages now, especially as like, excuse me, as a streamer, right? Like, you want to play games day one, and I'm like, well, I just won't, because the unfortunate thing is, like, what if I get a game for stream and then I hate it, or it's terrible, or it's broken and it just doesn't, get fixed? Like, what if we get another Cyberpunk 2077? I don't want to be saddled with that game, a digital copy of that game. I want to return it. I want my money back.
Yeah, and
and like with digital copy, like here's the thing with a physical copy, I have like 24, 48 hours a week to return it if something's wrong with it.
Yeah.
And like if you're me, when I played Cyberpunk 2077, I didn't run into issues for like days. Like, if I had bought a physical copy, fortunately I played it on PC, which was like the least problem riddled platform. Haha. But like, I could have actually, if I had had a physical copy, I would have been able to discover the problem and then return it. But I mean, with the way that it works, at least return policies, even with Steam works, if my game had I'd found out that it was irreparably broken after a certain point, I wouldn't have been able to return it.
I think they have a policy for that now, and part of it might have been in response to 2077. I could be wrong.
You have I think it's 2 weeks or 4 hours of gameplay.
That's it. Okay.
And like, I had to do that with Callisto, but like the 4 hours is the problem. And I understand why they do that, right? Because like, what about a short game where you can beat it in a couple hours, and then it's not fair that people could beat it and then just return it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that sucks. but also I'm here where I'm like, okay, but there are some games you need more time than that to figure out they're broken. Like I played Callisto Protocol, right? And I barely made it under the time limit for returning it because I spent a lot of time in the game troubleshooting and be like, maybe I can fix it and make it run well.
I can fix them.
No, I can fix him. And then I realized I couldn't fix him. So what happens if you spend 4 hours trying to fix the goddamn game and then you try and return it? Like, sorry, you played it for 4 hours, you can't return. It's like, no, I was trying to fix the goddamn thing and see if it could work. It turns out it can't.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, the pros and cons of the modern era of game development, because in some ways, day one patches are a good thing because it means, all right, as opposed to delaying a game because of supply chain and knowing, all right, back in the day, you would have to have the game done effectively 3 to 4 months prior to actual launch because that's how long it takes to get everything made and distributed and into stores, yada, yada. And that this then gives them that extra time to say, all right, we can ship with a piece or two missing and take this extra time in between now and then, and as long as it's ready for day one, that we're good. In some ways, that's nice because it means there's going to be less delays. But then you also run into issues where that can become a overly used crutch, or that you have, like you were saying, these just bloated files, which then are going to consume a lot of your hard drive, and that there's pros and cons. I can see how we wound up here, and
yeah, because it's like the idea is, right? It's like, oh, we get the game all set, we start producing all the physical media of it, and then we go, oh no, we found a very bad bug. Well, don't worry, we can fix it as soon as the games get to people, as long as they have an internet connection, and that's fine, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we discovered something new and we can fix it. But what's instead happened is, don't worry, we don't need to finish the game, we'll finish it later and just patch it in, which is a problem. Which is why I always say, like, whenever a game gets delayed, I'm always like,
good.
Yes.
Good. Delay it, take more time to actually finish it, and then ship it out. Do not sell me something that is 50% done. I would rather you take longer. But like, you know, it's the issue of just, you know, someone comes up with an excellent solution for a problem that should be all positive, and then someone just decides to exploit it. Investors, it's decide to exploit this nice thing and now make it a horrible thing.
Yeah.
Like DLC, where DLC was like, oh man, you can now add an expansion to your game. That's so cool. We can do great stuff like that. Now it's like, haha, microtransactions.
And and it was the type of thing that microtransactions in and of themselves, I'm a proponent that at the beginning, microtransactions were, and in some cases still are, a good thing, because when you have the free-to-play game model, that this allows folks who don't have a lot of expendable income to get games and to play games. And that if you have a good design where it is voluntary and that microtransactions are just for cosmetic things and it doesn't impact how you actually play the game, sure, I'm all for that. And then you have, you know, if someone wants to be a whale and pay a ton of money and get all the collectibles and whatnot, but it doesn't mean that this other person over here who didn't spend a penny isn't going to be able to enjoy the game, that's fine. That means they're able to get this game for free, and that's wonderful. It becomes a bit hazier when it's a pay-to-win model, and even then, at the very least, well, you as a player have the choice of, do you want to continue to interact with that game when there is that at play? And it, you know, there's the balance of everything of that we still have some really good instances of, like, Pokemon, that when they have their expansion passes, that's a big expansion pass. When Legend of Zelda had their expansion pass, that was a big expansion pass. That wasn't just, all right, tack on to finish the game. It's, here's actually, you know, second quest and all that jazz, master mode.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I have a kind of a different opinion about, like, microtransactions, especially cosmetic items, because, I mean, there's a lot of people who have said this better than me, who have, like, made video essays or actually written articles on this, but microtransactions for cosmetics are far more insidious than you might think, because they are actually, I feel, a worse problem than pay to win, because
Really?
Pay to win, at least objectively, you look at it and you go, that's disgusting, right? Like, obviously, like, everyone looks at pay to win and goes, that's disgusting, and usually that's enough to make people want to walk away. Cosmetics, like, when you play a game with paid cosmetics, they always make you look cooler than everyone else. And quite honestly, if cosmetics in games did not matter, why do character creators make people so excited? Why do people care about alternate armors? Why is fashion souls a thing if people don't care about the way their character looks? People do. People care a lot about how a character looks. That's customizing the appearance of your character, their clothes is one of the biggest drives in people. Like dress-up games are a thing, right? Like people spend hours making their characters look cool. And so it's something that really preys on people psychologically, because you will be very inclined to want to look cool, and you want to have the, yeah, like you said, you want to have the drip. Exactly. And like when you're playing a game, especially a multiplayer game, and you are constantly surrounded by people who have the cool looking outfit, that's going to apply pressure to you, whether you consciously are aware of it or not, mentally, to want that thing. There is a reason why Blizzard, for example, patented their like matchmaking system that pairs you with other players who have fashion items you don't have. And it's because that objectively increases their sales.
I didn't know about
yeah.
that matchmaking. That's
like there's
I want
would
to say
recommend
that's
actually
brilliant. I
Yeah.
half respect it from just that's like a
from
conceptual
a
standpoint.
snake kind of perspective
that's such
of
a
evil,
that's such a
insidious.
smart thing. I don't like it,
Yeah.
but like that's diabolical.
It's like evil in the way where you're like, that's genius, truly lawful evil action we're seeing here. But like sorry, this is where I get on my anti-corpo stick, where I'm like,
you're good,
listen,
you're good.
like as like having a lot of background knowledge in psychology, like I will tell you, and I mean, like I said, there's people who have said it better, because I can't pull up all the evidence and everything else on the fly. I'm not that smart. I am dumb. However, like knowing how people work, things that work on like how you look to others and how others look to you is going to be a massive driver for purchases. Like there's a reason the makeup
Aesthetics
industry
matter.
makes so much money. There's a reason why the fashion industry makes so much money. There's a reason, like, and the other thing too, the reason I also am not really cool with it is because cosmetics in games used to be free. You used to be able to unlock cool looking outfits in the game by playing the game. That's one reason why I love Breath of the Wild. I can get all sorts of cool outfits, and they're not DLC, except when they added some in DLC, and that bothered me. Like, I liked them, but at the same time, I was like, that's not really nice, because now all the people who can't get the DLC are gonna have to be doing the, like, you know, hand on the rainy window staring inside where they can't go in, like at all these super cool looking outfits that they want and can't have. Like that's going to pressure people to make purchases. And it's always the thing where it's like, oh, it's not bad because it's not affecting gameplay, but it's definitely messing around with your head a lot more than pay to win mechanics.
That is very fair. That and you're right that my mentality and how I usually just operate as a player, that I am, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I'm really happy though that I am like delightfully immune to gacha and to caring about cosmetics. I recognize that I'm a bit of an anomaly in that. I don't know why, for whatever reason, it doesn't get that happy brain chemical for me like it does for a lot of people. But I do recognize that others, like you said, that it can be effectively exploited like that, and that I usually consider things from the base operation of just, if the game developer needs to make money one way or another, that if they're going to pay their folks, if they're going to make their game, they need to generate revenue somehow. And that if you have a free-to-play game, and that I'd rather people be able to play a game who wouldn't be able to play the game at all otherwise, even if it means that you have to have those systems. But I can still certainly agree and understand where you're coming from there, and acknowledge I would rather not have those systems if we could. And it's just that balance of where is it that the games can exist and be in the hands of folks who don't have the ability to pay at all, while still making sure that the developers actually can hit
Yeah.
their staff. And that
I mean, I'm also just of the opinion gacha shouldn't be in games at all, like ever, because it's gambling and
I
that
generally
needs to
agree
be
with that.
regulated.
I will
Like,
generally agree with that. Yeah.
it just shouldn't be in a game that especially games that I've already paid money for. Like, that's the double insult, is when games charge me money up
Oh,
front and then are also like,
I
also now
do.
pay to gamble. And I'm like, how about no?
No, I
Like,
don't like
uh,
gotcha and paid games. Big
yeah.
agree on that one. That if it's free to play, like I said, my opinion really shifts on: are you doing what you are doing? Like, are you doing this evil design thing to make it so you can have the good of your game in the hands of folks who can't pay? That is a big paradigm for me. And if you're already charging folks to play your game, no, don't charge folks. That's
Mm.
no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like I could go on rants for days about how I feel about the current game industry and about a lot of the incredibly predatory behavior they engage in. And I mean, there's a reason they're doing it. It's making them a lot of money, but it's gonna cause a bubble
Yeah.
collapse. I mean, it's
Are
also
there
like,
any games that you
hmm?
think? Are there any games that you think are really tasteful? Ones that you feel, all right, they've found a monetization system that you think doesn't prey on people and has been successful in a way that is, not as
Mm.
problematic as some of these other ones.
So I would say that, like, I think like Fallout New Vegas did a pretty good job when it comes to DLC, right? Where they just added expansion story packs. The Horizon series has done a pretty good job with DLC, I feel. Where they've just like offered like a major story expansion for more money, right? So it's basically
Yes,
like
a
a
new chapter to the
1.5.
book.
Yeah, like a 1.5 version of the game. The original game is 100% complete. The story is, has a perfect close ending, but now we add more onto it. So that's good. Monster Hunter as a series did a really good job with DLC, I think, for a long time. However, there's been some stuff they've been doing recently which makes me a little bit like, namely like the cosmetic weapons. And the reason I'm going is because it's not quite a problem yet, but also I know
They're
how
starting to bump up against that
I know how
territory.
game publishers work, and they'll dip their, well, just like I know how any business works, right? They'll dip their toe in the water to see if people are going to react really
Mhm.
negatively, and if they think they can get away with it, they're going to shove the entire body in the river. They're just going to push you overboard. They
Yeah,
like dip
the
your
foot in
toe
the
in.
door concept.
Yeah, they get their foot in the door, and then they see how people are going to react, and then if they think they can get away with it, they'll push further. And
Mhm.
this is one of those things where I'm like, if you only kept it to this, I think it would be fine, but I know how this goes, and it's not going to stop here. Like, it won't.
Yeah. I missed
It
a couple of
never
follows.
does.
Collector Hal, Stitch Dude, It's Dingus Khan, and Lil Tori-chan. Thank you for the follows.
Hmm.
I mentioned Zelda and Pokemon earlier, and I think that's very similar to the ones that you mentioned, that Breath of the Wild has a complete story, that it has its ending, and you can get the DLC, and that's extra stuff, but it is certainly not required. You already have the complete game. Similar for Pokemon in both Sword Shield and from what it's looking like for Scarlet Violet, that you have your complete game. Now, the performance issues of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, that's a very separate thing, but the
Yeah.
game is complete. And that they aren't asking you to pay more to, have that base functionality and all that. So I think those are similar in that regard. And I do agree that I would much rather we have that and, hell,
Oh,
Animal Crossing,
dude,
full lawful
the
good. They
Animal
had just a
Crossing
free.
DLC was so good. Okay, but not so their free DLC. I don't count that as free DLC because they didn't finish the game before they released it. All of those holiday events should have been in there, just like with every single Animal Crossing before it. And
Okay,
the
that's
fact that
fair,
they
that's
didn't
fair.
put them in from the beginning is a scam. Those were fake free updates.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But then also
This is
the
me,
paid.
like this is me putting on my tinfoil hat, getting angry, banging on the door, like with my little bell, just ding, 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 ding. I'm upset, but like other good games, right? Like Borderlands 2 had tons of expanded story DLC that I thought was excellent. Unfortunately, Gearbox as a company kind of now has a terrible reputation, which makes me sad because they made something so
Yeah.
good, and then they took their excellent. They were a freaking darling, and then they threw themselves into the fire, and I'm so upset. Outer Wilds had excellent DLC where they just added additional story content. By the way, if you ever play it, play the DLC. Don't skip it, otherwise you have to play through the whole game twice. So play that.
Noted.
Let's see, what are some other things?
Well, you were saying that you did like the Animal Crossing DLC that was paid, that you felt that was worthwhile.
Yes, because not only did it add a whole bunch of new content, it also basically gave you an entirely new game mode where it gave you Happy Home Designer.
Which was its own standalone game on DS.
Yes, but better. And then they added so much stuff. So like, I'm cool with that DLC because it was a genuine expansion to the game that wasn't just old content they cut.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because that's one thing. Like, for example, think of The Sims, right? Where it's like every Sims, they make a new expansion that does entirely new stuff. And then when they make the next Sims game, they're like, okay, but what if I made you pay
for all the stuff from before again?
So I know we introduced pets in 2, but no, they don't come default in Sims 3. You have to pay for it again. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
Excuse me?
It always feels bad when something that you didn't have to pay for becomes something you have to pay for. It doesn't matter what service or product it is. Anytime there is that difference, it always feels terrible.
Oh, Overcooked also had great DLC, but the pattern here you might realize with games where I like the DLC is we have added more content to the game. We've added a substantial new amount of content to this video game, and we would like to be compensated for it. And I'm like, sure, done deal. But like, when it that's one reason why cosmetics in games being paid for sours them so hard for me, is because that used to be free. That was just part of the game. And if you don't want to develop stuff like that for the game anymore, that's fine. But don't expect me to be okay with you demanding I now pay for something you used to give me for free. Like, I'm not, no.
I can get that. And this question, I'm not sure how I feel about it myself. That this is a genuine question, not meant to be pointed. Look at Fortnite and what they've done with licensing. That regardless of how you feel about the game itself, the fact that they've been able to get so many licenses that, you can have Master Chief or Naruto or Thanos and all these things, and there's no way on earth that they could have possibly had these in the base game, that none of these licensors would have gone in 2017 or whenever it was released, knowing that it was going to be this big, and they now add in these new ones continuously, and it's not just normal cosmetics, that these are actual licensed things. So there has to be some exchange there, and that they are added continuously. How do you feel about ones when it's that type of cosmetic? Because I generally consider that a bit different from, all right, you can now have purple hair.
Monster Hunter does that for free.
That's fair.
That's why I'm like, I don't buy it, because Capcom somehow manages to do that for free. They gave me a Geralt crossover for free. That's not even an IP they own. Like, we have Witcher stuff in Monster Hunter World that was just free. That was just a free thing. That's not like, I don't give companies the benefit of the doubt when stuff, and you can also be Sonic. That's true, Emrathos. I forgot about that. In Rise, you can be Sonic and your dog can be Tails.
I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Yeah, and like, they give you that stuff for free. Like, that's not paid for. The Final Fantasy 14 collab with World, where you can actually fight a behemoth. And then in Final Fantasy 14, you can fight a Rathalos, because they did a crossover like that. Like, I love that stuff so much. I think it's great. But like, when it's like, well, Fortnite makes you pay for it, I'm like, Monster Hunter doesn't make me pay for it. And Capcom makes way less money than they do. So how is it that Capcom can do this for free, but you can't? I don't believe you.
No, that's fair.
Especially Epic. It's not like Epic has curried trust in me or anyone else. So when they're like, oh, we can't do this for free, I'm like, okay, I don't believe you. You don't even pay your developers. How am I supposed to believe that you're begging for peanuts? Like, obviously, this isn't going to pay your employees.
Epic is not hurting when it comes to revenue. Goodness knows.
Yeah. Which is why I'm always sitting there with like pressing X repeatedly whenever they're like, but we need money. And I'm like, I doubt that. Because the other thing, right, is like with these sponsorships and crossover deals, they should also be making money from these because they're giving advertising.
That's
like
one
deals
thing
like
that I
this,
do wonder. Of
like
just
they're rarely one-way payment because they're a deal. They cut a deal always. Like, for example, if you like Lil Nas X probably was not like probably paid to do his in Fortnite concert, but they probably also did stuff to incentivize him to do it in the first place because it advertises their game and it also gives him free publicity too, right? Like, or it gives him
And I have
publicity.
to
It's obviously
imagine,
not free.
like the early day deals for licensing with Fortnite, my guess is Fortnite might have paid licensors to use their IP
Probably,
in the game.
yeah.
But nowadays, I could see licensors paying Epic to have their IP included now that Fortnite has scaled to be the behemoth that it is.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is I'm very cranky about Fortnite because I liked it when it was a tower defense, build your own tower defense game. And I actually got into the beta.
I remember
and
when it was a tower defense game.
And I loved it. And then they turned it into a battle royale, and I hate battle royales, and I'm still mad about it. Like, I bought multiple copies of the beta to get friends to play it with me. And I don't like paying for betas because I feel that's a scam too. But I paid for it because I was so excited for it. And then they're like, now it's a free to play battle royale game. And I was like, oh, great. Everything I loved about this game is gutted from it. And now I paid for nothing, and I feel like an idiot. And this is why you should never pay to be in a beta ever, because this is the kind of scam that can happen to you. Don't let it happen to you, Chad. It happened to me, and now I feel like an idiot. Now I look like a fool.
That was one of the most significant just directional shifts I've ever seen in a game in terms of you thought it was going to be one thing. And I don't think that it was them actively, trying to scam people or trick people. They just realized very late, oh, wait a minute, we can do this thing and people really like this thing, at least in a statistical sense. And
they added it in as like a side mode, and then it became more popular than the main mode. So they did they objectively did the smarter thing as a game developer, which is to go in the direction that's going to make you more financially secured. Like, that's just the smarter decision.
What is going to get you more
I don't
players.
begrudge them that. I do begrudge the world.
There is nothing wrong with being frustrated of, okay, there was this cool thing that I like, and that doesn't equate to saying, oh, I think they did the wrong thing. It was just, damn.
Yeah, exactly.
I
but,
remember...
it's... I will forever be salty about it. It's why I refuse to play Fortnite, even though I have friends who are like, you'll like it. And I'm like, no. On principle.
I have never played a normal game of Fortnite. I played their Among Us knockoff a couple times for fun. And I have this sort of... I'm a business nerd. I love seeing the different decisions that go into things, and I'm intrigued by licensing deals. So as a case study, I'm fascinated by Fortnite, even though I've basically, like I said, I've only ever interacted with it once or twice. I don't really watch Fortnite streams, and at the very least, I will say it's done some good in that it's been one of those things that has broken into pop culture and just public consciousness for gaming in a not terrible way, at the very least. That just there was that summer where it felt like everyone was playing Fortnite, and I heard about it on just normal radio and stuff. And anytime gaming can get to that point and it not be due to some controversy or something bad happening, I'll take that as a win. And in that case, it was a win.
Sort of like Minecraft, right? We're like, I mean, I like Minecraft a lot more than I do Fortnite, because Minecraft actually, I feel, has a lot more positive effects and stuff. Like, I've heard, like, my dad, I love him, bless him, but he is kind of a boomer where he does just think that Minecraft is just digital Legos. And I'm like, okay, but what's the problem with that? Like, especially because with Minecraft, objectively, because it's all about, it's a lot more freeform and it's more of a sandbox game, you can actually do, and this is where my nerd comes out, where I'm like, you can actually teach people a lot when you let kids play Minecraft. You can teach them to be more intuitive problem solvers. Like, and do a lot more stuff about like collaboration and like working together and like understanding, like figuring stuff out. There's a lot more stuff like that instead of like Fortnite, where it gets way more toxic. Like Minecraft can of course be toxic, obviously. We've all been bullied in Minecraft.
We've all been
I
green.
have been.
And
I've been
Rathalos has a
bullied
point.
in Minecraft.
Minecraft is cheaper than a single Lego set.
Yeah, that's true. Or like as many Lego sets as you would need to truly have the same like creative flexibility. You know,
Yeah.
but like I loved Minecraft, and I like when people like when they put Minecraft on phones and stuff, and people were like, hey, babies playing Minecraft on their phones. I was like, so what? Like, this is a good thing.
Yeah.
Kids are doing something fun and creative all the time. Like, this is not a problem. This is actively good. Like,
Yeah,
what's
even
the
folks
worst thing
who-
you can say about a kid playing Minecraft? Oh, they built a fortress. Oh, they figured out water physics. Oh, they figured out how to design traps and use in-game physics. Oh, look, they're learning. Oh no, how terrible.
Yeah, it just that you
Scammed
can't
you
even
into
use
learning.
the conventional argument from folks who don't like video games of, oh, they're violent. Minecraft, all right, you can use a bow and arrow and a pixelated sword to kill sorry, to
To
kill
kill cute
giant
people.
spiders or like cute people that are going to explode.
Yeah.
It is a family friendly game at its core. It has so many different ways to play.
He played an underground casino. And also like Minecraft doesn't have predatory DLC, so it's like good for kids because it's not exposing them to that kind of stuff. Like, okay, you know, actually Minecraft has done a pretty good job with monetization with their marketplace thing. I don't know how it splits revenue with creators, but I do know that like Minecraft just has a marketplace where people can sell stuff on the marketplace for the game and such, you know, and I like that. Like, I think that's good, especially because it also doesn't shove that stuff in your face.
Yeah,
you kind of have to go looking for that.
Yeah, you need to seek out other players in Minecraft and go to public servers and in order to find
And
those
even
types
then,
of things.
there's still tons of stuff that's free. Like, you can download stuff for free for the game. But like the stuff that's paid for is usually community made stuff. The game gets regular updates, you know, and I personally really like that. I think that makes it good.
Yeah.
I think that makes it good. I think that's a really good way to handle monetization. Now, this is definitely the point where someone tells me, Renn, they only give 10% of the value of the sale to the person who made the thing in the community. And I'm like, oh, never mind. I'm just going to go Roblox myself. I can't take living on this planet anymore. Like, and it's soiled forever. However, in concept, I feel this is a much better way to do like a lot of DLC stuff, right? Like, because it's, you know, like, it just feels less predatory.
Yeah.
And that's why I would rather children be playing Minecraft than Fortnite. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Especially, I hate gacha. I hate gacha, and I know how bad it is for people to be around gacha, especially, I mean, with like being me and being ADD, I'm incredibly vulnerable to that kind of predatory stuff. So I have to avoid it at all costs because I know I'm a sucker and I will just get sucked in. And the unfortunate thing is that people who get sucked in by that stuff, it doesn't matter if they're financially secure or not. They will get sucked in and they will go bankrupt.
Yeah, you hear horror stories of how much some people spend, and
and premium currency is designed to make you specifically forget how much money you're spending. But I'll stop ranting about it. I promise. I promise I'll stop ranting.
Back to positive things. Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing. I know
Animal Crossing!
That, you know, not even talking about the DLC, just like Animal Crossing in general. I know you're a big fan of that game.
Yes, I absolutely love it. I've loved it since I was a child, and I played it on my Gamecube.
Yeah,
one of my favorite things.
Yeah, I'm OG Animal Crossing player as well, and it's been very fun to watch that series grow in mechanics and in popularity, because at the start, when I first found out about it from a friend, that it was not, I remember seeing some TV commercials for it, but it never felt like Animal Crossing was,
Soy!
Oh my goodness.
Hi, Soy!
Soy! Welcome on in. Hello, Raiders. The memes have been rigged, right? I'm kind of curious now.
So Soy, I'm sure can tell you, but Soy was rigging something very special. I love Soy! Excellent deer. I hope you didn't get hit by a cop car today.
You say this like it's a regular occurrence.
Oh, it is. I swear all the clips I see of Soy are like Soy just switching to her, like just switching to what she actually looks like, you know, like, which is of course an actual deer. And then randomly a cop car will swerve out of nowhere and blast her off the screen.
Oh my.
Just like, bang!
Please send me a clip of this later.
Yes.
This sounds
Yes.
amazing and terrible
It's
and hilarious.
excellent.
Yes, welcome on in, Soy. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. And yes, we are indeed talking with the good dog, Renn.
Hello, Raiders. It's a pleasure to see you all. Welcome, welcome.
And thank you
Green
to
cringe.
Clock V Verks, Sir Pablo the Great 69, Marlon Anthony, the Censored Crusader, and Lysol KB for the follows. Welcome on in, folks. We were just talking about some Animal Crossing, and going all the way back to the GameCube. It didn't feel like it was a big game at that point in time, and that type of game of just sort of a cozy little life sim was not the booming genre that it is now. That it was a newer concept, at least in the West. And I was super happy when it came out on the DS with Wild World, and it was somewhere between there and a couple of other ones, but especially with New Horizons, obviously, of just seeing it become this major part of Nintendo's IP. That it certainly, it's not Mario, it's not Legend of Zelda, but it is an established franchise, and it has grown in a lot of ways. And some installments of the series have been better than others, certainly, but it's one that every time I hear that there's going to be a new game, it's like, I'm glad Animal Crossing exists.
Like, I mean, I won't lie and say that, like, farming sims are genuinely one of my favorite types of games ever. Like, actually, I don't care if there's fishing in a video game. F off with the fishing in video games. I don't fucking care. I hate fishing. I hate fishing in video games. But farming? Oh boy, I'll snort that shit right immediately. I'll mainline a farming video game. Oh my god. I love farming mini games. I love them so much. They make me so happy. And like, just little life sims like in Animal. That's why, like in Animal Crossing, they added farming. Oh, that's why the DLC is so good. Literally, it's just like, oh, you can farm and cook now. Yeah. This is what I love. Like, oh, it's those little kind of life sim games are so fun. And like, I just like, that's, you got me over here. Like, the only way to improve Animal Crossing would be to add more farming.
Yeah,
add more farming and more cooking, and also some quality of life stuff, but more farming, more cooking.
More farming, more cooking, a little bit of quality of life. And I'll say they added a lot of quality of life in New Horizons. The trade-off, and the one thing that I'm like, you had it before and you downgraded and I want it back. Please give me more villager dialogue.
Yeah, I do miss that. Also, please let my villagers be mean to me before they know me. Like, we are not friends. Why are they my friend right off the bat? I should have to befriend them. I should have to earn their friendship. I liked in the original game how they just tell you to go fuck yourself when you first meet them.
The Tsundere villager
arc
is so nice. Just like seeing that villager go from grumpy to like, oh, hey, it's good to see you. That just, you feel that warmth because you have the duality, you have that shift, you have that,
develop
like,
that relationship. Exactly. So like you feel it. I mean, it's like, you know, you have certain villager types which are friendly right off the bat, which is fine, right? Like the big sister type, those villagers being friendly right out the gate makes sense. Or like, you know, the
peppy type,
cutesy ones. Yeah, peppy. Them being like, hi, it's so good to meet you. And you know, that stuff is nice.
But then you run into a snooty.
Snooty or a grumpy or a smug, and like they're just like, what the fuck do you want? Get away from me. Or like the normal villagers who are like, oh, hi, I guess. Hi. Anyway, bye. I got stuff to do. Get away from me, weirdo. Yeah. Like I like that you had to actually befriend these villagers and be nice to them and do stuff for them to become your friend. When like, because then it feels like you're actually making a friendship with this character instead of just being like, oh, I'm the best ever and everyone automatically loves me.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted more of in New Horizons, which used to be really commonplace, was that you could ask villagers for, like, do you need anything? And it would be anything from a fetch quest to a delivery quest, or I'm looking for this particular fish or this particular item. And basically, you could get a quest from every villager and just have all these little things to do. And they just removed that entirely in New Horizons. And that was one of the things that puzzled me. I think that they have the Nook Mile points things that basically took the place of that of, all right, you know, do certain things certain number of times. I do not enjoy that nearly as much as having a villager say, hey, can you do this for me? And then the satisfaction of being able to, like, bring them their thing or say, hey, I delivered that for you. And that it felt so much more personal that way.
Yeah, I mean, you still have some stuff where you find missing items for people.
But that's
have
an anomaly now, though.
The hunting quests, like the search and find things where it's like go find the treasure. Those are fun, but I do miss the old stuff. It's true. Like I really wish from, like, instead of replacing, I wish you had simply added on.
Yeah.
And I know this becomes an increasingly difficult task for, like, them as a franchise, right? Because like, what happens when you make a really good mechanic and people don't want you to get rid of it? But you've already done that 5 other times, and now you have a game that has a lot of mechanics if you put everything in it, and it just becomes impossible to make them all at once.
Yeah. Yeah,
which is a problem.
Yeah, I'm certainly sympathetic to it. This is just me saying, you know, in my perfect Animal Crossing world.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh man, but I just love Animal Crossing. It's one of the games that I can sink hundreds of hours into and just play endlessly, mindlessly, and then be like, oops, 12 hours went by. Oh no.
Yep. Oh yeah, and just I've said it before, and it is one of the things I will say probably till the end of time. Animal Crossing New Horizons was there when the world needed it most.
Yeah.
It was supposed to come out in October 2019, and it got delayed because they let it be delayed so they could finish it. And even if they didn't perhaps completely finish it, like you were saying, that it dropping in March of 2020, boy howdy,
time.
just that became my primary social venue for 6 months. That for my birthday, I just reached out to everyone I knew. I was like, if you have Animal Crossing, like, you know, like I made a Calendly thing. It was like, pick an hour. I come to my island, or I'll go to your island, just catching up with folks. I talked with people that I hadn't spoken with in 4 years on their Animal Crossing island, just because that became the thing. That was the only option that you had. People had graduations, people had weddings, people had funerals in Animal Crossing. Of just that game united people in a way that very few games could do anyways, and that no other game certainly was going to have at that moment in time. Yeah.
And like the other thing too, right, is like I remember even using Animal Crossing like to do all sorts of stuff, just like to like meet up with my family too, like my sister, like and just to have things to do where I was like, I'm just gonna figure out, I'm just gonna spend like 2 weeks crossbreeding roses until I make blue roses.
Yeah, my siblings and I, for about 6 months, just on Monday evenings, that we would all get together and go to everyone's island, check up and see, all right, you know, how are the villagers doing, that we wound up having our favorites, or, all right, what have you changed? How have you terraformed things? And it just, we would chat for a couple hours, and instead of having a phone call, we would just do it over voice chat and in Animal Crossing, and that's how we kept up with each other. And that didn't matter if it was the Panini, because we all live in different states at this point in time.
Yeah, that's also part of the problem, right? It's just like distance. But it was such a good game at the time, because it really did bring a lot of people together. It was nice, especially like because it was like like my childhood, right? And I hadn't managed to play the ones that had come out on the Wii. So the last one I had played had been on my 3DS, New Leaf. And I loved that
really
game.
Good one. That's
so
one of the
much.
best in my opinion.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things I love about New Horizons, but there's also a lot of like flaws that I think exist in the game that should have been very easily fixed. Namely like quality of life stuff. But I just don't know if they're They're never gonna fix them, which is upsetting. So I can't wait till one day non-Nintendo finds a way to improve the game smile.
Mm, yeah. Also, Buddy and stuff, and C. Connie, thank you for the follows.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. When we were talking last week about just, different games, like, you mentioned a game that I have my soapbox about this game and why it's wonderful and why I want a port of it. And you brought it up unprompted, and I was like, Renn, we're gonna be friends. And that's Kirby Air Ride. Just, like I said, that's a game I've sung the praises of many times over. So for you, what is it that you really loved about Kirby Air Ride?
I mean, to be completely honest, I just did the most dumb thing where I would just run around in the city, flying around in the city on cool glides, on cool machines, right? And like just exploring it. As a kid, that's what I found the most fun, was just like searching for all the nooks and crannies.
That does stand for you as someone who enjoys open world stuff, because that was just a little open world.
Yeah, I mean, it's tiny and there isn't really much in it if you look at it now compared to most games. But in the day, right, for me as a very wee child, that was insane, where I was like, oh my God, there's a cave under this volcano that I didn't know existed until 30 seconds ago. And oh my God, there's a wall I can blow up. And oh my God, I didn't know these things were here. So like just being able to discover stuff was really cool, and just racing with your friends. It was basically like, I was just like, this is Mario Kart, but if Mario Kart was even cooler.
Yeah, I enjoy Mario Kart for the normal races. My favorite stuff about Kirby Air Ride, like you were saying, city trial. So not just the normal exploring of the city in the sort of free and open mode, but that you run around for 7 minutes, picking up as many power-ups, doing all the different crazy things, and then having the one stadium or challenge thing. My friends and I sank hours into that. It was so easy to just, all right, one more round. It's only, 10 minutes once you include the stadium thing.
Yeah, exactly.
One more round.
You
It was
just
so
gotta build a new.
fun.
Let me try and build a new one. Let me see what I can get for stats on it this time. I just one more time.
Yeah, and it was that you can be super toxic in that mode and try and hunt people down and destroy their machines. But generally speaking, my friends and I weren't. So it was less toxic, at least for my friend group, than something like Mario Party or even Mario Kart.
Oh my God, I can't play Mario Party. That game is so toxic. Last time I played that with my best friend, I ended up physically tackling her.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. See, here's the thing. We made a promise at the start of the game. I'm never gonna let Paper live this down. We swore at the beginning of the game not to steal each other's stars. And then she lied and stole my star, and I fucking tackled her.
They went back on the non-aggression treaty.
She swore, she promised. It's like when playing Splatoon with certain friends of mine, and we would, back in Splatoon 2, when you weren't guaranteed to be on the same team every time, like we would make like agreements to not shoot each other, right? If we were on opposite teams.
Yeah.
Right? And so many times my bastard friend Kevin would fucking shoot me and kill me. So then he would have to go stand in the middle of the map and wait for me to come kill him back.
That, at the very least, for something like Splatoon, I'm a bit more sympathetic in that it is a fast-paced, frantic game of you see enemy movement and color, and you just shoot.
I never killed him. I'm stupid, and I managed to never accidentally kill him because I'd look and go, oh, it's Kevin. I shouldn't shoot him, but he just shoot me on sight every time, the bastard.
But I say that to say you have to make the active choice to screw someone over in Mario Party. There's no excuse for that. You know what you're doing. There is no impulsive, real-time considerations there. That is a choice. And if you go back on that promise,
Exactly. It's why I won't play Mario Kart with Paper either, because like she's really good at Mario Kart and Mario Party because she loves those games. And every time she's like, let's play Mario Kart, hee hee. Let's play Mario Kart, hee hee. And I'm like, no, because all you're gonna do is you're gonna fucking sweep the floor with me.
That's
like,
why they need double dash mode in all of the
smash me into the wall, like grabbing me like a toy, like a plushie, just banging me on the wall. And she's like, but I won't this time, I promise. And I'm like, I don't believe you. You've lied to me too many times.
The fact that they haven't put back in the double dash mechanic in all the games.
Oh like my God, bring
that's
back
what you
double
do.
dash.
That when you have that friend who's just crazy good at Mario Kart, that you can get to pair with them, and you get to have that fun along with them. Of all right, they're driving and I'm getting to take care of all of the items and whatnot, and
I
you get
love
to have that
Double
together, and then
Dash.
it's not toxic. You're
Yes.
actually cooperative, and you get to have that thrill together. And
I
I just
love
want that in
Double Dash
every Mario Kart.
so much. It's my favorite Mario Kart game ever for that specific reason is I was able to play with friends in a positive way
Yeah.
where I didn't try to kill them at the end of the match.
Yeah, it
I
became
was
that, all
like,
right, yeah, we both
"Oh,
screwed over that other team or the
yeah,
PCs or whatever. That it was very
exactly."
nice. And especially for folks who, if you had a friend that just wasn't good at racing games, that you would say, all right, you'll be on the back, and that generally folks are going to be able to know how to use the items, or you can still tell them, all right, fire it now. And that you'd be able to have that cooperative experience, even if the player doesn't have any skill for the game. And that's a rarity, because usually in co-op
Yeah.
games, you need a baseline. And certainly, even in Double Dash, if you know what you're doing as the backseater, that you're going to be better than someone who needs the bit of hand-holding. But the fact that it's still low enough floor that if you don't know anything at all, that you can still have a fun time is a relative rarity, even among co-op games.
I know it's one reason why I love that game so much. It's just there's so many GameCube games that I love. It's still my favorite console because there were so many games on it. I mean, part of that is nostalgia, I won't lie, but most of the games I got to play as a kid were on the GameCube.
Yeah,
So that's why
me as
it's
well.
my most precious baby. And I have one right next to me, and it is my baby. I love this thing. I will die for my GameCube. And the day that this thing stops working, I'm just gonna implode in on myself.
Fortunately, the GameCube is prolifically sturdy.
Yeah, thank God.
I forget, was Chibi Robo on the GameCube? I think it was.
Yes. Yeah. And I still
you-
have my physical copy, actually. Like, I have an insanely expansive, like, people don't believe me. I have 2 copies of Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. Like, like, people don't believe me a lot of the time that I'm playing on original hardware when it comes to my GameCube. So I'll have to, like, literally just take a picture of the disc in the GameCube. And I'll just, like, I think the last time I did, I put both discs of Paper Mario on top of the GameCube and, like, also flipped people off in the photo. And they were like, I don't know, seems edited. And I was like, go fuck yourself.
So
Like,
I do
oh
have
my
to ask, though,
God.
how do you end up with 2 copies? Because I generally feel like even if you like a game, that usually doesn't happen
So-
intentionally.
That's Bones' favorite game. And I think she didn't have a copy of it for a while, so I bought a copy for her. And then she was like, "Oh, I already bought myself a copy." And
Okay,
I was like,
I was thinking it was going to be something like that, or that you lost the copy, bought a new one, then found the old one.
I mean, I mean, like, there's some games where I also have 2 copies where I'm just, like, afraid one's gonna break. Like, when it comes to discs.
Yeah.
There's some old games where I have 2 discs of it. Because, like, I think I have 2 discs of Chibi Robo just because I had an old disc and I was like, I don't know if this thing is scratched. It might not work. What if
that's
it
one of the things
breaks?
I had
It's
to do
my favorite game ever. So I bought a second one just to have as a backup. But
Yeah.
I don't usually do that simply because, especially with old games, how expensive they are and, like, how hard it is to do that.
Yeah.
So
GameCube discs are more likely to fail than the GameCube itself. That I had several games that just, got that one bad scratch and disc unreadable, and it's like, that's a super sad and frustrating
thing. Cry.
Any other diamonds in the rough on GameCube that you just look back on super fondly and are like, people missed out on this one, or I wish that we could get a sequel to this?
Namely Chibi Robo. We did get sequels, but, like, they were terrible. It's so sad.
Yeah. For me, apart from...
The Simpsons games that were on the GameCube. The
Hit and
Run, Road Rage. Those were so fun. I know they were just like Crazy Taxi and something else, but they were really great. I loved those games so much as a kid.
I remember Hit and Run. That one was just... That was so fun. And even if it was just Crazy Taxi, that was a game that took the IP and made it better than Crazy Taxi because it was so funny and wild, and that you had the actual voice actors that you don't get that you didn't get it all the time back then. You don't get it all the time now. That sometimes you have basically just these replacement voices because the normal voice actors are too expensive or too busy. But they actually got the full proper cast of The Simpsons to do all these lines, and there was a lot of dialogue in that game that they'd eventually start repeating, but there was a lot there, and it added so much just flavor and depth to the whole experience of it all.
Mm-hmm. It really did. Like, I honestly, like, I mean, I loved it a lot because I'm just a tiny psychopath, and I was like, hee hee, I can run people over. To me, I was like, ha ha, they get hit by
I
car,
can
they
cause
go
chaos.
wee. Like, that was my enjoyment of the game. I forget. I think there were also like cool vehicle unlocks and stuff. Like, I need to play those on stream sometime. I miss those games. I don't remember too much of. This is what I mean by my superpower is that I am stupid and I forget everything. So this means I can play through something, wait 6 months, play through it again, and it's a whole new experience. I'm like, wow, I've never seen this before. And it's like, you saw this 6 months ago. Wow. It's all so new.
I remember they had the plow truck, Mr. Plow in there. I think there was like a radioactive van or something. That there was a lot of different fun vehicles in there for sure, and that it was a lot of callbacks to the show. And even if you don't know Simpsons inside out and backwards, that they were just ridiculous concepts in and of themselves. So even if you didn't get, oh, that's from that episode, that they were still really fun and cool to unlock.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, oh.
For me,
yes,
Kirby Air Ride is up there, like I said, of games just... HAL Laboratories, it's the company that made Super Smash Brothers. They're still around, they're still doing great stuff. Please, just Kirby Air Ride 2, or if nothing else, I will pay the full $60 price if Nintendo puts on the eShop just City Trial mode. I will pay full game price for online-enabled City Trial. They're never going to do it, but, you know, that's my dream. And then the other one that I loved, Diamond in the Rough, absolutely never getting a sequel because it was a commercial failure, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg.
Oh, I have that, and I've been told to play it by a lot of people.
It's so fun. It does really cool things mechanically with its platforming just because of how the egg works, and no other game does that. It's got a wonderful soundtrack. It's not too difficult, but it has just enough to keep you engaged. Story is really nothing, but it's a very fun game to play, and it was done by Sonic Team. That in the versus mode, actually, you can get eggs where you can hatch Sonic and Tails, and basically just have them attack your opponent, and they're one-hit KO creatures, which is super fun.
God.
And like I said, it just did not sell well. They're never gonna make another, which makes me really sad.
Man, like, that is kind of the unfortunate thing with a lot of game series is when they're like really excellent, but then they don't sell well, and you're like, well, never gonna see that again.
Nope.
Rip.
I mean, there's
Rip-ozo.
good game series. There were successful games that we don't get more of it. So if it's not successful, it's just,
It's well and truly doomed. Ah, man. But, you know, like, talking about games, though, going back to another thing, we did talk, actually, the other day about Legends Arceus and how good that game was. And I love it so much, and I'm sorry, it's so perfect, and I love it, and I hate Scarlet and Violet. I think they're terrible. And, like, what I found interesting, actually, is that I've noticed that everyone who likes Scarlet and Violet, the friends I know who really like Scarlet and Violet, hated Arceus, and I'm just like, well, you're objectively wrong, but it's fine to have bad opinions, I guess. You can have bad opinions if you want.
That Scarlet Violet is a good Pokemon game in terms of just the battles are traditional Pokemon, and that if you are in it for the strategy, if you're not in it for the capture mechanics or the world or the exploration, if you're just there for the battles, the Pokemon battles in Scarlet Violet are objectively better than the battles in Legends Arceus. And that's partially because in Legends Arceus, they tried this whole wildly new battle system, and I respect the hell out of them for it, for just saying, all right, this is the space to try something wild and new, that you shouldn't have tried that in a mainline Pokemon game. That would be catastrophic. What you have in the mainline games is, it's basically standard, and it works really well. You have entire competitive scenes around it, and upending it with what they did in Arceus would have been bad. But saying and realizing, all right, we have this other game where we're doing a lot of cool things and we can put this new, different battle system here. That was great. I enjoyed
See,
it.
like, to me, I'm just, when it comes to mainline Pokemon games, I'm like, why do I need to buy this new game? It's exactly the same as the last one. You've done nothing new. Why should I give you another $80? Because you know I'm gonna need to buy 2 fucking copies of this game to get all the new Pokemon anyway. Because spoiler alert, I don't have friends I can trade with. So I'm gonna have to buy these all myself. And I don't want to spend $80 to play the same goddamn game again. And DLC for both. Like, I'm tired of mainline Pokemon. It bores me. And also, like, I don't know, Arceus was just more fun. It was more interesting.
Its
Like,
core loop was
even-
incredible. I
even
lost
the,
so
like-
many hours to that game.
even like, because like the main thing is that someone said it was a tech demo, and I'm like, objectively, you are just wrong. You are misusing a word. Second of all, I'm sorry that you dislike a game that is actually new and different, because like Scarlet and Violet does nothing new and does things worse than Arceus. Like, objectively, so much worse. Like, they got rid of the ability to, like, why can I even sneak? There's no benefit to sneaking up on Pokemon. I can't just catch Pokemon in the wild anymore. Like with Pokeballs, there's no reason to use different types of Pokeballs again. Once again, the game goes back to being brain dead. Don't think, just rinse and repeat the exact same actions over and over. Whereas Arceus actually made me use my brain for once.
Yeah,
Like, Arceus was like, you should be considering how you approach a Pokemon. You should be considering what kind of Pokeball you're using to try and catch it. You should be considering if you can even fight this thing, if your catch doesn't work, right? Like, that was one of the cool things, is I was like, I can go and catch these insanely powerful Pokemon that I can't technically fight yet, but I can catch them. But if I don't sneak up on them correctly, they're gonna kill me.
yeah, they're just gonna
They're gonna
flatten
fuck
me.
you up. And like, I liked that because it actually made me be conscious of how I was playing the video game, instead of just, now run in circle 80th time to see if shiny have spawned. And I'm like, ugh, I'm so
Yeah,
sick
I
of
think
this.
the difference here between you and your friends is what you were looking for in the game. That you are very consistent. You like the open world. You like the exploration. That's why you like Legends
I
Arceus.
like being mentally engaged when I play a video game, because otherwise, why am I playing the game instead of watching TV?
But for the other folks, I think that the mental engagement comes in the strategy of the competitive scene. So not the normal gameplay, but you know, the PvP, the online play, the competitive play, which
But then I always look and I'm like, then why are you playing a new game? Just play the other one. It already exists. Like,
well,
it's
you
the
have the
thing of,
different
like, they
abilities.
changed nothing.
They do have rebalances. They have different move sets. That there is actually a lot underneath the hood that is very different. That if you aren't in that competitive scene, it is very understandable to why you would not realize the differences. But for the folks that played the games for that specific reason, it does end up very much fulfilling that entirely new gameplay experience requirement and making it worth it for them. And that's, I think, one of the strengths of Pokemon, of that you can play it for these different reasons, and that you can enjoy or not enjoy an installment of the franchise for different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to the Pokemon Gacha, where I have friends who obsessively train IVs and EVs and all that stuff, and I just look at that and I'm like,
I can't do that.
I won't do that. That's a huge waste of my time. Like, at that point, I'm just gonna mod in a Pokemon, and people are like, no, that's cheating, and I'm like, why? Why is that cheating? What if I had someone else make it for me, and then they traded it to me and they gave it to me for free because they're my friend? Would that be cheating? No. Like, it's not like I'm creating a Pokemon that's impossible to actually have. I'm just skipping the boring part of the game where I have to grind for 100 hours to make one Pokemon
That's
perfect.
why I could never do the competitive stuff.
It
I
makes
don't
no
have the
sense.
patience.
It's dumb. I'm just over here. I'm like, you're just doing gotcha, but with extra steps and more time wasting.
Fortunately, they've had some quality of life updates where you can now get items that will take care of that. So it's not as absurd as it used to be, but it still requires so much effort, even if not as much as it used to be. That
I just don't understand. I just don't get wanting to invest that much time into it when you could just mod in the Pokemon. Like, when I eventually was forced to do some competitive battling, for like when I was doing X and Y with some friends, I just modded in the Pokemon on my very, very normal 3DS Smile. And not that I would ever actually do that, Daddy Nintendo, please don't ban me. And I was just like, whatever, I'm just gonna create the perfect Pokemon digitally. Like it's no different than spending 800 hours wasting my time doing something. And I'm sorry, but I need to maintain my straight A's. Like I can't spend time doing this.
What I would want is you can keep all the variants in IVs and EVs in single player mode. So when you're, going through the game, catching Pokemon in the wild, taking on gym leaders, but then when you go to play online in a tournament, anytime it is a PvP scenario, that prior to PvP, that when you are setting up your online team, that one, IVs are automatically maxed, and that you can then choose how to allocate your EVs. Just you get this full-on UI of you're about to be in a competitive environment, and you can choose how to do it, and you still have to make those strategic choices because you can't just say, all right, everything is max stats because of effort values that you have, that 255 of where are they going to go and what moves are you going to use. And that people still have to have the conscious strategic effort of where do you put those points and what moves do you use. But that you say, all right, it doesn't matter if this thing has 0 IVs in the main game overworld, that when you're online and playing against other people, it's automatically top IVs across the board. That's how I would want
you can even set them to like how you want, as long as it doesn't go over what is actually physically possible within the game limits. Also, I love Gek's comment. If digitally created Pokemon aren't okay, then why does Porygon exist, huh? Checkmate, atheists.
Beautiful.
But it's just, I mean, even if Arceus hadn't been open world, I just appreciated that it actually made me think while I was playing Pokemon instead of just being brain dead. Because like that's the thing that always kills. Like, as much as like I like open worlds, there are very few open world games I actually enjoy. Like, I can name only a handful, and the specific reason for that is because most open world games just become brain dead check boxes off list games, and I don't find that fun.
What I'm really interested to see is what Pokemon does for Generation 10, because my guess is that when Legends Arceus was
the game.
That too. Orange is born. Welcome on in.
It's not my birthday, but happy birthday to you, Aki. It's not her birthday either, but happy birthday, Aki.
Happy birthday, everyone. Happy unbirthday. Yes. Welcome on in, Orange. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. We're talking with Renn today, and we're currently going at it with Pokemon right now.
Damn.
And you are, I think, only the second person I have seen with a dab emote.
I should have dabbed when I did my intro, so hold on.
Go right ahead.
Bam!
Like, dab and finger guns are two just terribly underused VTuber emotes. I wish more people had them.
They're actually apparently quite hard to set up. Like, it was the one thing my rigger was actually like, oh, I was like, I need to be able to dab, and they were like, must you? And I was like, yes.
Yes.
And they were like, are you sure about this? And I'm like, this is non-negotiable. This must be included or else. And they were like, and then they literally, I think they, when discussing it with them, they literally like, okay, these other things you wanted, those cannot be done because you want the dab. And I was like, this is fine. I accept this. I accept the cost of being based.
Rainy Shrimpy and Applechi, thank you for the follows. Welcome on in. Yeah, that's one of those. All right, I see this trade, and it is a hefty
trade
price.
Offer.
But
trade offer. I get dab. I lose a full animation for my ear toggle. Accepted.
And I do it again.
I would do it again. It was so worth it. It's like, look, my ear toggle is already good on its own, right? Yeah. Yee. And I got my little ear wiggle anyway. A wiggle.
Little wiggle. Brony Gamer 13 and Evan Skyheart, thank you for the follows. So we were talking Pokemon. I was saying I'm interested to see what they do with Generation 10, because my guess is that when Legends Arceus was released, that Scarlet Violet was already waist deep, if not neck deep, in production, and that they did all that stuff in Legends, like I was saying, as an experiment, knowing that this was a this wasn't the mainline game, they could do crazy different stuff here and have it go wrong potentially, and that they might not have, that they could have seen, all right, we think Arceus did something really good and we want to get it into a mainline game, and that Scarlet Violet was too far in production for it to be done, and that they were, understandably, at least for that one,
What's
developing safe. So I want to see what they do in Gen 10, because now they have that data.
But you know what's wild to me, though, is that Scarlet and Violet looks less like a Pokemon mainline game than Arceus does to me. With, like, the weirdly semi-realistic people characters. I hate that. Like, I love how Arceus managed to, like, modernize and digitize the original Pokemon art style
aesthetics,
for the characters. Like, the aesthetic was on point. And then in Scarlet and Violet, you see the characters and you're like, ah! They're horrible to behold. Like, the hair texturing is terrible. The faces are scary. I hate it. I hate it. And I'm like, why didn't you stick the cartoony? If you stick the cartoony, the game will still look good. Because you went for realistic, now all the Pokemon look fucked up and weird.
And it also makes me wonder if the reason that you have performance issues in Scarlet Violet but not in Legends is because they went for those more realistic ones, which might have just, for whatever reasons that the assets take more computing, have more polygons, what have you,
like,
that would it have been easier?
Used, right? Like the shading, like it looks terrible too, because the shading is all gross and ugly too, because they did realistic models and then they did shitty shading on it because that's all they could manage, and that meant that they had to drain the colors out of the game too. So like, it's an incredibly ugly looking game because all the colors are desaturated, all the textures are incredibly low res and look bad while trying to be realistic. And I'm just like, okay, Pokemon, you need to learn your lesson. Stop going for realistic looking Pokemon. Just make it cartoony. Just do a cell shaded video game. Do what Breath of the Wild did. Do what Gravity Rush did. Amazing underrated game, Gravity Rush. You should have just done what they did. Go for cell shaded. 1, your game will look better in the long run. 2, it will age better. 3, it will just not look like shit. Please, for the love of God, just do a cell shaded video game. Also, hi Sizzle.
And I'm really hoping that they get that, because I think that Scarlet Violet is probably the first time that they got this level of significant outcry from the game's visual perspective. That obviously there was the whole thing of
they
the
even
Pokedex,
offered refunds finally, like for once
just
Nintendo, which has the level of Mickey Mouse clutching at the purse strings, you will not touch the money once it has entered my hands. Even Nintendo was giving away refunds for that game, which just tells you that they realized, oh fuck.
So I'm hoping they learned their lesson, and that's, like I said, why I'm really I'm looking forward to seeing what they do for Generation 10, because I'm hoping that this was a learning experience for them, and that then they'll be able to have had the time to take the learnings from Legends. But in the meantime,
take more time to make the video game. Please hire more developers so you can make the game not buggy. Please don't push a new game out every single year so that you can actually
Legends
finish it.
If we can get Legends Celebi in Old Johto, or Legends Mew in Old Kanto, I would be so happy. I feel like Legends Celebi in Old Johto makes the most sense because it's literal time travel, that you can justify what it happened there, and just Johto as a region has so much good lore.
And also, like,
nice.
it's just, I mean, I'm over here, I'm like, I don't care if it makes sense. You could just be like, you're in the past. You're a character from the past.
Yeah,
it's not even an isekai bullshit. It's just, you're just in the past.
I'd
go
be good
with
that.
it. And I'm like, based, yes, I will accept this and move on. Like, I mean, for one, I know they won't do it because it's Nintendo and it's Pokemon and it's actually intended for very young kids. But I really liked how Arceus was like, Pokemon are fucked up and scary. They will just kill you. Like, they're wild animals. You can die. And like, I love that. Actually, I thought that was great, and I'm like, I want to see more of that kind of stuff where like Pokemon are scary.
Yeah, that's part of what made it so different, of just like you're saying, that acceptance of the concept of living in a world with these obscenely powerful creatures, and we do not have folks who are trained in taming these things or working with these things.
Yeah. And like, I think about that and it makes me so, it's just so, I love it so much. It's just so good. And I just like,
And they let
just,
themselves go there. I'm hoping they let themselves do it again.
yes.
The thing I know they'll never do, which I want, is I want to be on Team Rocket. I want the option to actually just play the villain.
Yeah. Like, in Arceus, something that I don't know if anybody even really discovered this. Like, I found this to be a genius way that they had Pokemon battles still in the game. But anytime you had a Pokemon battle, it's because the bandit snuck up on you and tried to fucking rob you. Like, I loved that. The 3 bandit sisters who would just show up and try to rob you to, like, that was Pokemon
challenging
battles.
Confrontation.
That was great. And also the best part of that was you could sneak up on them and they'd be like, whoa, what the hell? And then you would fight them. But like the fact they would try to corner you in valleys and stuff. And if you were smart, you knew which ones they would always try to surprise you in. So then you could go looking for them instead. Like that made it so much more engaging as a game instead of, oh, look, another Pokemon trainer. As soon as they see me, they're gonna hit me. Oh no, oh no. Like, I loved everything that Arceus did with the game. I loved the new variations of Pokemon. I was like, I've accepted since Sword and Shield that they have limited decks. Like, the dex is now limited, and that's fine with me. But like, the way they did it in Arceus, I accepted, where they're like, yeah, we're just gonna have the original Pokemon of this region plus maybe a few more, and that's it, because this is just this place in the past. And I'm like, that's okay, that's fine.
That makes
like,
flavorful sense.
I think my favorite Pokemon game of all time is still Pokemon X, and why? That's my favorite generation.
What stood out about that one for you?
They actually went for a 3D aesthetic that looks good.
Yeah.
And ages well. Like, it still looks good. It was cute. It was fun. All the new Pokemon they added that generation, bangers. Oops, all bangers, no mistakes. Like, there's no Pokemon in that generation that I look at and go, ew.
I think the only thing I didn't like about X was...
Also, Fairy type is so fucking good!
The addition of Fairy type was...
I'm sorry, it's my favorite thing.
It just... Flavorfully, mechanically, that was just a beautiful single addition, because think about it, they hadn't added a new type since Gen 2. They've only added 3 new types in the 25+ year history of Pokemon. That's mind-boggling. Like, that speaks to how well the system was made, that you only have to add that many. And it took them that long, perhaps even too long, to add Fairy. But when they did it, they got it right in terms of not only mechanically making sure that it took out dragons and made sure that they weren't completely overpowered, but also that going back, the old Pokemon of, Clefairy, Fairy, Jigglypuff, Fairy, Ralts Fairy, that these make sense and it feels right, and it gives more flavor to these Pokemon that either were just normal type or had a monotype that was okay, but now added that additional depth. That was really, really nice.
The other reason X and Y is so based, we've got X directional movement, XY directional movement, right? We can move diagonally.
No longer on a grid.
The rollerblades, amazing. The Pokemon battles, super fun and fantastic. The set pieces, excellent. The aesthetic of the entire region, on point. The main city, super cool, easy to navigate. Like,
I think
the
only
fashion, the ability to change your character's outfit,
right. That was
and
the first
actually have variety of what your character looks like. It's so good. I love that game. I don't care what anyone says about it. I have a lot of friends who objectively hate it, and I just tell them, cope, see, then maul, bitch. I don't care.
My only real complaint about that game is that I think Team Flare was the most underwhelming villain team we've ever had. I don't find them very compelling at all. That doesn't ruin the game for me. That everything else it does, you're very right.
I never find any of the villain teams compelling, if I'm being honest. I find all of them kind of boring. And I'm sorry, but I love the meme of, why are you crying? Pokemon. Like, that to me, like, actually, I think I like Team Flare and their reason for doing things more than I've liked any villains in a Pokemon game in a long time, because they're literally like, Pokemon are like wonderful and beautiful, but they're always going to be slaves to human beings, and that's fucked up. And also, like, people use them to exploit other people, so like we just can't exist with them. Was that Plasma?
That was Plasma. Team Flare was, we see beauty and we are the most beautiful, and we are going to destroy everyone who we see as not beautiful.
Oh, that's what they said, but that's not what their boss did. Like, the reason their boss wanted to, the boss, what did he want to do? Because he specifically was trying to find the Pokemon that could create life or like kill everything, because I think he wanted to annihilate Pokemon. Like, he loves Pokemon, but he wants to get rid of them. Lysander. Like, that's the whole meme of him crying, where he's like, Pokemon are wonderful, beautiful creatures, but like, we can't have them. We got to get rid of them for reasons. And I liked that. I thought that was interesting. But I mean, like, I will be honest to say, I never really pay attention to the plot in a Pokemon game. I'm just there to see the new Pokemon.
And that's why I'm so forgiving of it and saying that, that's my one complaint, but I don't care that much, because you're right.
Mm-hmm.
You do not really play Pokemon games for the plot. That some have done it better than others. Some have had actively good plot, but it's generally secondary. That you're playing it for the Pokemon, for the battles. That there's a lot of other mechanical and fun ways to interact with the game, and I'm delighted when we can get a good story with all of that. And if we don't, shrug.
Nah. Yeah, it's mainly just like, is the world something I want to explore and wander around in? And in X and Y, yes. Like, the set pieces and the city design finally went back to like Ruby and Sapphire levels of cool to me.
Mm-hmm.
Where like, I love Ruby and Sapphire specifically for all the different little towns and how cool they all were, and like, I just loved them so much. And like, I have not had that much interest in just looking around at the cities that you go to until X and Y. Like, they were so unique and interesting, like especially the fairy village. That one was great.
Oh, that one was pretty. That was really pretty. Anime Fantasy, Calamize, and Eskuki. I'm probably butchering that name. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follows. You said you did not enjoy Scarlet Violet. What was your opinion on Sword Shield? Because that one had...
Hated
it. All right, so that was one of the open worlds that you did not like.
I mean, it's they took out all my favorite Pokemon, and I can't forgive them for that. For one. For two, I didn't find it particularly good. Like, when I played it, I was just like, this is just boring. It's Pokemon, but now it's worse. Like, I didn't like any of the new Pokemon they added. There's like maybe 2 or 3 of that generation that I'm like, yeah, these are cool, and everything else I'm like, ugh. And then like, the set pieces I didn't find interesting. I didn't like Dynamaxing because I thought it was dumb. I didn't like the raids because I didn't find them interesting or fun. I didn't like that the only place you could really open world run around and catch Pokemon was the park. And I don't know, it was an incredibly underwhelming game where I was just like, oh, look how little effort you put in. I can see it from here.
I have sort of a love-hate one with Sword Shield, that I like the shift to overworld Pokemon, that I don't need to rely entirely on random battles, and that I can, generally speaking, make it from one place to another walking without having to be stopped every 2 steps. That was a huge thing for me.
Yeah, that was nice.
I'm middling on Dynamaxing. I loved the set pieces in terms of, I thought the cities were really cool. I thought the gym battles were cool. I loved the stadium environment. That it just... the shouting crowd, the scale of everything, of seeing, all right, that you and the gym leader are relatively small, and that you have just everything else around you, that cinematically, that hits in a way that, Scarlet Violet does not hit that way. And I want to get that more, at least when it comes to like championship stuff or like bigger battles. I do want to have that.
Oh my god, the championship in Scarlet and Violet is basically a nothing event. You're just in one room. Oh my god, the Elite Four in X and Y were so cool, and then the Elite Four in
X and Y,
Scarlet and Violet, go into a blank room where nothing changes and fight different people. Wow, so cool. Wow.
Yeah, and that. And I like that they did something different flavorfully, really, for the Elite Four in Sword Shield. That it was, that tournament, and that you were facing folks that you would face beforehand, getting those growth battles for all of them, leading up to the fight with Leon, which I thought was... That felt like you had seen that coming, and that I don't know if you'd ever actually gotten that in a Pokemon game, of knowing who the champion is from the outset, being told, all right, this is the strongest trainer, and finally being able to fight them and see, all right, this is why they're the strongest trainer, that it was, not the hardest champion battle, but still a very good one for sure.
Oh, yeah. Like, I look back at old Pokemon games and I wonder how much of it was that the games were hard and how much of it was that I was a stupid child who didn't know how to play video games.
I think it's a lot of different things. I think it's partially those. I think it's partially just they did things and made really good games in an era that, like we were saying earlier, that just, it was such the early days that you hadn't seen a lot of these things before. So the fact that they were doing it at all set them above and beyond.
I remember the other thing that made me love X and Y, the XP share.
And the fact that it was
And, like,
toggleable.
Yeah, like the fact it's not toggleable, I dislike, but like that was the thing that I was mainly like, this is why it's better, is because like now there's XP share, so I don't have to waste time grinding. But if you like grinding, you can still do it, which made it more fun, I feel, for everyone involved.
Yeah, I am
because
a
it meant
big
I
fan
was
of
better
toggle
able
from
to
game
enjoy the
design.
game. Yes. Let me turn it on and off at will. If I want it off, it can be off. If I want it on, it'll be on.
Exactly. That I hit a point in X and Y where I realized I'd gotten a bit over leveled because I was doing just the impulsive grinding that I had done in past games, and I accidentally blew through the last Lysander battle, and it didn't feel challenging. So at that point, I turned off the XP shares. It was like, all right, I'm gonna hopefully by the time I get to the Elite Four, actually be closer to their level, because I know I could just blow through it, but that's not actually going to be a satisfying game experience for me. I don't want to just blow through it. I want to actually have to make interesting choices, not just, all right, use attack, kill. And the fact that I was able to do that. And I wound up in that spot mostly because, like I said, yeah, I just happened to be over leveled, didn't even realize it. But I hadn't felt like I was grinding at any point up until that point in the game, which was delightful. And even after I turned it off, I was like, all right, I know I don't need to grind because I'm a little bit ahead anyways. And it was still fine. And yeah, toggles are good. Give players options.
Let people control the way that they're interacting with the game.
What a concept.
They'll have a better time. That's why difficulty sliders are based, and people who disagree are cringe.
Yes. Is there anything that you haven't seen in a Pokemon game yet that you would want, that you are inside Game Freak and you have either creative or design power, whatever you want, you can get in the Pokemon game? What do you want? Even if it is not something logical from a business standpoint, that you just have free reign.
Farming. No. In all seriousness, not farming. I'm trying to think. I'd honestly probably say what I would want in a Pokemon game is like, I mean, okay, actually no, actually for real, Pokemon ranching would be fun.
I
Like
feel like
having
we need just a separate game for that.
more stuff of just like actually raising your Pokemon, like rearing Pokemon and stuff, like that would be interesting to me. More stuff about just actual like Pokemon world exploration, that would be cool. Like things that incentivize discovery are things that I really like. So like, I mean, I would love it if you could like make this is where I'm just like, it's kind of farming but not really. That's why I'm like Pokemon ranching, where I could like make a ranch and then I'd have to customize areas and gather materials to make certain zones better suited for my Pokemon, and maybe this like gives me resources that I can use to make them stronger, stuff like that. We're like,
you want the Monster Rancher style game with
raising
Pokemon.
them. Yeah, but like part of like training an animal is actually physically raising it, and making sure it has like the ideal conditions, the proper, like, best way to, like with dogs, right? You don't just teach your dog. You don't just take them to training classes. You have to walk them. You have to do all this stuff with them regularly, right? I would love stuff like that in a Pokemon game. That's why I'm like Pokemon ranching, because, right, like actual involvement in raising your Pokemon, not just teaching it to fight, but like feeding it, taking care of it. Like that's the other part of X and Y I like. Feeding your Pokemon, giving them baths, playing games with them. That's the kind of shit I love. And like, it was all silly little like game mechanics right in the game, right? Where it's like, oh, you hand them the treat and they eat it and then you pet their little head. But I'm like, I need more of this, more involved. Like, imagine it's like, okay, your Pokemon's been training a lot. They need days off. They need to rest. You gotta like actually help them physically maintain their health. You gotta keep your Pokemon clean. You gotta keep them well fed. You can't just feed them the same kibble every day. That's not good for them. You know, you gotta have variety in their diet.
You could
you could add farming because you could grow the appropriate food for your Pokemon. You see, I found it. I found a way to get my thing in there.
Berry farming. Berry farming.
More intricate berry farming. More intricate building housing for your Pokemon. Let me have a little ranch where I'm raising Pokemon. Just please.
Have you ever played Rune Factory?
I have played some Rune Factory games before, yes. I tried to play the most recent one, but unfortunately, it did not run well on my Switch at all. And I was like, oh. And it's not like it doesn't run well on Switch. I would recommend getting it on PC because now it's on PC and I didn't know it was coming to PC, so I wasted money by buying a digital copy. And this is why you should always buy physical so you can return it or resell it. For this exact reason.
The first and third Rune Factory back on the DS, but the type of game that you're describing in terms of Pokemon ranching, that it makes me think of Rune Factory plus Pokemon.
Yes. That's what I would love.
You can go out, that you have the exploration, you have those dungeons where you get the monsters, but in this case they would be Pokemon, and that you can have them help out on the farm and whatnot, and that you have the full farming sim feel there. You also have just the sort of visual novel character interaction with the folks in town.
See, like, it's because here's the thing, right? The Pokemon series has always been about like, oh, you're raising your Pokemon, you're bonding with them, you know, and about that, and like living with Pokemon. It's like, I want to see more of that. I want to see more of how you live with Pokemon. How do people use these animals? Like, you know, because like there's power plants that are powered by Pokemon. So like, how do Pokemon function in everyday life? I want to see that. That could be done in a farming simulator. I'm just saying, give me more farming simulator games. They're fun. I don't care if people disagree. They're fun. They're so much fun, and I need more of them.
It does kind of surprise me that Pokemon hasn't done a full-on farming sim game, that not necessarily even folding it into the mainline experience, but to just, they've done so many spin-off games. They've done so many different genres, and they've done many of them well.
Yeah, like Nintendogs, but with Pokemon. Give it to me now. I need it.
Well,
I want it.
They had back, I think it was on the Gamecube. I forget if it was called Pokemon Ranch or if it was something else, but I remember there being something that it was very light in functionality, but that it was sort of the... Okay, yeah, it was Pokemon Ranch. All right. Thank you, Libitina. I never actually played Pokemon Ranch. I heard it was, like I said, functionally pretty light as a game, but they did do something in that space.
My Pokemon Ranch. This looks like a Wii game.
Well, possibly, maybe. Maybe I'm confusing.
WiiWare. This also, I will say, looking at it though, it does not look like you actually get to really do much of anything other than wander around in a nice little empty pen with them.
Yeah, like I said, functionally light.
Lame. Give me proper animal raising. That's the other reason I like farming sims. Like that's my one complaint about farming sims is when they don't let me ranch animals. I want to be a rancher. Let me raise all the animals, please and thank you. That's what I want to do. That's what I find fun.
One thing I would want to do is be able to interact with the world more and to be able to get different roles. That, like, can I become a gym leader? That can I go to one of the gyms that, like a city I like, and defeat the gym leader and say, all right, this is my gym now, and like be able to choose a type, and that you say, all right, if you're going to be the gym leader, that you have to use only Pokemon with this type in them, and that then you can have, you know, just NPC challengers come in, and that part of the challenge for you as a player is, all right, can you be a gym leader in all the different types and, you know, defend your title, give away as few badges as possible. They let you be champion in Sun Moon, and they haven't really brought that back. and that I want to
Yeah.
be able to do that, or to be able to, like you said, either become a Pokemon breeder or to find some functional role in the world as opposed to I am the god trainer.
Yeah, and like, I mean, there's other stuff too where it's like, it's that kind of concept of like, I would like it if you could have a game where you go on a quest to become a specific gym leader, right? And then you only get to use Pokemon of that type, right? Like,
Yeah.
you get to choose. Like, okay, I want to be the ghost trainer. All right, you need to make a team of ghost Pokemon and now train it, and now you have to beat everyone else, you know, and like achieve victory and become the #1 ghost trainer in this region, and now you are in charge of this gym. Like, I wish it was, you could do something more directed like that in a Pokemon game, other than like you just self-imposing an RP on yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Right?
exactly what I'm talking about.
Like, it's, I just wish that the games were more involved, but like that's not necessarily what they're for, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the thing too, where I like to point out when I criticize games in this way, I always point out, because it's something that bothers me a lot of the time when I hear people criticize games, because it feels, I mean, to be honest, there are a lot of people who will criticize a game completely missing the entire purpose of what the game is for, right? Like,
Yeah, and-
people asking for more shooting mechanics in Chibi Robo, because there are some, right, where there's like little evil spider robots, and I'm like, yeah, but that's not what this game is for. The point of this game is not combat. The point of this game is not fighting. Like, I understand wanting more things, but you know, the purpose of the game is about like helping people. That's what this game's about. And that's why, like, when I complain about things, I'm like, I understand this is not what this game series is for, but I think it would be interesting.
Yeah. And
Sonic should have a gun.
Speaking of GameCube games, yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog.
I've never played any Sonic games. I remain pure and clean.
I've only played a few, and my favorite Sonic game of all time, and one of my favorite games of all time, is on the GameCube, and it's Sonic Adventure 2. I adore that game. Unironically, I think Crush 40 is amazing. I want them to put that music in the movies. You put Uptown Funk, a Billboard-topping song, and paid whatever royalties you had to do to get that song in the movie. You can pay whatever the heck licensing fee Crush 40 is asking. Again, things
Pokemon
I know
MMO
won't
where you
happen.
can be a gym leader and you have to schedule gym battles like mini tournaments with live audience. That would be cool.
That'd be
you
neat.
know?
I don't know how that would work mechanically of just, scheduling stuff like that. But
You could,
hopping
I
back-
think what you would probably have is multiple gym leaders, and like when someone is logged on as a gym leader, right, on their server, then people would be available, like you could actually challenge this person. And if you haven't like logged on in a certain number of days, you get ranked down or something.
I could see that.
There's
Yeah.
ways you could make that work, but it would be difficult. I think the easiest system would be to simply be like, there's multiple gym leaders,
Yeah.
like
hop-
who have
hopping
the
back-
badge.
Yeah. You'd mentioned games being what they are meant to be, and amidst all the criticism and also, I wish of Pokemon, I recognize this is a game for kids. This is supposed to
Yeah.
be something that a 7-year-old can pick up, and the fact that if you are, 30, 50, whatever, and that you can pick up a Pokemon game and still enjoy it, that's great. And that's part of why
Yeah.
it's become a generational franchise, that it is a low skill floor, high skill ceiling game that has just a lot of fun, a lot of flair, and even when we complain, the worst Pokemon game is still probably an above average game in a lot of ways. And when I say, I'd love to be on Team Rocket, I'd love to be a gym leader, this is wishful thinking, blue sky. I do not expect, nor do I think it would necessarily be reasonable for them to do that. This is, my equivalent of game development fanfic, armchair
your
development.
blue sky phase
Yeah.
of like, in my wildest dreams,
Yeah, but
what
I
could
recognize
I have?
that
Yeah, it's like
it's
me
not
in Animal
practical.
Crossing, and I'm like, Animal Crossing, but I have a full farming simulator, cooking simulator, and also I can be a business tycoon.
Yeah, and that I love doing those types of thought experiments. I think it's really cool to just theorize of,
Excuse me.
okay, what could be done, but at the same time, understanding that's not really what Pokemon as a series, as a game franchise is for.
Yeah. I mean, and like, but that's the thing, is like every different game series can have its niche.
Yeah.
And like, it doesn't necessarily need to go out of it. But Like that's also why I always say it's like, I know it's a game for kids, so they're not going to try to make Pokemon too scary, because then kids will not buy Pokemon merchandise and then they don't make money.
Mhm.
But you know, like one reason I like the Yakuza series so much is because Yakuza, despite being a game that kind of has everything in it, it somehow still manages to feel like a game with a clear direction.
Yakuza
Right?
is
Like
a
it has
series I've
something
only
of
interacted
everything
with
in it.
as a Twitch viewer. So I've never played a Yakuza game, but I've
it's
watched
so
gameplay,
good.
and it's one of those. It's very high up on the series of that I now want to play because they look like they're a lot of fun.
Please
And
play Yakuza 0. It's really good.
and from what I understand, it is a series that you can pick up any game. It doesn't matter if you start
Yep.
chronologically or by release order, and that there's
Yep.
going to be nuggets and references that if you know the series inside out and backwards, that you will see things and be like, oh, I recognize that character, or I understand this thing, but you're not going to lose out on anything by starting with whichever game.
Yes. So like there's a lot of stuff. One thing I will say is that it's definitely a very hard game to stream because everything's in Japanese, right? So you're
Mhm.
trying to read subtitles while also paying attention to chat. And the stories for the game are often heavy and very complicated.
Yeah, that is a dialogue-heavy
Which-
game. It is.
Ooh. Makes it tough to stream it because they're attacked. But one thing I love about it is that the games, they understand that they are making a very plot-heavy game where a lot of different things are happening, and the story is often very complicated with a lot of different characters. So every chapter they give you a recap on the previous chapter. Like they'll basically be like
Ooh, I
previously
appreciate
on
that.
Yakuza, and then they'll be like, all these things happen. Because the other issue with the game, right, is that you'll be like, all right, I'm gonna go do the main quest, and then what happens to me, right? You get stun locked for 8 hours doing side quests and the business dimension stuff, and you're like, oh, what was happening? I don't remember. And then the game very kindly is like, remember a few days ago when the last time you touched the main story, here's what happened. And you're like, thank you, video game. I would not have remembered without you.
Mm,
Because
Yeah.
the game, it really is a game where you'll spend, like, it's as a series, it goes from like incredibly serious, heavy topics that they make you feel very strongly like, Jesus God, you're emotionally being put in a blender. It's fucked up. And then the next minute there's the lewd man who's running around the fucking whatever the street is called in nothing but underwear, pelvic thrusting at the air, telling you about his favorite call girls. And it's like the game is ridiculous. And then you'll go to the arcade and collect every new version of Bunchan, the bird, which for some reason Sega has not made a plushie of this goddamn bird, and I am so angry. Make me a Bunchan, you fuckers. Make it purchasable. God damn it, I want a Bunchan.
we
How
are
have you not
asking
made
for
this?
merchandisable plushies.
It's the most marketable plushie in the world. It's so cute. I want one. Why does no Bunchan exist? It's fucked up. Anyway,
Yeah,
I
and,
want Bunchan.
I've seen in a single stream of Yakuza that you go from a quest where you are pretending to be someone's boyfriend to impress her father, and then it turns out that the father is sort of in on, like, you know, you get that nice little family reconciliation, but then later you're helping get somebody's daughter out of a cult.
Yep. Like an actual cult.
Yep.
It's a fucked up cult with brainwashing. And then the next minute, you're helping a dominatrix who has a hard time asserting herself and isn't good at insulting her clients by pretending to be one of her clients and being like insulted and humiliated in public.
Yep. And that it lets itself go to all these vastly different places narratively and tonally, and that
It somehow
it
works.
somehow
like that's
still
what's
blends.
wild is they make it work. And I think the best review I've seen of it is someone talked about it where they're like, this game is ridiculous, it's insane, it makes no sense, it's wild, it goes all over the place, it's filled with meaningless bullshit. And the reason this works so well is because it's legitimately a game about life. And life is full of insane, random bullshit, incredibly serious, heavy emotional moments, and dumb shit that makes no sense. It's a very
Yeah.
good life simulator because you go like in real life, you do have moments like that where things are really serious and heavy and difficult and emotionally challenging. And then the next minute you're waking up for, you know, your day and you're taking a shit on the toilet and you see a funny meme on your phone.
Yeah.
Like life is absurd. And so are the Yakuza games. And they do that. They tread that line, which is so difficult to tread for tone so well. Cause like there are so many games, right, where they'll be really heavy 1 minute and then they try and pull a joke the next. And you're like, what the fuck, dude? Now is not the time, right?
Yeah, just read the room, and
yeah, read the room,
Yakuza knows
asshole.
to
But with
just go
Yakuza-
to a different room for its different
Yeah.
things.
Exactly. Like Yakuza somehow never has that feeling for me. I never have a moment in a Yakuza game where I'm like, this is very awkward tone wise. Like, why are we doing this now? Like every moment that should be separated from each other is very clearly separated. And I can't even really describe how they do it, but like they just do. And I fucking love this game series for that. I think it was the Maxor video game. Yes. Where he does a very good analysis of the series. Except the ear cleaning, that was fucked up and uncomfortable, and I hated that. I hated that. I hated that. I hated that. I hated that.
Do I want to know? I mean, I probably don't want to know.
It's not okay. It's not bad. I explicitly said I understand. Moe got on my case because he's European. Where I was like, I understand that part of my discomfort with this situation is that I am an American and we have weird standards about things. I understand that there's nothing wrong here, but as an American, this is weird and uncomfortable. Where it's just like Kiryu's, or sorry, not Kiryu, Ryoma, because it's Ishin and it's not actually Kiryu. It just looks exactly like Kiryu. Right? Like Kiryu's adoptive daughter like cleans his ears, which is a very normal thing in Japan. People do that for each other. Family members do that for each other. It's not weird. But as an American, I look at that, I'm like, that's weird though.
Yeah,
I'm uncomfortable.
It is a cultural difference.
Yeah, it is. And like there's stuff like that where it's just, you know, like that to me, I was just like, I understand this is just a cultural difference, but as a prudish American, I am very uncomfortable right now. Or just like sharing a bath with family. I'm like, that's weird. No, don't do that. But you know, like other places, that's very normal and that's fine. Right? Like,
Yeah.
I do not have Ruffalo. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate. She hates her fans.
And
oh my
here we
God.
see that wonderful interaction that you have with your chat, and that we mentioned at the top of the show. I knew what I was getting into with your folks, and I love it. And just it is about now that we would be getting a what redeem, and I have to say, Renn, I adore that redeem. That
Yes.
if you are not familiar with Renn's streams, first off, go and follow Renn. Links are here at the bottom of the screen in the channel panels if you're on Twitch, and it'll be in the video description if you're watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And it is just, the redeem is called What? And it is called What because many things can happen. And I've never seen a redeem quite like this one. That it's the classic, you get the black border and it is usually
Bottom
just a
text.
one word, bottom text. And I've seen that type of black border bottom text redeem thing, but usually it's consistent. You have yours on a randomizer. I'm
Yep.
curious, did you write all those yourself, or did you find some list for this? Because it's so damn good.
So a lot of them were ones I made of myself, and some of, oh, I'm sorry, we might have dog barking. One of my
boy, we
neighbor's
have
dogs went
guest
off.
star on Vtuber Talk.
It's Holly.
Welcome. If I may ask, what type of dog?
He's a Keeshond.
A what? I'm sorry. It's like, I know a fair few dog types.
There, I wrote it in the chat because it's a Dutch word. If Moxie was here, he'd be killing me. He'd be strangling me actively for saying this wrong. But he's a Keeshond.
Okay.
They're basically, imagine a Samoyed but smaller, and they're not pure white. They're like
Yeah, they're
sable, so they've got
they're
all sorts
gray.
of markings. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
gray, black, and cream. They're beautiful, but they're very, very fluffy. Holly is really big for a Keeshond because he, his mom was of Russian stock, and she was really big. She was as big as his dad. He's supposed to only, they're usually like 35 to 45 pounds in terms of size. He is a 50-pound dog.
Oh,
He's big.
Big boofer.
He's a big Kieshund. Like, they're normally not that large, but his mom was like 45 and his dad was 45 as well. So he came, or like his mom was like 50 and his mom 45, dad 50. So he ended up pretty big. He's also a little bit fat right now, so he's like 55 pounds. But he's getting better. He was at 60, and that's why I was like, oh no.
Oh, little bit too much
he
fluff
needs
here.
to lose some weight. Just a little, just about 50. He's just about like 20% overweight. He wasn't obese yet, though. He's fine. He's getting better exercise, and he's actually on a diet now. But
yay.
they're great dogs. They're super sweet. They're adorable. They're called the Velcro dog for a reason. They are very attached to their owners, and they're watchdog, which means that he will not defend me ever. He is a coward, and he will run away. But I like that because I don't want him to get hurt. But because he's a watchdog, what that means is like the second I should be aware of anything happening, like that means someone had an errant fart.
Just a car drove by on the street.
Yeah. I had to work really hard to train him to be less reactive with barking. Like I had to, of course, a lot of my work got undone, but you know.
Yeah. So it goes.
I did he only barks at other dogs now, like when other dogs start barking and when people knock. He used to be so alert sensitive that he would bark when people walked past my dorm room or my house or my apartment. You know, in all the places I lived, he was just like, there's a person nearby. You need to be aware of this. And I'm like, no, it's fine, buddy. We're okay. And he's like, but you need to know.
Someone's here.
Exactly. He's great though. Like I love my dog. I have two dogs. We got Holly, the fluff ball, and then we got my rat dog, which is Leaf. He's a rat. He's just a Chihuahua mix. He's dumpster juice given dog form.
002 Ghost. And Phantom Flan. Thank you for the follow.
Yes.
Sorry,
what were we talking about? The Redeem.
Oh, the Redeem, yeah.
Yes. So, did I say Leif? Yes. Leif. That's the same dog. But, when it comes to the Redeem, there's a lot of text options that I was like, I came up with myself, and then there's some that I got from friends. All the audio, because like the audio for it is also randomized. For like the main, like there's a couple options which have fixed audio, right?
Yeah,
like
I think the bad ending I was about to say, because I was like, that one was too damn perfect to be random. If it was random, it was that one was
like
immaculate.
These options are randomized. Like the one that says come. That one is specifically paired, so it never fucks up.
Yeah, of course.
But which one it does is random. So there's a lot of options, and I'm adding more. There's more stuff I want to do. Like I'll spoil one of them. One of them is coconut mauled. How many are in the list right now?
That makes me so happy, Renn.
And once I get there's an I've already told people I'm getting like a soy left and soy right emote made, and I'm gonna put those up on there and be like, whoa, pointing, whoa, look at that dog, whoa. Like when it switches to dog from now on, I think I'll make it do the soy left and soy right on the sides of the screen, going like, whoa,
yes, please,
dog. But all the audio files I had to find myself, and it's kind of hard. There's been a few I've seen that I'm like, ooh, that would work well, and I want to grab that. But mostly it's just like finding the audio myself and being like, this would work well as a funny little random like interrupting cow moo kind of thing. But yeah, there's no like preset thing that just exists. Like a lot of people just say what and then have Earthbound music. So I of course have the Earthbound music, but then I have like the audio that usually goes with Maxwell the cat and a bunch of other things that I don't even remember what the original source is.
How many
like,
text options are in that randomized list?
I can go count them right now. I don't actually know off the top of my head. Let's see. There you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay. And how many audios are in there?
5.
Only 5? Okay, for some reason it felt like more. Still, there's, but even
Well,
that.
there's 5 that can be random, and then the
Mm,
other
and then the
2
rest are
are
fixed,
fixed
yeah.
to specific text. So like, there's 2 options in there which are not random text. I guess so. I guess technically it's 16 different pieces of text options.
Mhm.
But I want to add even more. I want it to be even more insane.
Yeah, there have
And
been
actually,
even the
the
past few days
person
some really
the person who I
incredible
got this idea from is actually like, so this has been a redeem that I've wanted to do for a while, basically, right? Like with the freeze frame and that kind of stuff. But the person who actually helped me get it to the level I want it to be were my 2 friends, Kari, who is here. I think I've seen Kari in here. Kari helped me with the coding, and then Orange is Born, also known as Aki, is also one of the people who helped me do that, who I definitely stole this. Its original idea, do not steal, because I already stole it from Aki. And then my other friend, Lady Lunairi, also did this, where there's certain ideas I got from her, right? Like, this is the thing with streaming that I really like. You know, you can steal it. Based, it's mine now. I created it. It was made by me. Please credit it to me forever. Just like Chaos Clips, I invented Chaos Clips. It's 100% my original idea. Please do not steal. But like, okay, when it comes to streaming, there's a lot of stuff with streaming where I think it's genuinely one of the best places for collaborative work, not just between like other streamers, but like between an audience and the streamer themselves. Like, I love the What Redeem because so many of the best moments, like the clip I have where I go, oh shit, bug, and then it like cuts to the da-da-da-da-da-da-da, is so funny. And like, that would not have happened if not for my viewers, right?
Yeah.
Like, that moment is only funny, in my opinion, because of that redeem, right?
Yeah,
So there's
and they're-
massive collaboration between audience and viewer, or like our audience and streamer, but then also between different streamers. Like, I think or at least I feel I have done a pretty good job like helping my friends like with ideas, and like I'm always willing to share how I make redeems that are mine and how I do stuff, even if, you know, like, even if it's not something I made, like if I know how to do it, I will help other people do it as well. Like, I've had a lot of people approach me about the What Redeem and asking me how it works. I'm like, absolutely, I'll teach you, because it improves everyone's content. And
Yeah.
rising waters raise all
ships.
ships.
Mhm.
Like, I have found so many excellent VTubers and streamers who like are so willing to help others and have like made streaming so much of a better like form of like content creation, because everyone works together. Like, because I've pitched my ideas to other people, they have been bettered. Like, so many redeem ideas I had when I started out objectively have become better because I had other people I talked to about them who were like, oh, that's a good one, but you know, you could tweak this and you could do this too, and you could add this to it and make it a little better. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah. Or like, you know, people coming to me with their ideas, and I'm like, that sounds good, but what if you also did all these other things to it too? Like, what if you made it even bigger? What if you took this a step further?
Yeah.
You know? And like, I love that about streaming and VTubing. Like,
That
so much of it is collaborative in like a
it's
really good way.
Yeah, it's an evolving art form, really, not just technologically, that goodness knows. We have tools now that we didn't have 2 years ago that you know, 2 years ago were just entirely unthinkable. And that's one of the things that excites me most about VTubing, is that we're still in the Wild West. It feels like VTubing has been around for forever. In reality, it's only been really publicly accessible and viable for 3, maybe 4 years if you're pushing it. Prior to that, you would need, you know, the specialty hardware, software, that the barrier to entry was crazy high. And with how much it has grown in these past couple of years, that it feels like it's been around for so long. But I think that we couldn't imagine 2 years ago what we have now, and we can't imagine now what we're going to have in 2 years.
Like, that's the thing that I really like. And like, also, even on the like, it's become really expensive. It's always been expensive to get involved in VTubing, but because of how much it's expanding, it's becoming easier to access it on the low end as well. Oh my god, you're so proud of me. Thank you, Gecko. But like, I mean, like, I think about VitoTube, right? Which is an alternate to VTube Studio, right? And VitoTube is basically, if you're a PNG tuber and like you want to be able to express yourself better, well, if you have alternate forms of your PNG with different expressions, we've now made basically a PNG version of VTube Studio where you can swap between different expressions.
Yeah,
So
I've
like
seen
this
folks
is
like
the
that have
cheaper
just
entry point.
just
And I
bunch of the
love that.
toggles.
Yeah, and like you have you can effectively have toggles with VitoTube and other stuff, and that is so amazing and good. And there's like tons of easy to use, pay to use models that are out there that are cheap, like customizable ones. It's so good. Like VTubing is growing insanely fast and things are going crazy, but like I feel in a really good way, like in a
Yeah.
very positive way, where it's becoming more accessible. There's way more stuff you can do with VTubing now. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like the concept of being able to dab is not something people would have thought would be possible with live 2D, like, you know, 2-3 years ago. That would have been seen as way too insanely difficult. Like, the degree to which people can like have head angles now, like some of the animations that are possible in live 2D are absolutely insane as people learn more about how to use the program, how to do stuff with it.
That's
right?
the other
Which-
thing of that while there
Mhm.
has been some technological growth, there's just been knowledge growth. That as
Mhm.
that rewind the clocks, there was only a very small handful of people that knew how to do live 2D, and you needed to find those people. And in the early days, most of them didn't speak English. So
Yep.
you then start having tutorial videos made, and folks in the West start learning and trying to figure it out. And then you get those folks learning and becoming better and better and better, and just refining their own skills. And like you're saying, finding ways to use this program, which obviously has been updated, but fundamentally speaking, at least to
Yeah.
my understanding, I don't use VTube Studio myself, obviously, that the core of it has not changed super drastically, but
Mhm.
the ways in which it can be used have evolved drastically because the way people now know how to use it has evolved.
Mhm. It's like it's a tool, right?
Yeah.
We've had live 2D for actually a shockingly long amount of time, but people are discovering that they can do more and more and more and more insane things with these tools that we are given. And the tools have not been changed much. They
Exactly.
haven't been adjusted, they haven't been modified, but people are learning to do more crazy things with the tool. Sort of like, you know, people having, you know, I mean, it's kind of hard to come up with a comparison that works. Like having, I guess like having a knife and being like, oh, I can use this to cut meat and slice things. And then going, oh shit, I can use this to carve stuff. Oh shit, I can use the back of this knife to crush garlic and therefore more effectively cut it. I can use it to take out a screw in an emergency situation.
Yeah,
right?
there's all
Like-
these different things, and
You are realizing that the utility of the tool goes
Mhm.
beyond its original intent, and that the
Yes.
functions in it are far more vast now that you are more well acquainted with it. Also, hi Bones.
yeah, hi Bones, welcome on in. Yeah, and just you see now that it's become a whole industry unto itself, that there are people whose livelihoods now are doing live 2D rigging or doing modeling and everything from, you know, stream assets, and that obviously existed for normal streamers as well prior to VTubing, but there's been a significant boom in all these functional roles and jobs and things that just didn't exist a couple years ago because
Mhm.
one, there wasn't really the market for it, but two, people didn't know how to, but they've learned. And that one of my past guests has stopped VTubing. Actually, it was I mentioned the Chaotic Swear Bunny. It was them that they no longer actively VTube because they taught themselves to rig, and they started getting so many commissions that they
Yeah.
just didn't have time, and they eventually said, all right, I'm going to stop actively streaming so I can focus on this because I enjoy it. It has become a viable just career path for me, and
Mhm.
she has just gone all in on that, and it's been great to see that. I say she literally ascended into VTuber godhood, that she no longer is a VTuber, she now creates the VTubers.
Yeah, like Bones brings up a good point. Like I've seen, in terms of rigging, I've seen like the indie riggers now go entire levels and classes beyond like corporate and like the classic riggers. Like there's been so many people who have just kind of exploded out of nowhere, right? Like in terms of skill, like, and that, in my opinion, that's a good thing, right? That we have so many independent riggers who are so good at what they do now, because it means that like more people have a chance to get into this and more people have a chance to get the good stuff, you know?
Yeah, And I've
Like
actually just shouted them out. That it's Brie at Cookie Box. Not sure if you're familiar with her at all.
No, I do not.
Like I said, you sadly will not see her streaming anymore, but you can follow her on Twitter, and she does still post some of her rigging work there.
Oh wait, is that wait? I think I might know Brie. Hold on, let me look at Twitter. Oh yeah, I follow her.
Yeah.
I didn't know that she was originally a streamer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, she was. I don't
had
remember
no
what episode
idea.
she was, but I feel like she was somewhere in the 20s, 30s. She was early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's crazy. It's really crazy watching how VTubing has changed in the short time even I've been involved in it. Because like I have some friends who are, I would consider them true OGs. Like they've been around longer than me. They've been around since before like it really became easier to do this, like just do this at all, you know?
Yeah.
And then you have me over here where I was just like, yeah, I just kind of, as with most things, I kind of just fell into it and was like, oh yeah, let's try this. Let's see if this works. And then it went really well and I went, oops. Like, I make a joke a lot where I'm just like, once again, Renn fails upward.
Task failed successfully.
Task failed successfully. Which, you know, like, in the sense, but like also, like, that is actually one thing I want to talk about more when I stream, where I'm just like, I think, like, a lot of people are like, don't say you failed. I'm like, no, it's fine. Failing is fine. Failing is normal. Like, we should, like, talk about failing more often so that failing stops being such a big deal. You know, like, don't be so attached to when you fuck up. Be more attached to when you succeed and when you do well. Learn from when you fail, but like, don't feel bad about failing. Everybody fails all the time.
It's the learning process.
Exactly. Failure is your greatest teacher. Exactly. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's one thing I talked to you about as well, where it's like, you know, I'm unashamed to say that in my opinion, I failed in my original life path, and that's why I'm a streamer. And I'm happier because I'm a streamer now. Like, I'm having way more fun enjoying what I'm doing. But I did kind of objectively fail out of the previous thing I was doing. And that's not a point of shame for me. I'm just like, you know what? Cheers to me, because I'm way happier now.
Yeah, and just
thank God I failed out, because now I'm happy. Woo!
And that thing that you failed out of was, to be fair, a very complex and difficult thing. It was neuroscience. That,
yeah.
You know, talk about just
going to medical school. But like, you know, and it's that's fine. You know, there's no mistakes, just happy little accidents. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, things
Thanks,
like
Bob Ross.
Yeah, I love Bob Ross. I love Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers, two of my favorite things. Like, they were technically way before my time, but I watched a lot of them as a kid because my mom liked them a lot and put that on for me because she figured it would be a good influence on me, and it was.
Yeah.
It really was. Oh, but yeah, like, it's when it comes to failure, like, I mean, I'll joke about saying failing upwards, but that's because I don't think it's shameful to fail, and also I think it's objectively true.
Yeah.
Like, I failed out of a very difficult profession and failed, like, physically and emotionally. I was doing fine grades wise, but like, I decided I will not break myself upon the wheel in order to achieve a goal that's just making me sad. And instead, I'm going to try and figure out what's going to make me happy. And it's not like I immediately figured that out. That took a while. That took like 2-3 years before I finally figured out that this is what I wanted to do. And this is something that makes me happy.
Yeah.
You know?
But sometimes just that learning, and sometimes what is a failure, but in my opinion, a huge success, is the elimination of the bad is a net positive. That if you are removing a burden, whether it is something in your life that, like you said, you're actively not enjoying or is just harming you in some way, shape, or form, realizing, all right, this isn't for me, and even if I don't know what is for me yet, if you're getting rid of something that's a negative, that is still a net positive. And sometimes people can get scared that there is, to borrow a gambling term, pot committed, is a term in, you know, poker and whatnot, that after you bet a certain amount, that as the hand progresses, you are psychologically more incentivized to just keep betting, even if you know that you have a losing hand at that point in time, because, all right, what is a little bit more if there is some sliver of a chance to
that
win
I recover.
this hand? That
Mm-hmm.
and it's not actually statistically a smart move at all. That generally
Yeah.
speaking, it is better to cut your losses when you realize that you are in a bad spot and not burn more. And
Yeah, it's the sunk cost fallacy.
exactly, yes, that is
Yeah.
that's a much better term.
Yeah, and I was 100% in the sunk cost fallacy because I was like, I've dedicated, I did pre-med, I've staked my entire life path on this. And like, I think one of the main reasons I was willing to decide, I was like, no, I don't care that I'm failing. Like, I can't do this. Like, I've failed out of this. I give up, was because my dad actually got a degree in chemical engineering from one of the, I don't know if I should say because I don't want to dox my dad, but he got a degree in chemical engineering from one of the best engineering schools in the United States. Wink, wink. You know what it is. And then he got into industry and hated it. Like, hated it, could not stand it. And he was married to my mom already at the time, and basically went to my mom, was like, I am miserable. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go back to school and get a degree in business. After he got a master's, and he was just like, nope, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I can't take this. I hate this job. It's making me miserable. Went back, got a degree in business instead. Got a different job, way happier. Enjoyed his job for the rest of his life. My dad was very happy working at his job until the day he retired. And also, luckily, it did not bankrupt my family. Thank God.
Yay! That's
like,
always
hooray!
nice.
You know, but my dad always to us, his kids, would always tell us, like, if you decide you want to change your mind, you know, you can. Never feel like you're in a situation where you can't change your mind. Like, don't do sunk cost fallacy, where he's like, you know, he completely changed his life path in his like late 20s, early 30s, right? Like, he veered off. Like, he didn't just do a U-turn. He fucking went off the road, did a few donuts, and then turned around. So like, he's always just like, listen, if I have the ability to support you changing something, I'll do it. If it will make you happy and you can still support yourself.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you were able to have that, because frankly, not everybody does, but it's really, really nice because you can have a thing that you think that you love and start down that path, and whether it's the sunk cost fallacy or just sort of self-conditioning in a way of like, I love this thing. I've always loved this thing. How could I not love this thing? And that even if things are a little bit bad right now, I'm sure it'll get back to me loving it, right? It'll get better, right? Right? And then hopefully being able to realize, okay, wait, I might not actually love this thing anymore, even if I did back in the day or thought I did from what I knew at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. And it's also like, you can enjoy things in theory, but not in practice. Like, I still love neuroscience. And I still love medicine. I find it an incredibly interesting field that I love learning more about and like just studying. But in practice, I don't enjoy it. You know, sort of like how you can, like, for example, people can be really fascinated with like, you know, video game development. Doesn't mean you want to be a video game developer, right? Like, you can find like how video games are made fascinating and like love watching videos about that stuff, and then never want to do it yourself. You know, like there's a certain, like, there's a difference between being interested in a topic and wanting to do the thing.
Yeah.
Right. Like, there's tons of people who love watching sports. You don't want to play sports necessarily, right? Because like, it's more fun for you to watch. Or like, you know me, or it's like, I like sometimes, occasionally, not often, watching people play games competitively. That can be very fun for me to like watch people do. Like, I'm like, wow, I'm so impressed with the skill and how this works. And I love hearing of how people tell me how you can do these things. That does not mean I want to do it.
Yeah, but I love watching competitive Pokemon. And that just from playing the games, I know enough about the mechanics to understand what's going on in the high-level play. Like we said earlier, I have no patience to train and get my Pokemon to be competitively viable. And even if I could have that UI slider that we talked about earlier, I don't think I would want to actually compete in high-level Pokemon play, but I think it's fun to watch.
Hi, Nagi!
Nagi,
Nagi's
welcome
here.
in.
Nagi! Hello! Nagi, I told them about how I invented chaos clips. Aren't you so glad you know me, the inventor of chaos clips? It's so cool that you're my friend. For spoiler alert, Nagi invented chaos clips.
No, Renn said on a talk show that she invented it, therefore it's the truth.
You did real well on that one, Chi. Thank you. It's all me. No, but in all sincerity, like, but this is what I mean, right? Where I talk about this kind of stuff. It's like there's so many creative people that I've met in VTubing. And I think like creative people are drawn to this form of streaming as a medium because inherently you kind of have to be more creative. You have to think up a character design at the very least, or character concept, right?
Yeah.
To be a VTuber. Like you
actually,
have to have that spark at least. There's some kind of drive there.
I also realized that Vtuber Talk in and of itself is a great example of being fascinated with something but not wanting to do the thing. I'm not a VTuber because I don't have that. I considered for a very, very short time, like, would I want to be a VTuber? And after like a minute of thought, I was like, I don't have any idea what type of character I would want to be. I don't think I have the time to dedicate to a regular streaming schedule, but I want to be able to, that this all happened in 2020 and 2021, and I, prior to 2020 and 2021, had done a lot of event planning, event management, and I love conventions and stuff like that. And boy, were those things that were not happening in 2020 and 2021. But I wanted to flex that organizer, showrunner part of my brain. And a talk show became the answer to that. And I could have made a VTuber, I could have made a character, a physical representation for myself. And part of it was, one, I wanted to be able to keep the focus on the guest. So that was nice. But very bluntly, part of it was laziness and just total lack of inspiration. I was like, all right, I'm going to take this, I'm going to make this a feature, not a bug, that I am the disembodied voice. I am the host, and that's fine. And then I don't need to bother with, trying to find a design, model, rigging, all that. And I just don't need to do that. And it was nice. And here we are 100 episodes later, and no regrets on that. But, I obviously enjoy VTubers. I like talking to VTubers. I'm not a VTuber myself, and I still don't really have the spark to become one, even after all this time. But I certainly don't plan on stopping VTuber Talk anytime soon.
Yeah, like as long as they aren't the chair. Sentient desk. Oh my god, horrifying. Oh, but yeah, like it's that like. But that in and of itself, right, is kind of the creativity here, right? It's like with VTubing, you don't need to even necessarily, like in this situation, right? You don't need to have a persona, like, or an avatar really to ascribe to yourself, right? And I just love VTubing. I just love VTubing. I love it. It's just so fun. It's so fun. You get to do really insane, crazy shit that you can't really do if you're not a VTuber. And also, I think what I said to one of my other friends who doesn't do VTubing is like, if I randomly decide to bark on my stream as a funny bit, it's not as weird if I'm a VTuber versus not. Like,
yes.
Okay, some people immediately go, okay, but Germa, and I'm like, Germa is not a human being. He's actually just a VTuber. I don't care. Shut up. He's not a real human being. He's a fucking AI creation of horror, and I love him. But like, like if you're just a person on a camera, it's a lot weirder if you just go bark, bark, bark. But if you're like, I'm a dog, bark, 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 and you have a tail and little ears that you can flippy floppy up and down, it's
wonderful being able to ignore the laws of physics and reality.
Yeah, well, like you're like, to a degree, it's more acceptable that when you're on stream, you're kind of playing a character to a degree. I mean, you're still being you, but like everyone can be more involved and more like easily part of the bit, which is, I am a dog, woof, look at my fluffy ears.
Yeah.
Or like other people, like I'm an alien, I'm an eldritch beast, I'm a snack, I'm made of jelly, I'm all this other, like I'm a cat, all this other crazy stuff, right?
Yeah.
It allows you to be a lot more expressive, both visually and just, I think, emote in a much more over the top, bombastic way
Yeah.
that you can't quite do as easily, or it's harder to accept if you're doing it when you're not a VTuber. It's harder to get people on board because they'll be like, "What are you doing? You're being weird." And it's like, yeah, I'm a VTuber. I'm basically in an anime fursuit. What the fuck did you expect?
That
And you
half
expect
degree
normalcy?
of separation, just it hops comfortably past the uncanny valley, but still into something that, when you look at a VTuber, all right, there is a person behind this, and you still understand that. But you're very right that visually and just for whatever reason, the brain allows you to just go along with other things, and just the tools that you have as a VTuber, like you're saying, let you do things that a face cam streamer simply can't do. That a face cam streamer can't rotate themselves upside down and have things thrown at their face. A face cam streamer can't change outfits in the blink of an eye. Just there's so many different tools that you have at your disposal as a VTuber that aren't part of a normal streamer's arsenal.
VTubers. I've had people tell me objectively never to call them that again. Like I've had people be like, "Please never call me this again." And I'm like, "All right, fine."
I can enjoy the silly teasing term of flesh tuber teehee, but that's why I always say, face cam streamers. I'm very deliberate in that one.
Yeah,
for
like
sure.
I had a moment where I was like, someone asked me not to call them that, and I was like, okay, what do I call you instead? Do I call you a cam streamer? And then I'm like, oh no, I can't call you that. That's
but
that
face
sounds like you
cam
do a very
streamer
specific kind of
sidesteps
content, which no
that.
shame, but you might not want to be associated with it. Disgusting flesh bag. Oh my god, doggy. Oh, that already exists, Gek. There's already a lot of people. Like, there's a TikTok filter which lets you put just your eyes and your mouth on top of a potato that wiggles around. That's already a thing. There's tons of sentient potato tubers. That's already a thing.
Oh my gosh. Imagine Hank Hill PNG tuber with his wife Jay Becky. That's really good.
That's good. But there's all sorts of jokes like this too, right? Like all sorts of fun puns and amazing jokes. Like I've seen there was at one point, I think there was a gun VTuber for a little while.
Yep, I remember that.
Was pretty
I think it was
insane.
basically somebody took the sort of just the stock live 2D gun in hand thing and put googly eyes on it.
Kinda, yeah, I think that happened. It's pretty funny. Like, I think gone are the days where we're gonna get a lot of VTubers that are just a random gimmick. It's like a funny bit.
Yeah,
I don't think that's gonna.
The
I think
market's a
that
little
era
bit
has
too
passed.
saturated.
Yeah, it got a little too saturated too fast, where people were like, "I'm a chicken nugget. I'm a gun. I'm a Tupperware. I am literally a ball of cheese." Like I think that era.
Did you
is
actually
going
see a
away.
ball of cheese VTuber?
No.
I'm okay. Well, that's the thing that I would have believed you if you had said yes.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it, but it was like, there's a lot. I could have missed something.
Yeah, and it's I'm not disparaging these people, right? But I'm saying, like, now doing something like that is more of a bit, right? Where like I'll turn myself into a stupid little baby as a funny hee-hee, but like, and I have a model where I turn into a cup, right? Like just like some foam in a cup, and that's a thing I can do, but that's not my main model, right? Like that's not the main thing we're doing. Or like, Ruru is not a Tupper tuber though. He turns into a ball now. He turns into boba. He's gonna get slurped up in your drink.
I apparently need to look up Ruru because I don't know who they are, but now I'm intrigued.
He is Shaderu VT. He's a cool friend of mine. He's a great dude. Great streamer too. And unfortunately, one of the truly afflicted male VTubers. Sorry, I won't cuss on stream. Do not say Ruru is horrible. Shut the fuck up. I swear to God. Kamui, oi. Got Kamui and Tome over there also being filthy male VTubers. I say this is a bit. That's not serious. Don't cancel me on Twitter. I swear to God. Jesus.
There
Oh
are
my
the ups and
God.
downs for sure of the community and the folks that do not understand. Yes, it's a bit.
Far longer. No! You're also a dog. You can't do this to me, Kamui. We have to stick together. Oh my God. It's a sentient tea bag. Oh, that's a new one. I've heard him called Booger Dog. I've heard you called Weed Dog, but sentient teabag is a new low. Tom, you have no room to talk. You're just a fucking sausage, and I'm gonna eat you later.
Wait a minute.
He's just
But
a sausage.
you just said that you couldn't have them be vorable.
But it's different. He
You just
has
said you were
little
gonna eat 'em.
sausage. No, he has little like hair things that just look like sausages, and he's made of Jello. It doesn't count. He's actually food. How dare you? I'm sorry. One of us is an actual. One of us is not food. One of us did not make ourselves vorable. Might I mention on purpose? So that's a self-report from you, Tom. Just saying. Oh my God. You know, it's funny though. Like I really love VTubing a lot, but like there's a lot of discussion that happens about it being such a female dominated space, or I guess like feminine presenting space, right? Because you have me and I'm not technically anything. I am an enigma. I refuse to be categorized, right? But like there's it's definitely interesting because it's like a subset of a very male dominated industry.
Yeah,
so like this
thing,
tiny slice of this primarily male driven space is now female driven, and people just are like imploding because they don't know what to do about it. And like, I mean, some of the best VTubers I know are also guys. Like, I don't really think that there's as much of an issue as people think.
No,
Like
it
overall,
is absolutely,
like if you actually look at the numbers,
yeah,
they're doing fine.
It-
You
it
guys
is-
are fine. But
yeah,
like,
there's so many things that people think are bigger problems than are actual problems, and things that people think aren't actual problems that are actual problems that are bigger than they realize.
Source, trust me, bro. But like, you know, like I agree, right? Like people blow problems out of proportion. Like the one problem I will say that I do know exists is there are people who actively don't want guys to get into VTubing, and that's fucked up. Like that should not be allowed. Like everyone should be allowed to do VTubing. Like the whole point of VTubing is that it gives people true creative and expressive freedom, and everyone should have access to that. Everyone should be able to do that if they want, you know?
Yeah, just
Everyone. I want more people to do VTubing. Like actually at the start of my career, when I was still a PNG tuber, I pushed a lot of my friends to become VTubers because like I sold them on the idea, and I did successfully turn quite a few people into VTubers.
that is something that I've found to be true of a lot of folks in the community, of just that, you know, it spreads of people seeing it's like, oh, that seems kind of fun, but I couldn't. And then as soon as one gets in, it's like, hey, so I now know where you can go for like a good, reliable model rigger. Where
or
you
like,
can get some
here's
artists.
free resources.
Yeah,
you can
here's
make a free
resources, man.
Vroid model. Here's some free to use models. Here's some pay to use ones that are really cheap and easy.
First one's
And,
always
like,
free.
Yeah, and like, you know, there were a lot of people where I convinced, and what was interesting to me is that a huge portion of the people I convinced were guys, but the people who were the easiest to convince were women, were female streamers. Where I was just like, because initially it's like, I'm like, here's my pitch, right? You don't have to dress up. You don't have to worry about how you look. You will always look nice on stream unless you want to look like a trash goblin. Like, I know a few VTubers who intentionally make themselves look disgusting, and I'm like,
but at that point, people
go
know
off,
it's
queen.
a design choice.
Yeah, it's a design choice, right? But like, there's so many women I talk to about it where I was like, you don't ever have to worry about how you look and all this other stuff. So they're like, I guess I'll just VTube. I'll do like PNG tubing on days where I don't feel like being on camera. And then it transitioned to, oh my God, I never need to put on makeup before I stream, and I can be a complete fucking goblin in my dirty t-shirt and my torn up sweatpants. This is so based. I was like, exactly. You don't even have to put on a bra. You can fucking free the tit, be wild, go crazy, be comfy.
that is legitimately just a lot of people say that, and honestly,
Mhm.
that was another consideration I had of, all right, I'm not going to be a VTuber, but I also chose to not have a camera of just,
Yeah.
I don't want to have to worry about it, and yeah, it's nice. It's very relaxing.
You're sitting on your chair. Put on pants at least. God, you fucking gremlins. Disgusting. Your body still produces oil and sweat, you nasty ass motherfuckers. People come at me for being a disgusting gremlin, but at least I keep my stuff clean. SMH.
Yeah.
Why the nervous laugh? What was
No,
that?
no, I'm looking at
What was that?
I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the chat of just imagine to have a powell down.
You are disgusting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine wearing clothes home.
Yeah.
I'm going to report you to your grandmother. I'm gonna
That's
call
a threat
her.
I haven't heard in a while.
I'm gonna tell your nana about your bad behavior.
There's some newspapers scattered about.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Jeez. Like, I mean, it also just like there's just so many levels to VTubing that make it so much more comfortable. And like, I say this knowing all the technical issues and having to deal with all the technical issues of VTubing, it's still easier and more comfortable to me than face camming. Like, oh my god.
Yeah,
Like, tech issues with VTubing are eternal and unavoidable. Like, I half expect my tracking to die at some point during this interview. I'm not gonna lie. At some point, my phone is gonna crash and I'm gonna have to restart it.
VTubing is literally streaming with extra steps and just exponentially more things that can go wrong. It is layering technical on the already pretty technical process of just streaming, baseline, and everything that goes in there. And then you're having this other potentially, resource intensive process going alongside it.
Yeah. Sounds like a really good idea. I can't see how this would go wrong.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong?
Gotta perfect that idle animation. Honestly, that is one of the small details of if you can get a good idle animation, that I see that as sort of a small quality thing. And that's something that as the years go by, I expect to see really get some interesting things of just sort of passive animations and things like that for just adding that extra bit of life, I suppose.
Yeah, like the animated breathing on models does a lot. Like, I know there's a problem with me, but like my model can hold very still, but that's because I'm a freak and I just don't move sometimes. I'm either moving constantly or I am holding perfectly still and I scare people. Like, there are times where like when I'm really focused on a game, I'll just be.
But you still have the tail movement. And, the little bit, you have the ear twitch. Yeah.
That's just me. I'm just holding still. Like, I don't even blink. Like, I half expect someone to just. At some point, I should add an audio redeem of
Renn, are they okay?
Because I'll just sit there with my eyes open, staring, like, at a video game, and it's mildly terrifying, I think. Oh.
Idle animation versus idle animation.
That's a good pun. That is excellent. Oh, let me slip into something more comfortable. Disassociates. That's me though. Oh man. Oh. But yeah, like it's god.
VTubing is a good thing, and it's not at the point of public consciousness yet. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I feel like it's going to be inevitable, and it's just a when, not an if. And I feel like it'll probably happen somewhere between 5 and 10 years from now. I don't think that it's just around the corner, but I don't think that it's going to take decades to get there.
Yeah, I would actually say I think it's probably closer than 5 years, because at least, like, maybe in the US it might take longer, But I mean, in other
Oh, yeah.
countries, it's already
It's there in Japan.
way into the norm.
Yeah.
And like, I feel like in the US, with how the US is, it'll probably become a normal staple and like become an aware thing in certain parts of America. Like, like in, you know, bigger cities, like especially California, this is going to become a very well-known term that people are just going to be able to understand. But like, other parts of the US, namely the middle, the southern like hemisphere, and some parts of some northern sections of the US, I don't expect them to really hear or know too much about VTubing for a while, at least in the public sense. Like there's tons of people I know who watch from those areas, but in terms of it becoming part of the more normie public consciousness deal where you could hear it talked about on the news, I doubt that will happen probably for a long time in the US, because the US likes to not talk about new stuff.
Yeah.
For a long
VTubing's
time.
about to pop off in rural Arkansas. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of creators who live out there, you know.
Oh yeah, that I know a fair few who live in more rural areas, and the reason they got into content creation in VTubing is because they live in rural areas where there's not much to do.
They're bored. There's nothing but corn here. What else am I supposed to do? I expect VTubing to become more well-known, at least in California and Hawaii first, honestly, just because of how much crossover culture there is with Asia.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
In those two states. More, because I feel like California and Hawaii have a lot more Asian culture crossover than other states in the US.
It is like just physically closer.
Yeah, physically closer, and we already have a large population of, you know, like Americans who are like, you know, their family are from those areas, right?
Yeah.
Versus like, you know, obviously like if there was some Italian culture boom, that's definitely gonna hit the East Coast first before it hits California, because there's not that many Italians over here.
Yeah, you don't have little Tokyo in Florida.
No. But we have one in like every major city here in California. Like there's one in San Jose, there's one in San Francisco, there's one in LA. Like they're everywhere, you know, like because there's a lot of people who immigrated to California or Hawaii, or like I know there's a sizable population in like New York City, of course.
New York, you're gonna get everything because it's New York. Yeah,
it's New York. It's the center of commerce, right? So like, of course, but you know, like other states, not so much.
Yeah.
But I can see it becoming more common around here. Like I think Bart in California has a VTuber, actually. That happened a little while back.
Bart I remember seeing about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That for those who don't know, Bart is the Bay Area Rail Transport Association or something. Bottom line, it's their rail, their metro, their subway.
Just like Bart.
Yeah. Monorail.
Yeah. The train tuber. Yeah, we have it. That's a thing in California now, which is why I'm like, I could see this becoming something that's talked about on the news here in California in like 2-3 years, probably. Not 5. I could see it happening much sooner. Like, of course, there could be a time delay, right? But given that a lot of streamers live in California and like the LA area, right? Like / a lot of people, when they get big in content creation, move to LA because that's, you know, where a lot of connections are. That means eventually a lot of VTubers are going to move to LA.
Yep.
And that means that's eventually going to become public knowledge. And that means that's eventually going to be talked about on the news because they're going to become bigger celebrities. And Hollywood loves to talk about celebrities. Hollywood loves to talk about people who have a big crowd of attention on them, which is why I think it'll like the speed will really depend on how fast the biggest VTubers in the US grow, and if a lot of them keep moving out of the US, right? Because like I think some of the biggest VTubers are not actually American. Like a lot of them are British and a lot of them are Canadian.
Yeah, British,
not actually
Canadian,
American.
Couple in Australia.
Yep.
And obviously
there's a lot of American ones, but the biggest well-known ones, at least when I'm like, oh, where's this VTuber from? Like, especially corporate VTubers who are going to probably show up on public news before indies. Like, they're all like, oh yeah, they're Canadian, they're British, and I'm like, huh, or, interesting.
Or Japanese.
Yeah, or Japanese. But like, for at least the English-speaking scene, right? Like, they're typically not American, at least from what I've seen. I could be wrong because I don't have numbers, you know, and there's all sorts of biases. in your brain because your brain is dumb.
Bottom line is, there's a lot, and that's part of the cool thing. And I'm kind of interested, actually, if we will see potentially. You mentioned that when people get big, that conventional entertainment industry behavior is to go to LA, because you're right, there are connections there. But part of me wonders if you're actually going to see that less specifically for VTubers, because they're virtual, in that you want to be in LA if you're a physical content creator, someone who is being, in productions where you are on camera and therefore need to be there physically. And since that's not the case for VTubers, that is there actually that level of benefit of being in LA physically, especially when it's, really high rent and just, cost of living in general is going to be more expensive there because it is a highly populated metropolitan area. And
so I would say yes, because off collabs are still a pretty popular thing amongst VTubers.
You see a lot of folks make trips for that, not necessarily needing to live there for off collabs.
True, but trips are expensive. And the other reason I think you would probably see it is because this is actually an issue I know several VTubers have had. Getting physical access to technology involved in VTubing is hard, especially if you live outside the US. There are some things that you would consider very simple and easy to get your hands on that are just not possible to get outside the US. PS5s, nope, not happening. In a lot of places, you just can't get them still. But in the US, totally easy can get them. Graphics cards, easy to get in the US. Even easier if you're somewhere in a big population center like LA, because there are a lot of places that will ship to you.
Yeah.
And ship to you quickly is the other thing.
That's fair.
And if you need specialized equipment, you need to be in a city where they can get it to you. Oh, you want a vocal booth? Well, you better hope that somewhere will ship to you. Yeah, binaural microphones. You want to have access. You want to be able to go to a studio to do specific audio recording or something, or you want to have full body motion capture. Okay, good luck.
Yeah, that
right?
is for full body motion capture and recording. That for VTubers who are into music production, those are the ones absolutely that are going to go to LA. Also, I do need to take a slight diversion. We have a very important question from Goonie. Can we confirm how stinky Renn is?
I'm not stinky. Fuck you, Goonie. Sick of this fucking plushie acting up like he can fucking talk. I'm gonna shred you again later. Ow.
There was a fun instance last night where you just had your chat invade his and spam the throw redeem. That was fun. That was very fun.
Yes. Well, he keeps invading my stream while he's live. It's my stream.
He's doing
Get
it
out
now.
of my stream, Goonie.
He's followed you all the way to VTuber Talk. Hi, Goonie. Welcome in.
I love you, Goonie.
He says, imagine needing a vocal booth. Honestly, one of my biggest secrets, I have had a quote-unquote vocal booth since day one, because I live in a studio apartment with walls that, add reverb. My vocal booth is literally a pillow and blanket fort.
Yep.
That I have around me, a couple of shelves and a couple of monitors, and just I set up pillows along these walls that I have created. For the first year or so of VTuber Talk, I used just a literal comforter, a normal comforter. I upgraded and bought, it was $80 for this really big soundproof blanket, which isn't as insulating, so I'm not getting as hot, and it's also just actually blocking sound better. But that's my secret, and the only thing I actually paid for was the soundproof blanket, and that was after a while, and that's my secret to getting clean audio. You can get a vocal booth of just, put shit around you. That's all you need to do.
Yeah. Just be in a smaller space.
Yep.
But then you have the problem, right? It's the heat produced. I might need to step up for a minute to open the door to my room now that my dog is no longer barking, because I have my PC running, and that is more effective. I don't have a heater in the winter turned on because this PC generates so much freaking heat that it heats up the entire apartment. Oh my God, I'm dying.
What I do is sometimes just when I'm not the one talking, that I will lift up the blanket for a little bit, let air circulate, because you are right that it can get a little toasty in here, even if it's not an insulating blanket. So that's the other sort of behind the scenes, and why it's nice to not have a camera, because also a camera wouldn't work in this nice vocal booth setup when I'm covered by a blanket. It would look real weird.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just in a dark little cave.
Yeah, and then I'd
Oh,
have to worry about like, all right, I need to make a nice looking background, and nah, not worth it. Not worth it.
mm-hmm. Literally got an air conditioner installed this past summer because the computer was literally overheating the ambient temps with ventilation. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Like that's the thing, right? Is you're running so much stuff on your PC that it generates a lot of heat when you're doing streaming. Like even just regular streaming, it generates a ton of heat, and then you layer everything on top, and it just gets absolutely insane. Oof.
Fortunately, my apartment has pretty good air circulation in general, so my PC has
Mhm.
not caused any issues like that. But I also live in an area that just gets pretty hot depending on the time of year. And fortunately, my air conditioning is very reliable. But the summers can get a bit rougher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, but talking about like why moving, right? The other issue, right, is like physical access to assistance, right? Because like setting
Mm,
certain things up physically is difficult.
very
And
true.
especially since a huge portion of the VTubers I know are physically, how you say, built badly. Like a lot of us are in a situation where it's like I would need physical assistance to set things up, and I don't know how, right? So like being in physical proximity is still a plus, because while I don't need to be on camera for filming, what if I need help setting up my new computer setup? What if I need help building a PC? What if I need help mounting monitors on a wall? What if I need help even figuring out how to do this stuff? What if I need help figuring out how to set up a full body motion capture effective studio for a 3D model? What if I need help setting up a VR set like room to be a more effective stream space, right? Like what if I
Yeah.
need those things? Like those that you can't you can, but it is insanely difficult to try and guide someone through that over the phone.
Yeah, and even if it's not California, that you're going to want to be in a major metropolitan area where you have access to those types of services, or just
Mm-hmm.
the types of big box stores, whether it be a micro center or something where you're able to get that more reliably.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Like, and so that's why I think there will still kind of eventually be a move. And also, like, while it's not necessary, if all your friends live in LA because now you have a bunch of
That's true.
friends
That
through your
that'll
job,
that's an
you're gonna
interesting.
want to move there because you don't want to only be hanging out with your friends digitally. Even though most of us VTubers are incredibly socially anxious, shut-in, recluse weirdos, like I still like having cat hangouts with my friends, and that is one thing that I know. Like, there's a couple of my friends who do live close enough to me, and that we're able to go physically hang out places or go over and hang out at each other's houses, and that's nice. And like that's good. And then I have friends who are so physically far away they could never spend time with me, or like getting over here to do a visit and actually hang out is an incredibly expensive commitment. And I know it makes me sad because they can't do that, and it makes them sad because they feel sad and left out when everyone else gets to hang out and watch a movie at like my place and they can't, and there's that. That is still always going to be an issue, is if your friends all start congregating in one area and you're the one person who can't be there, it's sad.
I think
And
that's actually more likely to have an impact than anything else. That
Mhm.
I acknowledge that all the things we discussed are factors, and that those can be part of it. But I think you actually have a really good point there, that it being, once you see others start to move, wanting to be in closer proximity, that if somebody's able to find like a good area, that you hear of folks actually just getting streaming houses where everyone there
Yeah.
has it because somebody found a good place that is able to either be in a nice area or have good internet connection.
Yeah. We've got good internet and space to do stuff, and it's affordable. Mhm.
Yeah. and
Pizza,
that,
pasta, put me in a box, ship me to her house, and put me in the walls. Yeah, and like it's that's like everyone. A lot of people make fun of the streamer house. Like Hina and I previously guested here, right? Like Hina and I
Yep.
had a whole discussion on stream once where she was like, we were watching, I think it was Kick-Assy, and she was like, this is what a streamer house would be. And I was like, shut up, like a VTuber house. And she was like, no, you need to accept this is what it would be. And I'm like, I don't care, shut up. It wouldn't be like this, it would be great. And she's like, no, it'd be terrible. And I was like, no, it would be cringe, and we would all be cringe and stinky, And she's like, well, what the fuck is the point? What do you want to just live in your cave and never see me? I'm like, no, I want to be able to walk past your room. It means something.
Yeah, I want to be able.
It means something if I can randomly see you in the kitchen at 3 a.m. and be like, hi, and then go back to my room. That matters.
I want to live in the same cave as you.
Exactly.
I want to not leave the
I told
cave.
you what happened. I told you. I knew this would happen every fucking time. Ah! Stall. Oh my god, I can't even turn off my phone. This is great. I love streaming. I love VTubing. This is great. I fucking knew it would happen. I predicted it.
The inevitability, yes. Actually,
how could this happen to me? I made no mistakes. This fucking program doesn't work.
And we're back. That was a good turnaround.
Oh, I've gotten very good at rebooting my entire phone at maximum velocity. I'm just...
And honestly, you realized that it had broken before I did. You were just like ducking down, saying like stall for time. It took me a half second to register. Oh wait, the tracking broke.
Oh yeah, I've gotten very good. Especially like there are times where if I'm not looking at my model because I'm looking at a game, right? I don't notice it, and then I'll glance over. Like, how long have I been frozen? Why did no one tell me? I've just been like, for
but
like
that doesn't help when
minute.
you already have times when, like you were saying, you just go still anyways, and people think, oh, they're just being still.
Renn's just having a disassociation moment. A lot of times it seems like it's on purpose. Ah! Screaming, crying. Oh my god.
What do you think is the longest time that you've gone with things breaking and you not noticing?
Probably 2-3 minutes.
Okay, that's not too egregious.
I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but like if you're actually watching it,
yeah, I suppose.
right? As if you were, it becomes longer than a minute becomes quite egregious. Like,
yeah, I suppose.
I think one of the worst things that happened is I kept talking to my stream without realizing that my internet had gone down for like 2 minutes, and I was like,
oh no,
oh god! And then I like went to my phone, turned off Wi-Fi so I could use cellular, and I had bad cell signal at my place, so that wasn't great either. That was desperately typing in the chat, going, when did it die? Oh god!
The day where the subathon timer didn't tick down.
Oh yeah, there was a day where the subathon timer wasn't decreasing for like, and I had been streaming for like 8 hours and no one noticed. And then I think it was Mingo who was like, wait, is the timer not going down? And I was like, huh? Because by the way, this was when the timer was at over 1,000 hours, I think. And I literally went, excuse me? I think I just cried.
Was it still going up at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so at the very least, I feel like that's an easier fix, because if you miss increases, then you have to go back to the record and be like, all right,
but what happened was I had to pause it because my timer got so high that I wasn't easily able to like edit time in anymore because it went over 1,000 hours. So I had to manually go into the text file that it reads from and edit that. So because I had to do that, I had to pause the timer. So then I had to work back through the stream and figure out when I had paused the timer to edit it without unpausing it. And that took a while.
We're going back to check the tape.
Like I couldn't, it took so long and I was like, I'm gonna cry. I'm actually just gonna start crying. I can't do this. Oh my god, which time? Yeah, that happened more than once. There was more than once. Like there was a stream one time where I didn't start the timer at all. That was the easiest one to fix, because I streamed for like 10 hours and then realized I hadn't started the timer and I was like, oh fucking god.
At least at that point you can just say, all right, how long was the stream? Deduct that amount.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, there was fortunately not a time when I didn't have it launched, but there's of course all the times where I did have it launched and it didn't work. And then I had to manually add time, or the time when I was like, oh god, I didn't fix the times the day before, so all the time has been adding frenzy time, which is quintuple the rates of the normal rate. So I've accidentally let people add like 12 hours to the timer, And at this point, I'm too tired and broken inside to do the math to figure out
edit
how
it
much time to remove. And I just went, fuck it.
Yes, we're here now.
Whatever. And I just put the times back down and was like, you can't have frenzy today. That's the cost.
Oh, that's fair.
Whatever. I mean, once your timer goes over like 300 hours, 600 hours, and then 1,000 hours, time ceases to have meaning and nothing matters anymore. And you cease to care. You're just like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Don't care.
As we established earlier in this very show, time isn't real. Reality is an illusion. Buy gold.
Buy gold! Okay, bye!
Bye.
Oh my god.
I do appreciate folks getting those Gravity Falls references. I'm not even like a diehard Gravity Falls fan, but that line just always stuck with me.
It's just, it's so iconic. It's so good.
I don't remember the name of the person who was playing Bill Cipher, but you could tell they were having the time of their lives. That they were just having so much fun. And that has to have been something fun to write as well for a character as just off the wall as Bill Cipher. Oh, it was Alex Hirsch actually playing Bill? Okay, that makes me even happier that the creator got to just go off the walls with it.
Like, there's a great video of Alex Hirsch, like his messages back and forth with like Disney standards and practices or something.
I've seen
whatever
some of
it is.
those.
And it's hilarious. It's hilarious, like looking at the videos of them, like the narrated messages between him and Disney, just being like, you can't have this, it's not appropriate, and he's just like, why not? And then my favorite fucking thing is them being like, not approved by, like, they're like, fine, we won't put a kissing party on the, like, on the thing, but we're gonna put, we're gonna write not approved by S&P instead. And they're like, this is not approved by S&P. And he's like, what's wrong with it then? Tell me what's wrong with it.
Yeah,
Next email. This has been approved by S&P.
The whole concept of, tell me why this is wrong. Like, what makes this inappropriate? And just that they don't want to explain it.
Well, it's just the reason they didn't want him to do it is because they were upset because he was very clearly needling them. And then he's like, well, tell me where I broke the rules, asshole. And they're like, fine.
We don't want to deal with you anymore. We don't want to deal with you anymore, so we're going to approve it.
He didn't break the rules, so they can't force him to remove it. Oh, my God.
Oh, what a guy,
good.
what a guy.
Incredible.
That was a wonderful show, and just, it didn't overstay its welcome. He knew that he wanted it to have a beginning, middle, and end, and he saw the beginning, middle, and end, and that, you know, sometimes your creators sort of being needled by their networks of just like, hey, you're really successful, we want you to make more. That prolifically happens, like, in the anime and the manga industry, when you have these run-ons, and an author might be like, I want to finish it, and then the publisher's like, but it's so successful and it's making us a lot of money, and we're going to offer you so much that you really can't refuse at that point. And that's when you can sometimes see things decline. But he had his thing, he did his thing, and good series. Another series you mentioned to me while we were talking, which you did not explain to me in any regard, and I asked you not to explain it to me because you gave me this one-liner. You mentioned you were like, oh, you know, I read every so often. There's some books I like, and you're like, but you don't want me talking about the gay kung fu romance novels. And I said, yes, Renn, I do want you talking about the gay kung fu romance novels. What are the gay kung fu romance novels? I'm so curious. I've been waiting all week for this.
Okay, so there's this.
Your reaction alone makes this worth it.
So the equivalent to BL in China is called Danmei, right? The gay was. I could talk forever about the gay emperor in China, who is the reason that the term cut sleeve exists. But there's a genre called Danmei in China, and the equivalent, like wuxia, I can't pronounce Chinese at all, and I can't read. I think it's pinyin is the way you describe how like Chinese is written in the phonetic alphabet, right? Like the Roman phonetic alphabet.
I believe so.
And I can't read that either. So it's called like wuxia, which is basically their version of like high fantasy, effectively. So all of these gay kung fu novels, for lack of a better description, is like that's how I describe it in common terms. But it's basically martial arts high fantasy, where it's actually using like you know, that kind of stuff from Chinese culture, where like if you like what you're called as a cultivator and you can do magic and stuff, kind of like sort of, but like it's martial arts. Like martial arts and magic are kind of mixed together. And yeah. So there's an author I like to read. Her abbreviation of her full name, because I can't read her full name because it's really fucking long, is MXTX, and she writes a lot of books that I really enjoy reading that are really good. And she's actually, all of her books have been adapted and animated so far. She's had 3 different series. My favorite is the Scum Villain one, which no one else likes, and it's my favorite.
Scum Villain?
Don't look at it. Don't look. If you want to look at one, you can look. Don't look. Don't stop. You need to look. Don't. The one to look at is Mao Dao Zushi, that one, which is Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, which is so popular that it actually spawned a live-action TV series called Untamed, The Untamed, which is really, really good. It's like, I mean, but I hate looking at real people. So I didn't watch that, but I watched the anime that they had, which recently concluded, which is really good. And then she also wrote Heaven's Official Blessing.
And I know that one got an anime. I didn't see it,
Yes.
but I heard about it.
It's very good. Though I will say Heaven's Official Blessing is like the least favorite one I have out of everything she's written. Not because it's bad, but because it's basically like all of her stories, it becomes more apparent as she writes like more stuff, but like all of her stories, if you actually think about them, are quite sad. Like they're actually quite sad. They have a lot of really excellent comedy and they're very funny. But they're a little depressing if you start thinking about it too hard, or at least the history of the characters is incredibly sad. They get to have a happy story and a happy ending, but it's actually quite upsetting. Like the trials that some of these characters go through, it's really sad. But with Heaven's Official Blessing, that one she wrote as a much more, instead of romance focused, it was a much more like political intrigue novel, and it's way longer and it's way sadder. Like a huge portion of the series is basically you following a character along as they go through literal hell for hundreds of years, and it's just like they routinely lose and lose and lose and lose, and not like in a fun way where like they're gaining skills. It's just like, no, they just repeatedly are beaten down into the dirt over and over and over, and terrible things keep happening to them over and over and over, and it's just really depressing. And like it's really interesting, but it's so sad that I can't really get into it, versus her other ones, which are primarily a comedy, but then as soon as you actually start paying attention, you're like, oh, this is really sad. Like in Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, without providing too many spoilers, like the main couple, one of them has been secretly in love with the other. I know, very, very original, but like one of them has been secretly in love with the other for forever, but because he's not the best at expressing himself, that has never been clear, and he was perceived as an enemy. He basically decided to forsake his entire life and reputation and his relationship with his family to try to help this person, who then commits suicide, like dies. Yeah, like he lived an incredibly tragic, like he was a very good person, but because he wasn't willing to play politics, he made a million enemies and ended up in a very bad situation, and he ended up killing himself. And like he gets like, so that's not the spoiler, because like this guy is the main character of the book series, because where it starts off is he's been resurrected against his will, and he's just like, what the fuck, why am I alive again? and the whole point of the story is him slowly realizing that the other guy, who he kind of always thought was like mildly his enemy, or at least always judging his actions, because he basically used forbidden magic, like dark magic, where he resurrected corpses. He was basically a necromancer. And in the book, she actually talks about a lot of the really fucked up stuff he did. Like, she doesn't shy away from having her characters do genuinely kind of evil actions, like that they censor out of all the cartoons, because China has a lot of very strict censorship laws for the anime, I guess. But she just objected. It's like, oh yeah, he tortured a lot of people and he did a lot of really, really bad stuff, like for good reasons, but he still objectively killed a lot of people and wasn't the perfect. But it's like I'm over here scrambling, trying to be like, it's more than the fact that two boys are kissing, I swear. There's interesting plot.
So I guess, and the Grandmaster part is the Kung Fu part.
Yes. Where, like, in that one, they're doing less physical hand-to-hand fighting and more magic. Though there is a lot of stuff where basically they're fighting with swords. So, like, there's some stuff where if you're not familiar with the yes, they're not webcomics, Nagi, they're books. Leave me alone. But like, there's some stuff where, like, if you're not familiar with these things, it can come off as kind of weird. Like, one of the first things that when I saw, I genuinely snorted. I laughed a little bit, and then I got used to it. Is these people ride on their swords like skateboards? They fly on their swords. That's like a common thing in wuxia. Like, people, like, their swords have souls in them and spirits.
But yeah, that's one.
And so, like, they'll just hop on their swords, and like when you're reading it, you're like, yeah, that's fine, that's cool. And then you see it animated, and you're like, his fucking sword's a skateboard. Look at him go.
Did they try that in the live action, or was the live action?
Yes. Yes.
God. I feel like that's gonna look way weirder in live action. No, oh, there we go again. Please stand by.
No, man. Oh, why does this happen to me?
Actually, somebody go and I've only ever tried this a couple times and it usually doesn't work. Can somebody go to Renn's channel and do a redeem? Any redeem?
Oh, it won't work right now because I don't have those programs turned on. I can turn them on though if you want.
Your choice, because we will invite chaos, and I wouldn't mind chaos. There was one time when a guest had it on and forgot it was on, so somebody started to redeem something in the middle of a conversation, and there was the moment of realization, and it is one of the times I don't know if I've ever laughed harder on stream, like, from that moment. Okay, so does not work. Okay.
It's up now. It should work now. I just have to launch programs.
Whoa, there was a bit of lag there. Let's see if this works. Hey, okay. Yeah, we got head pats. So we'll see how this goes. We may or may not deactivate it later, but there you go, folks. We are giving you, at least for the moment, a bit of free reign, and I'm just sort of waiting on this delay of, okay, how will this go?
Someone did the one redeem. I can fucking hear the music.
Oh, so it doesn't work on there. Whoa. Oh, yeah.
Oh, they gremlined me.
Oh. Well, honestly, I was going to actually mention the gremlin model at some point anyways. This works just nice. I love that you have the back and forth. There's plenty of gremlin models, but like that little skittering.
The skitter. My favorite expression with this model is genuinely this.
Oh my!
The big ol' snot glove.
One of the clips from the other day that I shared on Twitter, actually right before the stream of, don't get the bad end, where it was this perfect progression of someone, while you had this model up, used the throw lots of stuff redeem. You then went into that expression, and then someone redeemed and got the bad ending one with just the sad music, and perfect confluence of redeems right there.
yeah, no, it's there. Like I said, this is why I love streaming, because like there are certain things. Thank you. There are some things that I would never think to do myself that happen because my chat decides to combine redeems at like the perfect moment.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm gonna be real, I'm not so insanely smart that I'd be like, oh yes, this is exactly what would go well here. You know, like there are times where redeems just coincide so perfectly and organically that they become like
Yeah.
it just becomes better.
Yeah, and just the whole fact that, like you said, you can't script that stuff, you can't think of that stuff, but you put out these little things, these different tools, these different toys, and you're like, each of these on their own already is going to be pretty amusing, and that just every so often you get those moments of brilliance where it couldn't be planned, but inevitably over time, you know, you're going to have those moments. Oh, big zoom. Zoom, big.
The gremlin just has such threatening energy.
Does. What was the idea initially when you requested that little, you know, skittering, zooming?
Oh,
You know,
so
'cause-
the skitter is actually something that Mossy does on every single one of these models.
Okay, because
that
I've
they
only
make.
seen a couple of
Mhm.
Mossy's models, and that's probably why that
Yeah.
I'm
On the gremlins, the skitter is automatically in there. Actually, the thing that Mossy experiments with is that's not it. Where is it? Hold on. Nope. 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 There we go. There, I found the button. Where they just, Mossy will be like, I'm gonna pick a food for you, and that's gonna be your head. I'm like,
random
"Base."
inclusion, one food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really wish I had been like a macaron or
Aw.
something other than apple, because the only joke that's arisen from this that everyone does to me is apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur, and I'm like,
Oh.
fuck you! The next person to call me a bottom is getting banned! I swear to God!
Although I realize I missed a couple follows. Mr. Tushi1 and Bailey DL79, thank you for the follows.
I'm going to open my door quickly because I am melting.
Yes,
Well,
go
I
right
get
ahead.
head pet.
Please do not melt. Please stand by. And actually, you know what? I'm going to go and give Renn a shout out while we're waiting. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Hope you're enjoying the show so far.
Okay. No longer melting. I'm alive.
Yay, living is good. Living is very
Yay! Okay.
Uh, good. And speaking of Mr. Chuchi, they mention a Lovecraft model. I don't think I've seen a Lovecraft model.
Oh, my horror model. Yeah, hold on. I can switch to that.
Because I've seen the Gremlin one plenty of times, and I've seen like the little blobby one plenty of times. Whoop.
Take a minute.
Wait for it.
Wait. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Wait.
I haven't seen this one before. Oh,
Yep.
oh my.
Mm-hmm.
I like the jacket.
So
That's
if you want to
really-
see something cool, ow, no hitting. So you know how a lot of people have like little TTS things that they have, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That can talk for them,
Oh,
like as a
does that-
separate part
does
of the
that-
model.
Mouth. Oh, that's great.
My second mouth talks. But yes, I can also, hold on. I can turn off all the eyes so I can look reasonably normal except for my, oh.
Oh.
Sorry, someone just did it. Like, I turned it off. Nom nom nom. But yes, there's this is my more eldritchy model, which I can do cool stuff like this.
Yeah, I've just never actually seen that one for, I guess, just hasn't been redeemed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I didn't plan to have this many models so fast after debut. I
Very
had a
few
couple
people
in the
I've
hopper.
found.
Yeah. I had a couple in the hopper, and then my friend Ink Curry just randomly decided that he was gonna make stuff for me, and including one time where I was like, hey, can I commission you for this funny little gimmick thing? And he was like, oh yeah, sure. And then he just made it and gave it to me, and I was like, oh wait, so how much do I owe you? And he was like, what do you mean? You didn't commission me. Sorry, bye. And I'm like, you fucking bitch. Get
We
back
never
here.
signed a contract. There was no commission.
Exactly. He does that shit to me all the time, the little fucker. That bitch is squatting in my cafe. Excuse you, this is the Rennslyaer franchise of the Valentine Cafe. I don't know what you're talking about. This is my cafe. It belongs to me now.
Actually, Renn had
Prove me
mentioned
wrong.
that, like, before we started the show, that there actually was a mention of this being a well-used cafe. So yeah, franchise. That don't worry,
Exactly.
that they're not squatting. You still have your cafe. You'll find that it is perfectly in one piece. Definitely hasn't burned down. There was no arson committed. Nothing. You can't prove anything. Don't worry about it.
Look into my eyes. You know it's true. Yes.
Kriarka, brr, yes.
I just want the hypnotoad noises.
Maybe that could be one for the what redeem.
Mm-hmm. Boo! Add hypnotoad on there. You love this stream. You love this stream. But yes, we got that. We've got Oh, you want? Should I show off the most cursed thing I have?
By all means.
Boop. Hello.
Okay, yes, I have seen this one. It hits that perfect line of cursed and adorable because like the little smiley face is so nice.
Yay! Yeah! Pet the stump! Let's go! Fuck yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Behold my power! It grows! Oh my god.
You were mentioning,
Oh my
I forget,
God.
you were mentioning that you have a friend who uses the feet tag. You're able to actually legitimately do that though with this model.
Yes. I can also show my feet on my main model. It's a legendary card that I have where I will show my my bare toesies, my grippers, no socks, no shoes, pure grippers, baby. But thankfully, my chat, while being degenerate, is not that degenerate as to request feet very often. There was only one person who would occasionally request feet. There's one other person who I know wishes I would show feet, but he doesn't have the ability to force me to show feet. So I'm safe.
For now.
For now, yeah. Besides, my main appeal is my thighs. Let's see, what else we got? We got the classic, yeah, this one.
Oh yeah.
Baby. I had someone call me a pickle the other day. I was so offended. And that's the baby. That's the baby.
That's the baby.
I'm just a wibble wobble baby with my little stumpers. Spin the baby.
See, things that face cam streamers can't do. They can't spin themselves.
Oh, I didn't actually show off a thing I can do with this model though. Hold on. It's taking a minute. Sorry for the green screen. Oh, there I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Allow me to show off. Where is it? Wait, no, that's not it. Hold on. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Truly become drippy, and I got smoke coming out of me.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like the shading on this one. This is very nice.
Mm-hmm. Now, this one was done by Sin Williams, who does a lot of monster stuff. I love Sin stuff.
Ooh.
But yes. My
I hope
power
Renn doesn't have a
grows.
stuffy little nose.
What do you mean a stuffy little nose? What the fuck do you mean? Oh, because my nose is red.
Oh yeah, I
No,
guess I can see that.
It's just because I won't stop itching at my nose. That's why it's red. Hi, Holly. I have a dog here now. Hi.
Welcome back, Holly.
He's finally been unbanned from the room because I had to open the door. So, of course, now he thinks he's allowed to be in here as much as he wants.
Hey,
He's
like
a
I
common
said,
stream guest.
Yeah, not the first time that we have had a fluffy friend as a guest on Vtuber Talk.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Now I will switch back to the classic. Woo! This might take a minute.
Please stand
the
by.
load time. Oh, the load time. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Didn't plan to have the fashion show there, but still, that was very fun.
Yes. Oh.
I remember you actually used the ears functionally in a stream the other day as a visual indicator of when you were discussing spoilers about something. Of like, all right, that the ear's gonna be up when we're doing spoilers, and you go on and mute until you see the ear go down.
Mm-hmm. Which I think, like, I like doing that because it makes it a lot. Because I know I want to be able to discuss things that I want to talk about, but I also understand people not wanting to know spoilers, for example.
Yeah.
So, like, my general thing is, like, what's an easy way to indicate to people when they should and shouldn't pay attention? It can't be auditory because they're
Yeah,
muted.
'cause they
So, like,
can't.
just do
Yep.
something simple. Like, when my ears are up, we're discussing spoilers. If you don't want to hear it, mute.
Yeah.
You know, if my ears go back down, then we're back and we're free and clear.
And one of the other advantages is, since lip tracking isn't perfect one-to-one with VTubing, that, you know, if you're watching a face cam streamer talk and you're good at reading lips, even if you have the audio off, you could potentially still like see something. But this allows folks to keep watching you, keep watching whatever game you're playing, and not have to worry about that.
Tell him about the eyeball. We're not talking about the eyeball, Nagi. No. God. We'll leave that one be.
For another day. You'll have to go to Renn's stream to get that one.
Oh, God. Oh, man. There's been a lot of cursed art drawn of me, but never at my request. It's always something that one of my friends was like, hee hee, look what I drew. And I'm like, why? Why did you do this? Why?
Artist friends are very powerful. They know they can just do those things. I say this as someone who has no artistic abilities whatsoever.
Yeah, my chat did vote on 2 of them because my best friend in her typical fashion came on my stream and was like, all right, people, I'll draw one of 2 horrific things of Renn. Which one do you want? And I was like, what do you mean? What? No, why? And she's like, if you give Renn this much money, I will draw Renn inflation or Renn something else. And I was like, why would you do this in the first place? Anyway, so so one of those things exists now, and I'm not happy. I will forever suffer. But when I asked my best friend, I was like, why would you do this to me? She went, someone's got to keep you humble. And I was like, you fucking bitch! What the fuck? Oh no, how terrible. Where? So I can avoid it. You disgust me! God! I swear to God.
Incredible.
Yes, but no, I mean, for people, like, I love when people, like, there's been jokes made about, like, my content in not a disparaging way, but in, like, there's been some people who have known me since the start. Like, one of them made like an iceberg meme, and it was like Renn when they started streaming, and then you go 2 levels down, that's Renn 2021, and then the true Renn is like so far beneath the iceberg.
I feel like that's like, any streamer though.
I've become so much more cursed though, like, because what it is talking about like how cursed I am, and I'm like, listen, I control myself very intensely for stream. Like, I keep myself, for lack of a better word, on a very tight leash when I'm on stream, because I don't want to be too weird. People are gonna that would be oof. Like, I'm not going into details about the gay kung fu novels that I read them for, because I definitely read them for the storyline. That's true. I care about the emotional connection of the characters. However, the reason I'm reading them is not that, and we all know it, but we don't gotta talk about it.
We don't need to say the quiet part out loud.
Exactly.
Except for when we do.
Just pretend. I will say they're actually very good romance novels. They're very, very, very good character stories, and they're interesting. I like them. I wouldn't like them if they didn't have good plot. I'm just saying. I do. Kamui, you don't have to say that out loud. Fuck you. Fuck you. God, this is just like when I played DMC5, and I was like, I love V. He's my favorite. And one of my friends was like, that's only because he looks like if you blew hard enough in his direction, he'd turn into dust. And I was like, yes. And everyone got on my case about it. I'm like, this is why I don't open up to you people. You bully me. But like, people who are like, Renn's not that cursed. And then I'm like, if you think Paper is cursed, because she is just objectively very open about being a scrungly goddamn little demon creature from hell. And then I'm just like, I'm worse than Paper. In truth, I am more deranged. I just keep myself under control better. Like, Paper will be out here being like, I'm gonna draw you having an evil nut. And then people are like, what the fuck? And I'm just like, yeah, that's my best friend. We've been friends since we were babies. Shut up about Venom! Shut up, Irregular! Shut up! Shut up! Silence! Shut your whore mouth! I don't want to hear it. Anyway.
Trying to decide how mean I want to be.
No! No. Let's just say, okay, there's a reason why my eldritch form is made of goo. Okay, there, it's out there. Okay, there.
Gotcha.
There. Now you know. Okay. Oh yes. Well, Saber's not me. That's just you all letting Paper live her dream of drawing me with massive titties and a fat ass. Like what? That's not even cursed. That's just horny. Those things are different. Okay. Like, if you talk about loving giant tentacle goo monsters specifically because they have no shape, people get weird about it. You talk about wanting to fuck the Sarlacc pit one time and no one ever lets it go. God, I hate it here. All these fucking people being cowards where they're like, I love monster girls. I'm like, oh, what you mean is you like a bitch with cat ears, you fucking coward? No, if there's no risk of death, it's not monster fucking.
That is a great tagline right there.
You better come out maimed if you fucking a monster. You better lose something physically or mentally. You have to come out of that missing something, or it's not a real monster. It's just a normal person with extra steps. Cowards. Cowards. There needs to be a risk of death. Yes! It's a monster! You think you're safe if you fuck a xenomorph? No! That's the appeal! You coward! You want the girl guy girl completely inside you, not the other way around. See, Imrathlos is based. Imrathlos understands. Well, listen, the monster's always into it. That's the point. You're talking about an entire different genre. No, listen, there's 3 important rules, okay? The 3 rules, which I think someone applied to like Star Trek or something. It's like, are they of appropriate age? Are they able to communicate? Are they interested? Those 3 things are required, okay? As long as you have those 3, bam, you're Gucci. The Harkness test, yes! Exactly. Oh, it's Doctor Who. It's Doctor Who. I thought that was Star Trek, yeah. But apparently it's Doctor Who. Well, there you go. The Harkness test. Yeah, exactly. That's the test you got to apply to a monster. Listen, I'm pretty sure that a xenomorph is sentient enough that if it stopped trying to murder me, we could have a talk and maybe go on a nice little date, and I could kiss its smaller inner mouth, okay?
Muga, welcome on in, Muga.
Hello!
Also, Gecko Geek, remember, this is episode 100. You think that I haven't heard some crazy shit before? You need to realize I've been very fortunate to have a lot of incredible content creators on this show who have very diverse interests, very diverse areas of expertise. And that includes multiple adult content creator VTubers. This is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And if nothing else, at the very least, part of why I embarked on a talk show is because I was like, throw stuff at me. I don't care. I will go with it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I don't know it, even if I don't understand it, like, at the very least, I will be curious and I will ask questions about it. But at the same time, I also just understand, like, I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to give the guest a hard time. That's chat's job. You'll notice I'm not stopping chat from antagonizing you at all.
I'm not bully me enough.
Exactly.
Don't worry. You don't need to bully me at all because my chat will bully me because they're unbased and cringe.
And I know
they just don't understand the pros of a guy who can take a lot of punishment. Okay. Like, anytime I'm like, this is my favorite character, and people are why, it's like, because he can get the shit kicked out of him. And
I'll be entirely honest. When I invite a guest, I know that I'm inviting their chat. I bring that into consideration, that this is all part of the plan. You're part of the show here, chat. So thank you for stopping by. And thank you for that, anytime that there is that little bit of playful jabbing of the guest, it gives me more content to work with anyway. So thank you. You're making my job easier.
I do love Neon, Kamui. I do love Leon. I would play RE4 if it wasn't scary, but it scares me.
Yeah.
And I've already seen that there's already a crop top tramp stamp mod for Leon. And if I ever have to play that game, I'm fucking installing it. You already know that's happening.
Also, horror game weenies rise up because I don't like horror games either. Yay!
Exactly. They're too scary. I'm a baby. Leon the sex kid. Exactly. Why did they make him so hot? It's not okay. They made him so pretty. Like, I constantly say this to my chat where I'm like, listen, someone goes on stream and they're like, I want this person to throw me against a wall and choke me, and it's totally fine. And everyone's like, so brave. Oh my God, you're so amazing. And then the second I come out here and I'm like, I want to grab this person and throw them against the wall and choke them, everyone's like, what the fuck, Renn? What is wrong with you? You're a psychopath. And I'm like, wow, okay. So
Double standards.
what the fuck, man? When I want to do it consensually to another person, it's not okay. But you want it done to you, and all of a sudden it's totally fine. How do you think it's gonna happen in the first place if you don't have anyone to do it to you, huh? Well, actually, no, that's a common chat problem, actually. They don't have anyone to do it to them. That's the exact problem, isn't it? Only throw them against the wall? The other details are irrelevant. Doesn't matter.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. Renn want a true charge slasher, man. Yes, and what is your point? You say this like it's a problem.
Feature, not a bug.
Throw me through the wall, you fucking coward. I'll do it when you earn it.
Oh my.
No kabedon. People be like, I want to be kabedon, and it's fine. And then I'm like, I want to kabedon someone else, and then everyone goes, you're too short, and I'm like,
if it's been done, I haven't seen it, but I'm waiting for someone to have their VTuber model to have a kabedon gesture.
Oh, my idea just dropped.
I think that could become huge. Just because all it is, hand raised and that it would look like it's up against screen, basically. Just that, I think, is very feasible in what VTube Studio and what models can already do. That if you can dab,
I'm definitely not typing and messaging someone right now.
Seriously, I want to see this happen. This, that feels like it could become a meta thing of just, there are so many people I know that would want that.
I've seen someone do a toggle where they, step on the screen. Like, they do the leg block wall kabedon where it's just boom, where it's with the leg up. I've seen someone else do that, and that was pretty cool. But an actual hand on the wall thing where you put one arm on the hip, one hand on the wall, or both hands up on the screen would be pretty cool.
Renn, be careful. Kabedon is a mere flick of the wrist movement away from... Oh, no.
What? No.
No.
You're thinking about the wrong thing,
Yeah, you're thinking about something very different.
Kabedon is you put your arm straight forward in front of you.
And it's open
Not
palm.
to the side. It's open palm like you touch the screen. If anything, a dab is more dangerous in that sense.
Yeah.
Because a dab is you're actually putting your arm up at an angle.
No, kabedon is completely safe there.
Yeah. Exactly. What redeem POV leg kabedon? I mean, I've already told people that, so next month there's another, so again, I'm getting another model, right? That my chat wants, where I'm actually going to be putting up a pretty big investment in this one. And one of the things I'm going to be trying to get for it is a steppies toggle, where I will literally have basically a non-san, the chat member getting stepped on. Which I'm like, this is something I need. We need this. I need this. I want this.
Now, are you able to get a redeem setup where that it will then activate that Steffi's gesture, and that you will then have the name of the person who redeemed it printed on a non-san?
That's something I need to talk to my friend Kari about. So this is, again, all the technical stuff I do behind the scenes, a lot of it is primarily, if it doesn't already exist as a way to do it, the person helping me actually brute force getting that shit done is my friend Kari. And it is possible to replace textures of the face, with their Twitch avatar,
I wasn't
to do something like that. That's what I would do.
Add a simple text asset
and their name.
in that it does that. But if you
dog, sorry.
But yeah, if you can actually make it the avatar, that's going a whole level.
Yeah, no, that's something I would love to do. I should probably talk to Kari. She's the person to discuss doing that with. Kari is an insane mad scientist who is without her, a lot of the technical shit I do on stream would not be possible. She's amazing. The tech shrimp, yes. With her crustacean utility module.
So do they have a shrimp avatar? Or is this
She's
just
a mantis shrimp VTuber.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I mean, obviously she's humanoid, but she is a mantis shrimp. Yes. And she paunch. She paunch. But yeah, I absolutely adore and love Kari a lot. I've known her since before I started VTubing, like very slightly before. And she is really genuinely the person who incited me into getting into VTubing for real, because it seemed like too much of an uphill battle where I was like, I just don't think it's feasible for me to get into this. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it work. And she was the one who showed me like how actually easy access a lot of stuff is, like PNG tubing, and helped me with a lot of stuff with like getting started and figuring out how to be PNG tube, and giving me confidence to actually try doing that in terms of streaming. And it's Bones who really pushed me to start streaming in the first place. So you have them both to thank and also blame for everything that I do from here on out. It is their fault. They're liable, not me, because I'm stupid, so I can't be held responsible for my own actions.
Yes, please put all praise and or blame on them as you see fit.
Exactly. Only thank yous. Aww. I love how everyone is so sweet too. Like, my whole community like makes a point to be nice, like incredibly nice to all of my friends, and then to me I'm like, hi everybody, and they're like, get the out, you bitch. Who fucking likes you, stinky dog? And I'm like,
I feel like that is a very common interaction I've seen in the VTubing community, and frankly just in the streaming community at large, of that chat learns over time just how antagonistic they can and can't be with their streamer, and that they will respect the streamer's boundaries, and that some streamers are able to play off it very well, like you. Others, not so much, in that their chat understands that and they will generally behave. But that when it's anybody else, super polite, super nice, and it creates this duality, which just makes the bullying of the streamer even more fun.
Renn is a talented entertainer with good opinions about Zelda and a great sense of humor. Oh, I still feel bad. Recently, I did a stream about where I played Ocarina of Time, which I know is a very precious game to many people. And at first, for the first half of playing that game, I was having a great time. I loved it. I was singing its praises. And then in the second half, I got so mad at the game that there reached a point where I just started blasting metal music in the background to drive me forward in my rage. And I think at one point I yelled at people who were like, guys, really, like, Renn, please calm down. It's not that bad. I was like, if you like this game, I fucking hope you sit on a pineapple. I hate you. You are a bad person. I was just like, I started going insane. And I was like, if you like this game, you're an idiot. Fuck you. It's like, oh my God. That was, I think, one of the most heated gamer moments I've ever had on stream, to the point where Nagi, who also gets mad at games quite a lot, was literally in the chat being like, Renn, please stop playing the game. Renn, please just put it down for a few minutes. And I was like, no! Fuck this game. I want it done.
We're committed at this point.
Was I mostly railing against the developers and not the fans? Oh, thank God, because I remember being very mean to everyone in my chat. I remember losing my shit. I think it was Aki tried like later to try and talk to me about the game, and I was like, no, fuck that game. It's a piece of shit. She was like, wait, but it's like my favorite. And I'm like, I don't care. Fuck your favorite game. I hate it. It's trash.
Well, at least
I've since calmed down.
Chat remembers it more fondly than you. That at least.
I mean, it was funny. It's funny post and in the moment, because I really did just start blasting hardcore gamer music, like the entire Metal Gear Rising soundtrack and the DMC5 soundtrack, to just like power me through and give me the rage, channel my rage into something productive.
One of my gamer sins.
Sorry.
One of my gamer sins that I have not actually played Ocarina of Time because I did not own an N64, and I played a bunch of N64 games at friends' houses, but when you're doing that, you're playing stuff like Mario Kart or Smash, multiplayer games. You're not going to play a very long one-player game. So I just sort of missed that, and I never actually got it on. They had it for DS, but I never played it there. The first Zelda game that I ever played and beat was Wind Waker, and I've played basically every mainline game and most of the handheld ones since that. I didn't play Link Between Worlds, but I've heard very good things about that one.
I've heard that like Link Between Worlds was good. I think I played some of that one and I enjoyed it. I've heard Link's Awakening is pretty good. Recently I've met some people who really like Skyward Sword, which is an uncommon opinion, but they convinced me that I should try it, especially because like, I mean, I've had people shit talk game series to me before and then like tried them later because other people really pushed them on me and I really enjoyed them.
My general opinion on Skyward Sword is that it is better than most people give it credit for. It is still a good game. It is just, we were saying that even the worst Zelda game is going to be a above average game. And that's what it is. That it, compare it to Breath of the Wild, or I really like Twilight Princess. That's my other favorite Zelda game. That it's a notch down from that. It was still, for me, an entirely enjoyable experience. There was one or two dungeons and challenges that I found frustrating, but it's not a bad game. It's just that for Zelda as a series, the standards are so high that any deviation from its very high heights is considered a failure. And I think that people give it undue just crap for it being a step below what is the perhaps Zelda standard, but it's still a very above average game. It's really good. That it's not going to be a waste of your time to play.
Like I just need to work my way through the Zelda series, but it's a great series.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm finally cooling down. Oh my god.
Finally
my room is still very hot. I'm like and now I have a dog. Hi dog. Yes, can you go away? I love you. Leave. Get out. Oh my
earlier
goodness.
You mentioned that you left behind neuroscience, and what wound up taking its place was teaching.
Yes.
Obviously, privacy first, don't dox yourself. Are you comfortable saying what it is that you teach?
Yeah, so I've talked about this a lot. What I taught is I mainly taught chemistry and biology courses. And I honestly worked with a lot of kids, like different ages. Like I worked a lot with high school kids in pretty advanced courses and then also college students. Because basically I was working in the private sector of education, which means I actually got paid decently. Like I got paid a semi-living wage, but yeah, I studied neuroscience. I almost went to medical school. That's actually a fun story that I talked about with Jay off stream.
Yeah, no, please, by all means, because the time and place where you had your epiphany moment is like sounds like a movie, frankly.
Yeah. So basically, there's an exam you have to take to get into medical school called the MCAT. Oh shit! It's Ruru. Hi, Ruru. Hello.
Hello, Ruru. Welcome on in. Vibe Mind Raid. Yes, welcome on in, folks. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk, and we are talking with Renn today.
Hello. It's good to see you all. Welcome. Oh my god, it's the Ruru. This is who we were talking about earlier. Hello, all my friends. We got so many friends coming here today. Holly, I swear to God, if you push me away from my desk one more time, I'm kicking you out of this office for real. Shoo. Ruru is real. It's true. But thank you for head pets. So Renn's in my cafe as well. It's not your cafe. It's mine. It's mine now. It belongs to me. I'm gonna fucking scribble Renn on. I'm gonna carve it into the glass in the window in the back. I swear to God. But what I was going to say was, I was getting ready for the MCAT exam and getting really stressed, and like you usually spend like a year or so preparing for this test. And
it's like the bar for anyone who's trying to get into law. That this is the test. It is big. You are studying for a long time.
It's an 8-hour exam.
Yeah, I have
like 8 hours.
A couple,
and with my disabilities, it's the time gets extended. I got slightly extended time to take it because of all of my neurological disabilities, right? And so basically it's like a full day you're taking this test from the morning until night. And I had to take it over 2 days because I got slightly extended time for it. Like not much, but enough that they cut mine into 2. And I took the first half of the test. I come back for the second half, and I had been so stressed that at this point I could not tell if this was because of stress or if this was just my body acting up as it normally sometimes does, because I randomly will just sometimes be in pain. Like my body just sometimes collapses in on itself. This is a normal thing I've just learned to become accustomed to, where I just randomly get incredibly sick or I have a lot of pain. I'm just used to it. But in the middle of this test, I broke out in a fever. And I started being in such excruciating gut pain, some of the worst I've ever had, and like stomach pain. And I couldn't tell if it was entirely anxiety, entirely physical, or a mixture of both. But what I felt like I was dying. And so I finished taking the test. And in that moment, I was just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm miserable. Like I'm powering through taking a test, which is one of the most difficult tests I've ever taken, while also feeling like I'm about to faint onto this desk because I'm overheating so bad. I have a bad fever and everything else is going wrong with me physically. So at the end of the test, you can choose to void your scores because you can only have recorded scores for the MCAT a limited number of times. You can only take that test a fixed number of times, but I got to the end and I was just like, I can't fucking do this. I'm not doing this. And I voided my score for the test, went home and told my parents I wasn't going to medical school and that I was giving up. And that's that. And then after that, I took a short break. And at the time I was already working my education job where I was teaching. And then I was just like, yeah, I'm just going to commit to this and I'll see if I like this enough to instead get a teaching degree, and then try and go into private education because my sister is in public education and that's a horrific nightmare that I don't want to experience myself. And I still wasn't having the best time. I enjoyed my job, but it wasn't the best. And then I got lucky enough to have a supportive enough community from streaming that I was able to quit that job, and now I stream full time.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
And like, it makes sense that you made the jump from neuroscience to teaching biology and tangential
chemistry.
areas of science. Yeah.
Well, it's the 2 main subjects I had to study for neuroscience are like biology, chemistry, and psychology. And like psychology typically doesn't need as many tutors, and like science tutors are very heavily sought. And I was very good at what I did, to the point where I think I've mentioned this once on stream, where I had a former student of mine actually hunt me down across the internet, which is hard because I intentionally don't leave a footprint on purpose. And they managed to hunt me down, find a roundabout way of contacting me, and message me asking me if I could help them with their new college courses. Like, I think 2 or 3 years since I last worked with them. Which tells me that they'd gone to where I previously worked, found out I wasn't there, and then came and specifically sought me out, which was a huge compliment. That made me feel very good about my performance at my old job. But so like that was nice. But I was good at it / am good at it, and I enjoyed it, but it also was just a very stressful job to have. And I've talked about it, I think, once or twice before, where like my conscious dream was always to be like a doctor, because I thought that's what I should do, and that's what I should tell people I want to do, because that seems like a legitimate job. But something I always wanted to do for a really long time was I wanted to be a content creator. I wanted to do video game let's plays from a very young age, because I thought they were really cool and fun, and it was the primary thing I would consume as a child. It's just like watching let's players and stuff like that. Particularly at points in my life where I couldn't afford games or get games, and like let's players will play ancient games on consoles that I don't have / could never have and can never play on. So I would be able to actually engage with ancient games that I had no idea about, or like had never seen before, via let's players. So that really got me into watching content creation. and really, really loving it. But it was one of those things where I was just like, I wouldn't be good at that though, so I won't do that.
Guess
Yeah.
what? You're wrong.
Task failed successfully, baby.
Yes. Gecko actually beats me to the punch. Would you ever consider doing a teaching stream, and not necessarily about biology and chemistry? Like, would you ever want to do teaching about like streaming and about you mentioned that you will guide folks through how you do the back end stuff for some of your redeems. Like, would you ever want to do, whether it be a stream or, pre-recorded content of teaching something like that, or hell, I don't know, teaching Legend of Zelda lore? Do you see that ever becoming something you might want to incorporate into your content in some way, shape, or form?
I mean, I'd say honestly, probably not, because my content is really high energy and like funny and silly. Masterclass on how to be toxic. You. Anyway, like it's chaotic, it's high energy, and it's kind of insane. And when I do teaching, right, like obviously one of my main things is I intentionally was very silly when I was teaching students and stuff. And I would like, for example, like one of my favorite things to do with chemistry, right, is to use the terrible jokes and puns that just naturally exist in chemistry. And I always, at the start, like, of working with a student, the first thing I would always say is like, this is the first and last time I will apologize for my bad jokes. I'm not ever going to apologize again. And hear me out. This is why the best terrible jokes you never forget, because they make you cringe so hard.
Especially when it's a teacher that says them.
Yes. Deadpan. And like, the less funny they are, the more uncomfortable you feel, the greater the emotional attachment to that memory, and the more you will never forget that. Like, I had students who I would work with like 1 or 2 years later who would remember the stupid mnemonics or jokes I gave them to remember things because they were so cringe. They were like, I hate that I remember this perfectly.
Yep. Yeah, and it makes total sense
like,
that those
cat
types
ions are positive.
It's too easy.
It's too easy. Or like that, like fun way to remember that lead on the periodic table is represented with PB because it originally was called plumbum.
Huh.
Because it's used in plumbing. Or it was in the past, right?
Well, makes sense.
And that's why all the Romans went insane.
That also makes sense.
His class just OJ and take a stab at it. That's fucked up. Holy shit. Oh my god. But like, like there were tons of terrible jokes I would tell students, and I'd just be like, listen, the more you groan at this, the better you're gonna remember it. And it's true. And like, what I will say is, like, I don't think I have a community that will you're all gremlins and goblins, and you won't respond well to me attempting to direct you as I would have to as a teacher.
Yeah.
I don't think you would, like, this sounds fun in concept, but none of you would actually want to sit down and have me teach you, because you would actually have to behave, and we all know you're incapable of that.
So, then it almost makes me wonder, like, maybe, like, pre-recorded videos or shorts of just that you can be that super crazy and, like, just go off with all of your best bad jokes. That, like, I wonder if that could be, like, shorts content, but I don't know,
It's hard to do teaching because, like, the other thing, right, is like the reason I think I was good at teaching chemistry and biology is because I'm very confident about my knowledge in those subjects and I know a lot about them. But when it comes to like other stuff like VTubing or programming or OBS, my knowledge is only what I have gained from other people. So when it comes to, as soon as you have a problem where you're like, well, how do I make it work now that, because this isn't working, what's wrong with it? I look at it and go, I have no idea. But when it comes to chemistry and biology, right, it's like I could even if I don't know, I can figure it out. I have the tools and the experience necessary to solve the problem. And that was actually one of my favorite things, is there were often times that my like higher level students could bring me problems that I initially didn't know how to solve. And that was like the most excited I would ever get when teaching, where I was like, oh man, we're on an adventure, kid. Let's go figure this shit out. Let's go. This is cool. We got to work this out. We got to solve this like a puzzle. That's why I like teaching OChem, because all OChem problems are basically you reverse solve it. A lot of them anyway. Are you reverse solving a puzzle? Organic chemistry, sorry.
Ah, okay. No, it was like I immediately take it as like they're using jargon here. This is cool. I'm going to learn some jargon now.
My least favorite thing to teach is PChem, which is physical chemistry, which is hell. And I'm sorry if you're a PChem major, you are just a masochist, okay? I'm glad that you exist because it means I don't have to do PChem. So I'm very glad you're around, but also you are fucked up. The fact you enjoy this is fucked up, man.
I had roommates that were math majors, and I was a business major, and every so often I would see them working on their problem sets in the common room, and I would just occasionally glance on their shoulders, and I would just look at it and say, I'm so glad you enjoy that. Good for you. I don't know what you're writing. That looks terrifying.
Which
Have
chemistry
fun.
is moles to grams. Yeah, no, I've known some math majors too, and I kind of feel that way too, or like computer science majors. But for moles to grams, that would be general chemistry, and that's just unit conversion. That's literally one of the first things you ever teach people.
Yeah, I learned that in high school. That I don't remember it or like what the formula is, but I know I learned it.
Moles to grams, you use Avogadro's number. Well, actually, no. That would be if you're computing the exact number of particles. If you want to go moles to grams, you need to use the molecular weight or the molar mass of the compound, which you can find by adding up the weights of all the components on the periodic table.
Yep, sure, yep. Nodding, I'm sure I knew that at one point.
My favorite example is like, no, it's simple. It's like what you're asking when you ask the weight of a compound is how much do all the parts weigh together? How much does it weigh when I tape a 5-pound block to a 10-pound block to a 15? Well, 5 plus 10 plus 15, 30. There you go.
Yeah. I remember not having any problems with that in chemistry in high school because all it really was hide and seek math. Because you had to go to the periodic table and find, all right, like what's the number there, and then plug in the number there, and then it's just normal arithmetic from that point.
Yeah, like, I mean, my favorite thing to tell people about at least the introductory levels of chemistry is it's literally all plug and chug.
Yeah.
Like, up until once you start getting into organic chemistry and higher, it stops being plug and chug. But before that, it's literally just plug and chug. All you're doing is going, these are the units I have. This is the unit I'm missing. Solve. Do dimensional analysis. That's it. You multiply fractions till your units all cancel. Done. That's it. That's all chemistry is. It's a lot simpler than it appears to be. They just make it fancier and more difficult by making it all word problems. So it seems complicated on the surface, but it's really not. Also, you see Kamui immediately. This is why when you're like, do a teaching stream, Kamui, Renn, stop. You're making me. No, stop. I don't want to go back. I hate that activated my Gen Chem memory. You see, you all claim you want this. The second I start doing it, you're like, ah! Please, Renn, tell me about chirality and Lewis acids and bases. Okay, so a Lewis acid and base are acids and bases that are defined actually whether or not they're based on whether or not they're an electron acceptor or an electron donator.
I actually understood that.
Yes. And chirality is basically you can have molecules because carbon is such a beautiful, special little baby. It gets its own section of chemistry. And you see chirality is when you can have a carbon molecule that's a mirror image of itself, like two of them. Like you have different configurations. So like one of them would be right-handed, one of them would be left-handed. That's why it's R and S configurations. And so like they have all the same composition, but not the same connectivity of the atoms. So that actually determines whether or not they work. So fun fact about chirality is actually when it comes to certain medications, like for example, I believe it's Advil. There's one, that's a molecule that can be chiral, and one of the chiral forms literally has no effect on your body at all. It doesn't work. It doesn't bind to the receptors in your body that allow Advil to function for the purposes of pain relief and inflammation reduction. So if you ingest the one that's like the wrong configuration, it will do nothing. If you ingest the correct one, it works. So when it comes to medication, they don't actually cut out the one that doesn't work. They keep both in there, and you might go, wow, they're wasting my money. How dare they? They're making me pay for more stuff, but it's not true. Because actually in the past, at one point they attempted to simplify the medication and filter out the chiral molecule that doesn't do anything.
But the filtration process would have made it more expensive.
No, that wasn't the problem.
Oh.
What that means is that they had to cut down the size of your dosage because now all of the dose works. So previously, if you got 50 milligrams, let's say approximately 25 milligrams is the part that works, right? So you only really needed to consume 25 just of that one chiral molecule. But what happened is they gave people the pure form, and people would be like, oh, I'm supposed to take 2 because that's what I've always done. I know I need to take 50 milligrams every single time, and then they would take too much.
Okay,
so then
they ran into
stopped filtering it out.
habits.
Yeah, right? Like you have to, well, it's not even dumb people. Like, do you read the Advil instructions anymore? No, because you don't expect them to change. That's not you being dumb. That's just you being like, this is the same medication I've taken since I was a child. Why would it suddenly change?
Ibuprofen is just, it is one of the most common medications over the counter that people take for, various things, and it is a gold standard because it works very well and is cheap, and you don't need to take much of it unless you're in really, really bad pain.
So why would you assume that you need to do anything differently, right? It's not like it's something you got from your doctor where they tell you if the instructions have changed, right?
It would have been different if this was like a very specific medication that not
or
everybody used
one.
over the counter.
Yeah, like a prescribed one, right? You always have to listen to the pharmacist. You got to talk to the pharmacist about interactions. You got to talk to your doctor. But over-the-counter medication, you never reread the bottle. Don't lie to me. None of you reread the bottle. You assume that it's the same every single time because why would it change? So when it came to the Advil, right, they stopped basically separating it out because they realized people started overdosing themselves and they were like, oops.
That's actually fascinating.
Yeah, fun facts like that. But also, I will say my knowledge of chemistry and such, and neuroscience in particular, means I know a lot about different neurotoxins because, of course, you have to talk about them because it's how you learn about the brain. And so my favorite thing is just randomly knowing about a lot of different poisons and how they work and why. And then you start talking to people about it because you find it interesting, and people immediately go, why do you know so much about how to kill people? I'm like, whoa, it's not like that.
I was required to learn about it in school.
It's just cool. Did you know that cyanide tastes sweet like almonds and arsenic tastes like garlic?
Huh. I'm guessing that there's some, just chemical reason behind that.
Well, it just binds to receptors, binds to receptors on your tongue that activate the same way. Did you know that the reason why we are supposed to hate bitter things is most poisons taste bitter?
We're bitter.
Not all, obviously. I just named 2 exceptions, but most poisons are actually basic, as opposed to acidic.
Yeah.
And bases taste bitter. For this exact reason, we have evolved to dislike and recognize bitter tastes because usually they are dangerous to you.
It is a defense mechanism.
Exactly. So fun tandem between evolution and chemistry. I love that kind of stuff.
Damn, Renn really calling poisons basic.
Does that mean Starbucks is poison? I mean, fun fact, caffeine is a neurotoxin.
Yeah,
it's just you're too big and it doesn't quite work the way it's meant to because it's meant to kill insects. And your brains and the way our neurochemistry works is different than them, so it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, since we're so much bigger, that the amount of caffeine that would be required to kill a human is an obscene amount, and that's also why you can't have obscene amounts of energy drinks and whatnot, because yes, that will
It'll kill
wrong.
you.
But also, it is. I would logically infer that the reason that it works in the positive way that one can use it is because it's working on your brain.
Yep. It actually binds to the adenosine receptors in your brain that help control how sleepy you feel. But the reason you have such an extreme crash after caffeine is because basically the adenosine in your brain is still building up while you're on caffeine. So caffeine will basically, it'll go, sorry, I'm just, you see,
No,
this
please.
is a problem.
This is a talk show, Renn.
Happens.
Talk.
You
I
have
try
these
to get my guests to
receptors in
grant.
your brain, and caffeine will bind to them and block them. So it's basically like if someone put their hand on a light switch and doesn't flip it. You can no longer flip the light switch because it's covered, so you can't flip it. But it also is remaining unflipped because my hand is blocking it. That's what caffeine does. However, the number of people who want to flip that light switch keeps building as time goes on. So as soon as I'm finally gone, right, I move away. The caffeine is out of your system. I take my hand away from the light switch. Now there's like 80 people all trying to flip it off, which is why you get that massive bang crash from caffeine, where all of a sudden the buildup of adenosine in your brain binds to like every single receptor and doesn't stop binding, so you keep getting the activated. You're tired, and then you pass out. And that's why you got the caffeine crash and why it hits so fucking hard. It's why you feel worse after being on caffeine when you're tired. You feel more tired than before because your body has just been building up the molecules that are telling you you are sleepy. You do sound like a teacher. I'm just excited.
No, seriously, that I love it when I get to get my guests to rant. That what just happened, that is me. That I see as a success.
Yes.
So do not worry about that. And goodness knows, in 100 episodes, I've not ever gotten that type of, teaching of why caffeine works and those types of things. I've had other teachers. I don't think I've had someone specifically who taught chemistry, though.
So actually, I see a good question from Chuchi. Why does caffeine do the opposite to ADHD people like themselves? So the reason caffeine in an ADHD person doesn't usually make them hyperactive, but instead enables them to be more normal and like focus, is because, so there's currently a few models. Let me look up this model actually. Let me look. Finding these graphics that I used to have access to when I was actively in school is like now impossible. It makes me so sad. But basically, there's one theory about how ADHD works, okay? And like, or there's this one theory has an explanation for that. And there's a lot of theories about how it works, like physically on a chemical level in your brain. But one of them is basically the idea that your brain is consistently understimulated. You have a low dopamine level in your brain, right? Which is why it attempts to explain like why do ADHD people lose focus so often. It's because anytime your attention is snapped onto something and it you're like, ooh, you get a boost of dopamine in your brain. So for ADD people, because your brain is chronically understimulated, anytime you get that boom of stimulation, your brain's like, oh my god, yes, more, right? Which is why you'll do like why TikTok, for example, or Twitter are so addicting to people with ADD, because they're dopamine chasers. You're constantly seeking the next hit of dopamine to keep your brain stimulated. And so what caffeine does is, because caffeine is complicated, right? The sleepy part comes from it working on the adenosine receptors, but it works on more stuff in your brain too. So basically, the idea is that it stimulates those receptors, which are normally understimulated in your brain, and brings you up to the normal level of activity, aka arousal, in your brain that someone has when they don't have caffeine. It works similar, I guess, in function to the way that amphetamines work. Like, for example, Adderall and those kinds of medications work in ADHD patients. Is it pushes the level of activity in your brain up to what is normal for most people, because you effectively have a chemical deficiency in your brain, the same way someone with depression has a chemical deficiency where they don't necessarily have enough serotonin or dopamine, right? Now, fun fact, serotonin and dopamine are also issues in ADHD, as is acetylcholine. Basically, long story short, for all of these mental like issues, or I guess like illnesses, disabilities, whatever, right? It's always that there's a bunch of random shit going wrong.
Yeah,
it's so complicated and so cool. Like, and the other issue, right, is there can be multiple things that can cause similar looking problems, right? Like someone might have depression because they have a dopamine deficiency or lack of dopamine activity, where another person has depression because they have low serotonin. And this is why like or both, right? It could be any number of factors. There are so many things in the brain happening at once.
And that's why finding a
Yes.
medication that works can be difficult, because obviously you're only going to try and target one of those chemicals at a time. So in basically, a doctor is most likely to just go with statistics of what in recorded cases of depression is the most common chemical deficiency. We're going to try that first because we're effectively checking blind. So we're just going to go with, what is the most likely to work, and that you're going to do a trial run on that. And if it works, great, that's awesome. If not, well, we're going to go to the next one. And that's why you have folks who need to do multiple different experiments with medication to find one that works for them, because, like you're saying, the end result of depression or other mental illnesses can have different causes, and just the science of actually solving this is one that obviously needs to be done equally delicately. So they need to try these one at a time, and there you go.
Yeah, but yeah, so like for normal people who are on like caffeine or Adderall, right, it pushes them over where they normally sit, and now like that's why like they get hyper versus like, but like this isn't even consistent, right? Because there are tons of ADD people who can still get hyper from caffeine. Right, like that's the amazing part of this, and that's kind of one reason why I to a degree I hate when the internet talks about mental health, because they get so much wrong, and people think things are 100% black and white, where it's like if you have ADD, you have to respond this way to everything, or people will be like, well, I don't respond that way, and I have this, so obviously it's not true, and it's like, oh my god, please shut up. I get so upset when people have misconceptions about science or data sets, right, where they think that one outlier voids an entire theory, and I'm like, you don't understand how anything works. Please shut your mouth. Please just shut up. But like, because like, it's all of these things are incredibly complicated. There can be multiple causes for the exact same issue, right? Like, for example, IBS and Crohn's disease both cause gastrointestinal distress. They have very different root causes, but if you looked at the symptoms, right, they would appear very similar. So the way I think people should, like, and I honestly blame a lot of people in the field of neuroscience and psychology for a lot of the misconceptions that exist about this kind of stuff, because people will put out pop science articles because they're easy to read, they're fun, and they get attention. And then they give people incredibly wrong ideas about important things, and it makes me so, oh my god, don't start me on the fucking fungus again, I'm gonna lose my mind. But people like will get very incorrect opinions about shit that's kind of fucking important and then they'll go forward as if what they know is the doctrine, like gospel truth, that cannot possibly be disputed.
It is so difficult to unteach people.
Yes. And it's also difficult to, like, the main thing, if anyone listens to me about anything, please, God, listen to me when I say that science is not a definitive answer system, okay? When you hear about research and theories, don't disregard them, okay, and think that they're not true. However, understand that science gives you the best explanation given the information we have. And that means the answer we have can change as we get better information. When scientific theories change, it's not because people lied, it's not because they were idiots, it's because we learned more. We gained information and realized where we were making mistakes and where we were making incorrect conclusions. And I think one of my favorite examples of this is if you want to be a true Chad, okay, you need to be like T.H. Morgan, who was based. He's the fly man. If you've ever had to talk about fucking Drosophila and sex chromosomes and sex inheritance, you talked about T.H. Morgan's work. That man is the founding father providing most of the evidence for the chromosomal theory of inheritance. And he didn't think it was real. He was one of the main opponents of the theory that your genetic information is carried on your chromosomes. And then he ended up doing experiments that pretty much proved it. And he was straight up did not believe in that theory at all. He was like, I don't know, that seems fake. And then his research pushed through some of the most like conclusive evidence in favor of it. So be a Chad, be like T.H. Morgan. always be open to learning, always be open to accepting that maybe you were wrong when presented with new evidence.
We used to prescribe tobacco to pregnant women.
Yeah, we did. Because we thought it was a good idea. And you can't learn until you experiment. Yeah, but science is always a working theory. Like, always understand that things can change and that, like, sometimes we get better evidence. Sometimes we learn that we were doing things wrong.
We used to think that the sun revolved around the earth.
Exactly. Or that the earth was flat. Yeah. But speaking about the fungus, though, that's, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, the Last of Us TV show really pissed me off.
Oh, okay.
They tried, so in the first, this isn't really spoilers, but in the first episode, or here, I guess I'll put up my ears if you don't want to hear it. But in the first episode, they have this guy come on some like fake late night TV show, talk show, and talk about why fungus is truly the biggest threat to humanity because of blah blah blah. And he's one of the things they obviously did this to try and make the show scary and try to be like, oh no, this is this is premonition for the future where this evil fungus takes over the world. Whoa, right? And he says genuinely incorrect information where he's like, fungus can't infect people because it can't live at temperatures over 94 degrees Fahrenheit. And I just went, damn girls, pack it up. Your yeast infections aren't real. I guess they're fake now. I guess yeast infections just don't happen now because fungi can't exist over 94 degrees Celsius. Oh wait, what's the ideal temperature to cultivate yeast? 95? What? Impossible. What? But he said, and then saying shit like, oh, you can't even treat a fungal infection. That's why they're so scary. And I'm like, that's not true. Ah! You want to know what is true? You want to know why fungal infections are actually scary? And here I can put my ears down because no more spoilers. Fungal infections are actually scary because they're difficult to treat, because the closest thing related to us besides parasites, eukaryotic parasites like worms, are fungi. They're the closest thing to animals. You want to know why it's hard to kill them? Because poisons that work on them also work on you. You can kill a bacteria easily without harming yourself, because the way bacteria do shit is really different from you. So if you want to stop DNA transcription, basically make it so their cells can't divide, you can make a poison that will only work on the bacteria and it doesn't work on you because you do things completely different. It'd be like taking away pencils while you type on a computer. It's like, how do I stop my opponent from writing a book faster than me? I take away his fucking pencils. He doesn't use computers. I do. Bam, I win. You want to know why you can't kill the fungus easily? Because that bitch also uses computers. That's why it's hard. Because any poison you make to kill them will also hurt you pretty severely. And this is actually why cancer is the hardest thing to treat, because those are literally your cells that are fighting you. There you go.
It's the science.
There's my TED
bitch.
Talk. Science, bitch! This shit's cool. I care about it, and I'm sick. I'm going to fist fight the next English major who tries to write fake science into their shit without even looking anything up. I'm going to strangle them in Roblox. Ooh. I'm gonna lose it.
I wonder if there could be like it would be a very small field, and you couldn't have a ton of these, but like a science writing consultant, someone who specifically goes out and like, you're trying to write something about field of science, come talk to me and I will help you in that. Like, I am versed not only in the science but in literature, and that I can collaborate with you to help you find narratively, mechanically, whatever it is you were looking for, and make sure that what you have is accurate.
See, but like, here's the thing. I'm okay with things not being accurate if you don't try to explain it. If you're just like, it doesn't matter how it works, it just works. I'm like, that's fine. I will accept it. Yeah, just fucking hand wave that shit. Don't try to actually explain it and then explain it wrong. You're pissing me off. Or it's like, for example, there's a book series I like called The Expanse. Now, there's a lot of flaws with it. There's a lot of stuff in it where I roll my eyes and I'm like, this is fucking dumb and I hate it. However, the reason I love that series is, for the most part, they make it the most accurate sci-fi series you could possibly read. Like, in terms of how living in space would work, what hundreds of years of space colonization would do to the human race, like physically, how we would have to adapt, how things would work, like how do you do all this stuff. Like they go into so much detail about how that would actually work. Accurate, real science. And then they do some shit in those books where it's like, how would this even work? And they literally go, we just don't know. Like that's how they explain it. There's some alien technology at some point, and the point is people are like, okay, we can tell it's not defying the laws of physics, but we don't know how it's doing what it is doing. And then they move on.
Yep.
And that's it.
That's a smart writer who knows what they can and can't write and is like, okay, this thing that I would have no idea how to write, I just won't. Let's just not.
There's no way for us to explain this with our current understanding of the universe. So why don't we just say that this is a technology so advanced that we don't know how it works? You know? And like, there's some stuff where they do explain some theoretical stuff on how this works in the future, and like they go into a lot of like scientific theory, right? For example, like there's at one point there's a diamond which information is stored in, and I looked into it, and that's actually based on a real like theory about how in the future we might be able to store information in crystal lattices, and particularly you'd want to use diamond because carbon is a much more flexible, easily modifiable substance, and also it's way more stable. So like that to me, I was like, that's so cool, using theoretical science to like explain away how one thing works, or at least be like, this is our understanding of how it might be working. Ooh.
Yoshi Webb, welcome on in, Raiders. Dog raid, yes, from one dog to another. Hello, Raiders. I'm Jada's Vtuber Talk. We are talking with another good doggo, Renn.
Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, we're currently talking about science and fiction, and science fiction as well, and the implementation of science in science fiction. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yes. I hate the Last of Us TV show. It angers me so much because then they have psychic zombies, and I'm gonna... They also, I'm sorry, but they objectively made it like the dumbest thing ever, where they made it so the spores no longer transmit the fungal infection, and I'm like, great, so it never would have spread. Like, no, so it's no longer a threat.
Yeah,
that was the thing that was making me so mad.
I haven't
like,
seen Last of Us. I haven't played The Last of Us because, you know, horror games, like I said, not my cup of tea. I know a lot of people have really been enjoying it. I know a lot of people enjoy the game as well. And I do know that they changed the virus mechanically because it was a little close to current events, and they were like, we'd rather not. And I can understand it. Like, narratively, I respect why they made that change. And it sounds like in making that change, that something may have been lost.
So, I mean, like, but they didn't, the change they made is just because they were like, oh, we're not going to have it spread through spores, for the simple thing of they're like, you could accept that in a video game, but in real life, that just doesn't make sense. And I'm like, because they're like, how would you avoid it? I'm like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. This to me is like the epitome of someone, like, this is here where I'm like, this is literally, you are so wrong. And the reason you think this is because you're an idiot who doesn't understand science. Okay, fungal spores would make sense for how it transmits, especially because the way they talked about it is like, because there's like a capacity, just like with a virus, you have a viral load, you have a fungal load. You could inhale so much of the spores before you actually get infected, because you basically overcome your body's immune system's ability to fight it off. So it's still fine. But literally, if the only way to spread something is through the magical little fucking tentacles coming out of the mouth and going into your fucking bloodstream, then you could stop this infection in 30 seconds flat. Like, the reason fungal spores would be scary is because they would spread very easily and make it very easy to infect people. However, the fun fact about fungal spores, they are visible to the naked eye. You can see them. They are so big. So you know how you would simply how you would avoid getting infected? You wouldn't even need a gas mask. You know what you need? A t-shirt. Locked. They can't move through that fabric. They're huge. Like, it wouldn't be safest, right? Like, one might sneak through, but like, you could literally put a cloth over your face and avoid inhaling fungal spores because they're so big. They're very easy to filter out, unlike a virus. So when they're like, it doesn't make sense that not everyone would get infected, I'm like, yes, it does. It makes perfect sense because all you would have to do is wrap a simple cloth around your mouth and you're fine. And like, you can also just literally, you can explain away everything. You could literally just say that there's a fungal load. You can inhale so much before you actually get sick. And instead they went with this stupid bullshit where the zombies are giving people fucking hickeys in order to infect them. And I'm like, if it takes 20 minutes of them sucking on my neck to infect me, no one's gonna get infected because you're gonna spot that behavior and just shoot the zombie immediately. Like, how would this even spread? Ugh. And
Yeah,
then
I'd heard
was
that
the
there was
pancakes.
something
That
with
makes perfect sense. Oh my
pancakes?
god. Yeah, because baking the fungal spores definitely wouldn't kill the spore and denature it. Yeah, sure, buddy. It's cordyceps, except it no longer works like cordyceps. So why are we even calling it cordyceps anymore? This is dumb. God, I hate it. I hate it so much. Especially because, hey, you know what's in the pancake flour that's infecting you? Spores! Not the fucking chunks of the mycelium, the fucking spores, the idiots. They're not even consistent. Ah! It drives me insane. Oh my god. Also, I'm sorry, but the little psychic feelers are just so dumb. They're so dumb. And also the fact where it's like, they take this idea where they think they're being smart, where they're like, did you know that fungi will communicate with each other and plants through these vast underground networks? And I'm like, yeah, it's really cool. Fungi will actually have these amazing relationships with plants where they will effectively like hunt down prey and gather resources for the plant in exchange for food, right? They cooperate with each other and it's beautiful. And they're like, and then what if we made it so that the zombies are all hooked up to a central network and they can just telepathically communicate exactly where to go so the swarm and blah blah blah. And I'm like, this is so fucking dumb. Oh my god. Ah!
Only never gets brought up again. The feelers are only episode 2 for reasons.
Yeah, so they can have an incredibly uncomfortable scene where a zombie makes out with a woman who's dying.
Oh, I heard about that. I heard about that scene.
Yeah, I hate it. 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 That was the moment I was like, all right, this show. I'm not watching anymore. God. Like, I couldn't after that episode. I was like, I'm done. I think I watched
can absolutely
episode
see how
3
for you in
'cause-
particular,
Yeah.
it would just not be enjoyable because of your specific background and that
Yes.
that for folks who don't have that knowledge base, that they're probably able to just overlook it a lot easier. But when you know that stuff, you actually know it. I can see how it would just be very, perhaps not uncomfortable, but just the mental tension of, I know what is right and this is not right, and that it would take you out of enjoying
it's
it.
so egregiously wrong is the problem, right? Because like there's plenty of stuff where I will watch it and it's wrong science, but I don't care because it's either played off as like, yeah, we don't give a shit, right? It's when someone tries to do fake science and clearly thinks that they're being smart. That's what that's the thing that just immediately just, ooh, it triggers me. Like I'm just like, the second it happens is when someone's like, I'm so intelligent, I'm making mine accurate. I'm like, you are too stupid to even realize what you don't know. Oh my God. Like, for example, X-Men, they're like, oh, it's genetic. And then they just stop. And I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, they're just like, yeah, it's the
You-
X factor
you
and it's
mutate.
in your genetics, the end. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yep.
That's it. And then it's like, and then if you sit there and you're like, how does having a magical gene give one person the ability to generate fire and the other person the ability to warp time? That doesn't make sense. And I'm like, don't care.
Don't worry
because
about it.
don't worry about it. It doesn't matter because they don't try to explain it. That's why it's fine.
How do the
Like,
giant mechs work? Don't worry about it.
Your genes just go whoopsie. Yeah. Just oopsie. But you know, it's like there's a degree to which where it's someone thinks that they're being smart and they're just being an ass, and that's why it upsets me. Like when people are like, I don't know science, so I'm not going to really try to explain this. I'm like, that's fine, buddy. You know, go, you live your best life. But the second someone's like, actually, I'm so smart and I know this really well, and then they just show their ass to the entire fucking audience, I'm like, you moron. Like, I don't go out here trying to write stories about political intrigue as a person who doesn't understand how that works. Like, I wouldn't go write, oh, my characters are so smart, actually, and then write incredibly stupid, obvious plots where it's like, wow, your character is so smart. It's like they had the script the whole time. Wait, what's that in their hand? Is that the script? Like, people spot that shit so often when it comes to people like saying that their characters are really smart and then their characters are actually like not smart. The only way that you know they're smart is the author keeps insisting that they're intelligent, you know? Like that's what this feels like to me. It's just like the author insisting that they understand science when they really don't, and that bothers me. The same way BBC Sherlock insists that he's smart and then he acts like a moron. Oh my goodness.
If you could rewrite... No, it was a good rant. That was a really good rant. I was just like, oh yeah, this is great. Are there any, like, if you could be on the writing staff for The Last of Us, do you have, like, in your head, this is how I would have told them to approach it? Is that something that you've considered at all?
I mean, yeah, it's mostly just the things I've said. Like, you can just... Audiences are way more willing to accept things that you tell them without explanation than you might think.
So your answer would have just been, you can make the change that they made and just don't try to explain it.
Well, like, I objectively think the changes they made make them the zombies less scary. Like, the fungal threat is not scary if I'm not worried about, oh fuck, what if I walk into a room full of spores and I don't know it, right? It's that invisible threat that makes something like this frightening, right?
Yeah.
Especially because they never showed zombies in the fucking show. So, like, what the hell is the source of fear? Yeah, it would have been helpful to have zombies in the zombie show, right? You know? And it's just like, just don't make these changes. They objectively make it less scary. They objectively make it more ridiculous and silly in a way that will take the audience out of it. So just don't do these things. Like, I know you think you're being smart. You're not. Stop it.
Bacanado, that's exactly why they made the change, because it had very significant parallels to 2020, and they were like, we'd rather not.
Don't be a coward with your media. Stop being a coward. Tell the story that is a better story to tell, or don't talk at all.
And that's like, a fair opinion on it.
If you're not willing to make a show
they should have just kept it as
about
it was.
It. Like, if you don't want to make a show about infection, why are you making a show about The Last of Us, which is all about a global pandemic? If you're worried about being sensitive, then you shouldn't have made this at all. Like, that's just it. You just shouldn't have done it.
I don't think it was so much of trying to be sensitive as them realizing, all right, folks have been living with this and thinking about this for, 2-3 years at this point. We do not know if they are going to be super eager to consume media that reminds them of the things they've been thinking about in real life for the past 3 years.
I mean, people bought the Last of Us game, so Last of Us Part 2, so I don't think it's that big of a threat. I mean, then just don't make the show. Yeah, like, if you're that worried about it, then don't make the show. Like, this is what I mean when I say don't be a coward with the things you create. Either make the thing you want to make and accept the consequences, or make nothing. Like, just don't do it and do something else. Like, don't never half-ass anything. Never half-ass two things, whole-ass one thing. You know? Like, and also with The Last of Us, like, sure, you're like, oh, but the risk, and I'm like, the best art always takes risks. If you're not willing to take risks, why are you creating something in the first place?
I think the reason why they were really gung-ho about making the series is that at the end of the day, it is a story about humans, not zombies. So the mechanic of the zombies, I think, changing it is forgivable. So I don't begrudge them for wanting to change it, and because, like I said, I don't think that it was really a thing of, oh, we're worried people are going to be offended or whatnot. That I think it was more of just, I think we're all a bit tired of it and think of this stuff. And whether that is right or wrong is difficult to say on the macro scale. I can understand the sentiment behind it at the very least, but I can also see how the new mechanic is definitely an imperfect one, and it sort of makes me wonder, all right, what were other mechanics that may have been considered? Why was this one the one that they landed on ultimately? Because if you're already changing it, you could go in a number of directions, and we're probably never going to see what the pitch document was for different ones, but I think one way or another, The Last of Us ends up being a really interesting case study in media adaptation because of, just all these things surrounding it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff with this one in particular where I just think it was done very, very badly. And watching the post-credit stuff where the main producer of the show and Neil Druckmann, right, the original writer of Last of Us, are talking, it sings to me of just literally all the changes were made for pretentious reasons and not because of actually anything intelligent or considerate or anything other than just the most shallow, shitty reason.
That I can't comment on.
I'm heated about this, but especially because
my commentary is all coming from.
They ruined Ellie. They ruined Ellie's entire thing, and talk about disrespecting your own original work. We see already Ellie is a bloodthirsty monster. Yes, the whole point of the game is that she's I love how the entire point of Last of Us Part 1, now that it's called that, was about how Ellie, like all of us, is capable of extreme violence, but was horrified by it. And she's being cared for by this man who is no longer horrified by the extreme violence that he enacts. And that the rift that forms in their relationship comes from him doing a very violent act, which she cannot 100% agree with. And that's the entire point of the first game. That's it. That's the story. And then they're like, what if in the TV show we just made Ellie a fucking psychopath from day one who loves murder? And I'm like, I hate it here. What if we just erased her entire character arc and the reason that she and Joel were such a good pairing and erased all of their chemistry as a character dynamic and just made it be, oh yeah, these two people who make each other worse. Hooray! Yay! What a good show! I hate it here.
That's disappointing here because, like I said, since I haven't seen or played it, I can't comment on the specifics. That I just sort of have this outside observer thing of, all right, I know they changed the mechanics for this reason, but it's been an interesting thing for me to see different opinions come, because I know a lot of people have really enjoyed the series, but at the same time, I can totally understand why you wouldn't. And you now mentioned this particular the particular characterization of Ellie, and I can see that, yes, if this is how she was portrayed in the game, they change that, I can see how that's a really big fucking deal.
It's the entire foundation of the story. That's why it's a problem. Because the entire foundation is basically, how do you deal with survivor's guilt?
Yeah, that I consider much more egregious
core of the story
than the cordyceps, because like I said, I think that this is a human
you're right,
story.
the cordyceps isn't the main focus of the story. It pisses me off because what they did was stupid and objectively made the story worse from that perspective too. But the one thing they got right, okay, was episode 3 in that show, where they changed the story between two characters and wrote a very, very good story about two people. They completely changed how they were from the game, and they made them better. But then every single other choice they made things worse.
Aw.
And actively undercut the story, undercut the meaning of things, undercut the character arcs, everything. They just fucking flat tired themselves, sandbagged themselves at every opportunity. And I'm like, why would you do this? Why did you do this? Why would you, and why did you? Why did no one in the writer's room go, this is a stupid fucking idea? Oh my god.
Invoking Game of Thrones, that's ooh.
I mean, it's
those are
kind
strong
of the
words.
same deal. It's kind of the same deal, if I'm being honest. It's that whole, like, it gives me the energy, it gives me the D&D vibes, right? Of fucking themes are for 8th grade book reports. Like, oh my god. Ugh. She just forgot about the Iron Fleet. She just kind of forgore. Oops. She forgore. God, I hate that so much. Ugh. Last of Us and Chernobyl hype went to their heads. Yeah. Like, see, Chernobyl as a show was a really, really good show, and then it pulled some stupid bullshit with science at the very end, which pissed me off because, like, it's a small detail that you can hand wave away and ignore, and I choose to because otherwise that show was pretty good, right? It was pretty decent, did a pretty good job of explaining things to people. But I mean, like, and here's the reason I care so much about this, okay? Is because after Chernobyl came out, the number of people who then went to social media with brain dead head ass takes about how nuclear power works made me want to Roblox myself really fucking hard, because people were like, oh my god, so scary, what if a nuclear power plant just blows up out of nowhere like that one did, and it's how I need to see if there are any near me. And I'm like, oh my god, did you not pay attention?
Were you not paying
did you
attention?
not
The whole purpose of that show was saying that it's a human error.
That it was literally because of stupidity and bureaucracy and people's fucking egos that anything went wrong in that plant. If anyone had actually listened to the plant workers and just done what they said when they said, we don't know how to do this test, don't make us do it because we don't know it, so we can't do it safely. If a single person had not been insistent on just following, oh, well, I just got to get it done to check the boxes, right? If any of the management had paid attention to any of the plant workers, Chernobyl would have never happened.
Yeah, Chernobyl
if the Soviet Union had been honest with their plant workers about how things were built, they would have known that the failsafe switch in that instance was dangerous and was not the solution. They would not have used that button if they were told what was going on with the machine they were actually using, instead of the Soviet Union fucking lying and hiding things out of shame. Because they knew about the faults in that system and they didn't tell people because they didn't want to appear weak.
Yeah, Chernobyl as a series is essentially an advocate of nuclear energy is safe if you do it properly.
If you actually listen to the people in the plant, and if you let your workers actually
someone
know.
Can watch that series and just, like you said, miss the point a lot.
Yeah. Like, the media literacy of most people is depressingly low, I have discovered. The older I get in life, the more I realize people are really dumb and don't actually pay attention, and this hurts me. This hurts me. Because, like, nuclear power is incredibly safe and good and essential if we want to not die on this planet. If I'm being real, everybody. If you want to stop global warming, I've got news for you. We have to resort to nuclear power. And it's a lot safer than other forms of energy production. Like, I'm sorry, but like, how often does a fucking oil rig explode off the coast and then permanently damage the Gulf of Mexico is still fucked from like what, 2011 when that happened?
God, that was a while ago.
It's still fucked. It's still fucked. It's still recovering. And people be like, nuclear power is so scary and dangerous. Like, no, gasoline, objectively worse for the planet, objectively worse for the environment, has way more incidents where shit goes wrong and fucks up entire ecosystems where we can't recover. And like, we have never had a true full meltdown of a nuclear power plant. Thank God.
Yeah.
But that has not happened yet, because it's almost like the engineers working on this understand how careful we need to fucking be.
And that even when they are fucked over 6 ways from Sunday by bureaucracy and bad information, that they still were able to get at least, the final fail-safes in place to not make it true catastrophe.
Yeah, they were able to salvage it. They were able to fucking stop it from being a true meltdown. Thank God. It's amazing. And like, whew.
That's when everything is stacked against them. Imagine what they could do if they actually had, support. And, well, that's what you get in a lot of cases, that there are active power plants, nuclear power plants around the world. And think about the number of incidents that you hear about. The fact that
None.
it is such a big news story whenever one happens is, yes, because they are so damn rare. It's like airplanes, that an airplane crashing, that conceptually an airplane is an incredibly dangerous thing. You are flying in a hunk of metal tens of thousands of feet above the air at incredible speeds. The concept of air travel.
I put you in a soda can and flung you at maximum velocity.
The concept of air travel is staggeringly terrifying. In practice, it is safer than driving in a car.
Yeah, exactly. And it's because, to a degree, you have to have very strict regulations to make sure it stays safe. It's not like you should never trust someone to do something perfectly if you're not watching them. That is the important thing here, right? Like, you always need to have rules. You always need to have checking over stuff to make sure that people are actually on the up and up. But like, when you have that, very safe, very good. And actually, like, the coolest thing to me is the fact that we're actually finally going to have fusion reactors.
I do not know enough about it to know what is particularly exciting about fusion. Why is it exciting? Make me excited.
The nuclear reactors we have are fission reactors, where basically we take uranium, we let it split in half, and we get energy out of that. Basically, we take uranium, we let it explode, and we get energy out. Yes, and then fusion power plants is basically you make a star.
I love
like
that one-liner. That I know that the actual concept that, like you're saying, so fission is that's more complicated than that. But I love that one-liner. That's really that makes it sound so cool.
Because it is, and it's so cool. In fusion reactors, you're literally making a sun and getting energy out of that the same way our sun generates energy, where it takes atoms and smashes them. Ow, fuck, that hurt. Smashes them together. And then energy is released from that as physical matter is directly converted into energy. And best thing about this, the fuel for these things, hydrogen.
We sure got a lot of. We sure got a lot of it around here.
Most
hydrogen.
abundant element in the entire universe, baby. Let's hear it for hydrogen.
Woo.
Easy to get, easy to acquire, easy to put in these things. The only issues, right, is that hydrogen is highly reactive and explosive. So you have to be very careful with the handling of it. It's not the most explosive gas, but
have you seen
dangerous.
Glass Onion?
Yes.
That's all I'll say.
Like hydrogen Hindenburg, maybe. But hydrogen, this would also, here's the part of me, here's my true brain rot self, where I'm like, listen, if we actually start making fusion power plants, maybe we won't be fucked and run out of helium, okay? We'll actually have a way to generate helium gas, which we currently don't have, and all the helium on Earth is limited. We can't find more. Every helium fucking reserve we found has been on accident. We can't make it. And I'm sorry, luckily, while it's an abundant element in the universe, you know where it's most abundant? Stars. So you can't mine it. But with fusion reactors, we might be able to create it and actually collect it.
And that you have a actually usable byproduct, that it's not a waste byproduct, but hey, here's the thing that we were trying to find anyway. Sometimes, just sometimes, the universe does actually just play in your favor.
Exactly. And the other cool thing about fusion reactors is, the main concern with them is heat, right? Because it's a sun. It generates a lot of heat. So there's currently one being built, a fusion reactor being built in France, and I think it's supposed to make its debut in terms of actually being turned on in 2026, 28 or something like that. So actually, shockingly soon. I can look it up. Fusion plant, France. Yep, there it is. Bam. It's the ITER, ITER power plant that's coming soon. Woo. Hashtag coming soon. But yeah, it's let's see. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Hold on.
And the bottom line is that this is, nuclear fission under proper circumstances and guidance can be safe. But from what I understand, that fusion is even safer.
Well, fusion doesn't produce radioactive byproduct the way that fission does.
Yes.
So fission, the current nuclear power plants we have, produce radioactive waste, which you can't get rid of.
That's the byproduct.
You have to let
helium.
that shit sit and wait until it's gone. Wait until it's no longer radioactive, which Mm. You know, that can take literally hundreds of thousands of years, depending on what kind of
Half-lives,
waste it is. Yay! Right? And you can't like the question. So the question with a nuclear power plant is always, what do you do with the waste? Yeah, newer generation reactors can reuse some of their waste, but there's still waste produced that is incredibly dangerous because, you know, that, and it will
Yeah.
last a long time. So the question is always, what do you do with the waste from a nuclear power plant? And fusion reactors would not generate that kind of waste.
Yes.
So they're like based on every single level and really freaking radical. Let's see. I'm looking at the information about the ether and seeing when it's going to be actually made. There's no information timeline. Oh. Planned. Okay, yeah. 2025. They want to attempt to make their they plan to achieve their first plasma, and then 2035 is when they hope to have a deuterium-tritium operation going, which basically means that the reactor would be fully functional.
Nice.
2035. So like not
Yep.
that long away.
12 years.
Honestly. Yeah. This thing
Like,
has been in
inside.
construction since like like it started assembly in like 2018, but they've been working on this since 1988.
Wow.
So that shows you how slow this
Yeah.
stuff moves, because
Uh-huh.
you don't want to fuck up.
Because they're being safe.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally trying to create a small sun. You don't want to fuck that up. Right? Like, you
Yeah,
don't want to accidentally make a star because, oopsie, what if it goes
Oopsie.
supernova?
Yeah, and I forget what the exact process is, but I remember that there was, I think it might have been like a hadron collider or something along the lines of basically that they were creating a small black hole. And that, yes.
So, yeah, technically, but like that black hole is so small, it's not going to do
yeah.
anything.
Exactly. But the whole concept of, you want to make sure that you know how to do it small.
Yeah. You don't fuck it up, obviously. Yeah.
Exactly.
You got sometimes you gotta work at the speed of OSHA.
I love that.
Oh.
People do create small suns every day. You're not wrong. I didn't expect to talk about nuclear fission fusion, but here we are.
Yeah.
Also,
Sorry, this is what happens when I'm allowed to do what I want.
Oh, you're good. Also, congratulations, Renn. I walked in tonight thinking it was possible. I wasn't going to say it.
Hmm.
But this is now the longest episode of Vtuber Talk.
Let's go! Woo!
At episode 100, breaking records here.
Where are we at? Oh, 5.5 hours? Yep.
5.5.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. You get me
but it's been
talking
good.
and I won't shut up.
No, like I said, I invite folks on because I'm like, all right, do I think I can get a conversation out of them? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm sure I can get plenty of conversation out of it. I'm not worried about that at all.
Oh yeah.
And frankly, we're still not at your normal stream length. That I'm not worried about. Like there are some folks that I know. All right, they usually stream for 2-3 hours, and that all one maybe cut off because they'll start. It varies, but for you, I was like, okay, I know that I can go at least 5 hours and not even have to think about asking Renn, all right, hey, you doing all right? Are you still feeling okay? That, like you said, last night was something of 8-9 hours, and you woke
11.
up. Oh, but
Mingo
hey,
checked the VOD while we were here, and he's like, "Oh, I just checked. It was 11 hours. Good job."
Well, but still, you got lots of sleep. You woke up very late, and okay, so your sleep schedule's a bit shifted, but if you just acclimate to that, you're good.
Yeah. I mean,
when
like,
would you say you wake up on an
time.
average day?
I mean, my sleep schedule is less of a schedule and more of a roulette wheel.
That's fair.
But I usually wake up typically before 6 p.m. I don't want to, like, sometimes I'll wake up at noon. Sometimes I'll wake up at 4:30 p.m. Sometimes I'll wake up at 6 p.m. It's kind of a fucking random ass. We never know when it will happen, but it will happen eventually. Unless it's that one day in the subathon where I slept for 18 hours.
Ooh.
Which, like, I think is the longest I've ever slept in one go. But that was a day where it was quite a fun day of the subathon, right? Because my stream was still live, and there were just multiple points, people coming in the chat being like, is Renn okay? Is Renn coming back? And Bones would just pop in the chat and be like, yeah, Renn's still asleep, guys. Sorry. I'm not waking them up. I'm going to let them sleep as much as they need, but they're still sleeping.
Yep. We can confirm life.
And I woke up and it was like the same time of day as when I went to bed, but like slightly later. And I was like, what? But did I not sleep? And everyone's like, you almost slept for a full day. And I was like, whoa, what?
I was going to
ask.
ask.
And then there's the days I sleep 2 hours. And I'm like, woohoo!
I was going to ask, like, that after sleeping that long, you wake up and it's got to be one of two things. It's either, oh my gosh, I feel so refreshed, this is incredible, or, what year is it? Have I slept at all?
I never feel good when I sleep that long. When I sleep super long like that, I always feel worse than when I went to bed. I'm just like, like, where is it? Where's the emote? Someone give me Renn Dog Slug in the chat. That's how I feel.
Yes.
When I wake up. This is just me. Every day I wake up. Live slug reaction. It's just waking up is pain.
Life is pain, Highness. Anyone who says differently is selling something.
Exactly. It's true. It's true. I remember that one. I just don't remember where it's from.
Princess Bride.
Yes. Oh my god, one of my favorite movies is that movie's so good. Oh, timeless. Timeless.
Yeah, you're actually a big movie buff.
Yes, I love movies. I honestly have a problem where I will sit down and watch movies on repeat. I'll binge watch movies. Like I'll binge watch TV, I'll binge watch movies. I'm just like, I shall rewatch all of the extended Lord of the Rings movies this weekend. And people were like, isn't that like 20 hours? And I'm like, yep.
Yes, and there are 48 hours in the weekend. Next question.
Yep. Moving on. Oh, but yeah, I genuinely enjoy movies quite a lot, but I feel I've managed. There's a lot of people I know who also love movies, but I try to avoid the kind of pretentiousness that comes along with that, where I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of people who enjoy a medium often end up becoming pretty snooty about it, in the sense of where they like, basically it's like with food. For example, let's say someone really likes food, then they start shitting on McDonald's, and they're like, I can't believe anyone would enjoy a McDonald's cheeseburger. I would never disgrace my palate with something as disgusting, you know? And like, I'm just over here where I'm like, bro, I can like McDonald's and I can like fancy Wagyu beef. It's okay.
Yeah, but everything has its purpose. We were talking about different genres, that different types of things are trying to be different things. And McDonald's is not trying to be Wagyu beef. Wagyu beef is not trying to be McDonald's. They're for different occasions, and they're for just different moods. That
I can enjoy my terrible trash garbage food, and I can also enjoy my deliciously beautifully crafted, beautifully presented food.
Yeah.
Both are good.
These are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, so like when it comes to movies, there's a lot I like talking about with film, like, and I really appreciate films that are genuinely well crafted. Like, there's a reason why I love the guy who, Rian Johnson, I think, is the guy who did Glass Onion. He did Knives Out. He also did The Last Jedi, which I don't care if people disagree with me. It's one of the best Star Wars films ever. Cope, seethe, mauled, cope, seethe, cope. I don't care. Fuck you. Like, what is his name? See, this is terrible. I'm terrible with names. He did Fantastic Mr. Fox. Yes, thank you for the cope and seethe in my chat. I hear it. Cope, seethe, cope. He did Fantastic Mr. Fox. He did Anderson. Yes,
Wes Anderson.
He did Wes Anderson. Thank you. He also did what's the hotel movie called? Grand Budapest. Yeah, he's done a lot of films. Like, he's an excellent director, an excellent actual artist. He makes wonderful movies. I love his shit so much. I will watch anything he makes because it's always like, chef's kiss. Taika Waititi. Taika Waititi is less on the massively artistic side and more just like someone who clearly and really loves the media of film and is just a good director. Like he's very good with the actors that he gets. He's an excellent director in that sense. And Taika Waititi is also just funny.
Yeah, the Taika Waititi, I've not seen all of his films, but the ones I've seen, you can just tell that he's having a good time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like he clearly loves what he does. And there's so much happiness and joy in what he makes that it translates through to the audience. I still haven't seen Our Flag Means Death, and I really need to. I'm trying. There's so many things I need to watch. Referencing that goes back to our earlier point. It's like, you stop making TV shows, stop making movies, stop making games. I need to catch up. Please wait, hold on. But like, you know, there's also like a lot of films that I can watch where I can comment on how they are very beautifully crafted. They're amazingly shot. There's so much care put into how everything is framed and lit and all of that, and then still be like, beautifully made, amazing. Fucking hate it though. Like The Graduate. Yay! It's one of the best films I think ever made from how it's like crafted as a piece of art.
It is one of the best films ever made, but
It's
not
also
necessarily
terrible.
one of the best films.
No, it's a fucking pain to watch. I hated that thing. Sitting through it was literally agony because I don't care about it. I don't care about the story. I don't care about the characters. I don't give a single shit. I just want it to be over. And the only reason I can appreciate it is because I'm like, this was very beautifully made. It's like presenting me with food that tastes like shit but looks beautiful. Like, and it was crafted very well. It's just like you put all the wrong flavors together. It doesn't taste good.
Yeah, and then
Right?
it almost feels like a tease at that point of, this should be very good. I see that so much care was put into this and there are genuinely good things here, but then the core of it doesn't work for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like serving me Brussels sprouts and you prepared them beautifully. You did everything right in the kitchen. Your technique was perfect. Your presentation is perfect. But it's a fucking Brussels sprout and that tastes like shit. I don't want to eat it. I refuse. So like, you know, like there's films like that, like with The Graduate. Like there's, for example, one subtle thing you might not know in The Graduate is Mrs. Robinson. Every single shot where she is introduced until the moment where her affair with the main character is revealed, she is always introduced first through reflection. You never ever get to see her face directly when she first enters the scene. She always appears as a reflection first. You see a reflection of her, and then you get a shot that actually focuses the camera on her until their affair is revealed. And at that moment, they turn the camera onto her, and she's disheveled with none of her makeup on. So, like, literally, like, you know, from the artistic point, you have stripped away all of the veneer of who she is. You are showing who she truly is in this moment, and she is weak and vulnerable and frail, right? Like, and ugly. They make her look ugly and gross. But every single shot before that, you see her through a reflection, like a mirror or the glass of a table or something else. And she's all done up, she's beautiful, and she seems powerful. And then in that one shot where they finally subvert that, she's curled up in a corner and like being like, why? And like clearly weak. And like that as a trick, like as a visual form of storytelling is fucking genius. That is so clever and subtle that you don't necessarily notice it unless you're paying attention. But your brain did. Your brain notices those things. That's why that scene will have such an impact where you're like, oh my God, when you see her in that moment, like it's a lot more visceral, the response you would get, because they've been doing that the whole time. And your brain is noticing even if you consciously aren't. Yeah, the visage projected versus the character itself. Exactly. And like, that's why this movie is so beautifully done. God, I hate it so much, and I will never watch it again. Unlike Citizen Kane, that one is beautifully shot and made and actually interesting to sit through. Though it's not for everyone, I realize that. Because it's intentionally difficult to interpret in some points where it's ambiguous in the way of they're like, it doesn't, where like, you're like, well, this is the answer. And I personally have the feeling with Citizen K where it's like the answer, the point is that there is no answer and that you can't know and that it doesn't fucking matter. And that's the point.
Yeah, the point is that
meaningless. Like, who gives a shit what this old man said, why he said this last thing? Who cares? It does not matter. It doesn't help any of the people he's hurt in life. It doesn't, help any of the people who he cared about. It does nothing for anyone. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter what he meant, because we can never know, and it's not like it did anything for anybody.
I'm at the point of film consumption where I know that I don't know enough about cinematography to be able to pick up on a lot of subtleties, but it's the type of thing that when I watch an analysis video about a certain scene, that then I can completely understand why it works. And I will also, generally speaking, that if I go to a film that has a particularly renowned director, that I can usually tell, just like you're saying, my brain can tell on a subconscious level. I'm like, this is good. They're doing stuff really well. I might not know why, but I like it and it's nice. And I don't have the knowledge to comment and say, this is why they are good. The thing that I can comment on, which I am very aware that for me, as just when I consume media, what I like good dialogue. I like good conversations. So I like movies that are very dialogue heavy, and for that reason, I really enjoy a lot of Quentin Tarantino's stuff, because he writes good conversation. I know that Tarantino as a director is a bit polarizing, that like some folks think he's brilliant, some folks think he's completely overrated. All I know is he is an incredible writer of conversation, and just the way that he can have just two characters in a room for 20 minutes, and that it is the most gripping thing you will see. That's something that I just love. And I know some people can't stand just two people in a room having a conversation for 20 minutes, that even if it's good conversation, that they will find it boring, that for some people they don't like it. That's what I love.
Yeah, like there's another, if you've ever seen anything Brian Fuller has made, he made the Hannibal TV show. He also made another show called Pushing Daisies, both of which were excellent. I really can't recommend the Hannibal TV show enough, because it has my favorite pair of murder husbands in it. But it's excellent. Pushing Daisies was also an excellent show. It's very unfortunate that it got canceled before it could really go anywhere, which is disappointing to me, but it happens, especially in TV. But like, Hannibal is excellent. They did a very, very, very good job with that TV show. Also, sorry, hold on, I have someone knocking on my window. Hold on, I'm gonna have to go figure what that is. Let me stall.
The window is very specific. It's not the door, it's the window. Anyways, hope everyone's having a good time. I'm looking at the clock. It's so late, but fortunately I took a nap earlier, so I'm still doing fine. I hope you all are having a good time, and we're now getting into real late night talk show stuff here. Let me see. Did I miss any follows? I may have missed a couple follows. Yardak Botchik and Spirit Foxfire, thank you so much for the follows. Yeah, I have work in 6.5 hours, but I work from home. One of the best parts of working from home, I can just wake up the minute before I need to be online. I'm fine. Plus, fortunately, like I said, I had a nap, and I'm able to usually bounce back, and I usually sleep less than 6 hours a night anyways. I have a pretty nutty sleep schedule myself. Not quite as absurd and unconventional as Renn's, but it's up there.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
I'm curious. You said there was knocking at your window, not at the door, but the window. It is very rare to get knocks at a window.
Well, now I genuinely have a reason to be terrified of the knocking card. But yeah. So a couple days ago, one of my neighbors knocked on my window late at night to ask to borrow a cup of milk.
What?
And so I gave him a cup of milk, and he just came back today and gave me a whole carton of milk.
That's nice.
It was like, here you go, thank you.
I guess. Do you know this neighbor well enough that this isn't weird?
No, I don't know. I've never spoken to them before.
Okay, because that's the thing. I was like, knocking on someone's window to ask for a cup of milk, period, feels a bit weird. That don't you normally go to the door
Well,
for
the
that?
thing is because they can see me through the window, and it's also like 1:20 a.m. So like no one else is awake, so they
That-
know
okay,
I'm
yeah.
awake, and they're
That
probably
was the
trying to not wake up
question.
everyone in my apartment. I'm assuming.
Okay, yeah, that was the other thing of, like, can they tell from the outside that the lights are on and that,
Yes.
someone's awake? Because otherwise
Mhm.
it's just gonna be real fucking creepy. Like, all right, I need to ask someone for milk, and also, yeah, Mr. Mingo beat me to, why do they need milk at 1:20 a.m.?
I mean, they might be like me and might be a night owl. They might be work the
That's
night
fair.
shift and nothing's open right now. So if they needed, like, let's say you're trying to cook something and you run out of milk, you
Yeah,
know,
that's fair. That's
or
fair.
I'm also like being an animal, having worked at a lot of animal rescues and stuff. If you have like a puppy or a kitten who's not doing well, or even a human child, one of those human ones,
Yeah.
gross. Like sometimes you'll try to give, like, you can give them milk from any animal, like a cow or whatever, to try and feed them. If you're nursing them, like in an emergency situation, it's not the best thing, right? But it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
So a lot of the time
dog
it's stuff like
accepted
that, or
window
like
milk.
you're 80% of the way through like cooking something, and then you realize you're missing
Like,
an
"Aw,
ingredient.
shit." Yeah.
Hi,
Well,
dog.
congratulations on your carton of milk.
Yay! I like here's the nice thing about having two dogs, right? Especially two who are loud. Is Leaf is very loud but small, but people can't really tell that from how his bark sounds. So
Mm.
people will hear the barking and be intimidated. And then Holly is a big enough dog and looks wolf-like enough from his face that he is naturally just kind of intimidating, and people don't know that he's a pussy. So like people will usually leave me alone. I'm not going to deny that's part of why I got a dog that was slightly bigger, was to be able to walk around and not be bothered. People don't bug me because I have Holly. Like, people will ask to pet him, but like I know a lot of people mistake him as a chow chow, and so people will actively avoid me on the street because chow chows are known to be temperamental and have issues where they will like attack, or they can attack people because they're a little bit psychotic sometimes. Sometimes they flip on a dime and they'll just bite you, and they're big, so they're strong. So I've had some people even want to pet Holly and be like, is that like a chow? And I'm like, no, he's a Kisun. And they're like, oh, okay, can I pet him? And I'm like, sure. Hi, Holly. Yes. They don't know you're a sweet baby. They don't know that he's just a nice little boy. What's this? He's got plant in him. Why do you have plant in your fur again?
Oh no,
Swear to God.
Holly has cordyceps.
This dog is like a walking, feather duster. He just picks up plant matter and trash in his fluff all the time. Like, I'll run my hands through him, like, why the fuck is there a leaf on your side? Like, what?
Just
When did
buried
this
there.
get here? How did this get buried in your fur? What the fuck?
Come on, it's from me. He's joining my gang. Makes sense.
Don't you turn my dog into a tea bag. How dare you? He's already fluffy enough. He hates water. Oh, great fact about my dog here. He's a Kisuns are supposed to be a barge dog, so they're supposed to like be on boats. They love water normally.
Normally.
My dog won't go outside when the floor is wet. Like, it's rain. It's not even currently raining. The ground is wet. And he's like, my precious little feet. Meh. Meh. I don't want to touch the ground. It's wet. Wait. It's ridiculous. He's just a goblin. He's just a little goblin creature. A prissy little goblin. Yes. Ah. But he's
Where were we?
wonderful.
Movies. Film. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's like, I mean, because that's one of the things when you said like you don't notice it. That's the beauty with like visual media and stuff, is you might not notice some of the things that like a film is showing you, but your brain does. Like, subconsciously, you notice a lot of stuff that you might not consciously be aware of. It's the difference between being able to analyze, right, and being able to absorb. Like, for example, one of my favorite movies of all time, Mad Max Fury Road. It's so good. It's fucking amazing. Sound design in that movie is so much better than you might realize. Like, it's so incredibly good.
My favorite movie when it comes to sound design is Baby Driver. It is...
I love that movie!
The reason it is my favorite for sound design is because it is the only movie that I have ever watched on my first watch through and multiple times become aware of the sound design and said, I see what they did there and that was fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
That they sync up everything to the beat of music. Everything from just like the firing of bullets to the opening and closing of a car trunk is to the beat of the music. And the way that they weave that through the entire film is something that I have never seen before, because it's very unique that there is a main theme about music and how the main character interacts with music that makes it so vital that under normal
Because there's always
circumstances,
music playing. And then in the moments where there is no music, you hear his tinnitus
Ringing.
and everything is out of sync and feels really uncomfortable and disorienting, because the movie has been conditioning you the entire time to be paying attention to the beat, just like he does.
Yes.
So the second it gets ripped away from you, it has the same, like, this is why I love film, because it has that visceral effect that you can't quite get with anything else. You can only get this with visual media. And I love this, or like with film, or like things like video games. Like video games too can do things that even films can't, because you have to interact with the media in order to make it function. Like, oh my God, there's a scene in The Last Guardian, for example, right, which is a highly debated game, and I still haven't played it, but I've watched people play it, of course. But given me, I've forgotten most of it, so it'll be like I've never touched it before. But like, there's a scene, basically there's been all these points where up throughout the entire game, the game has been teaching you that your Toriko, the friendly giant beast creature you have, will not make certain jumps. Like, there's certain actions he will not do, and he's an animal. You are asking him to do things and he can say no. And you'll demand that he do something and he'll just be like, nah, and not do it. And so there's these jumps that he just won't do. And the entire game, for hours and hours and hours, you've seen that he won't do this. Like, no matter what, no matter how much you tell him to do it, no matter how much you push him, he won't do it. And then there's a point where you go across one of those jumps and you get attacked by the enemies in that game and you can't fight back. And you're getting dragged away and you're watching the creature move further and further from you, and there's nothing you can do. You are completely helpless. And then Toriko makes the jump and saves you. And that moment is insanely powerful, because you know that the animal, that creature, Toriko, has been too afraid to jump like that this entire game, and that they are doing it to save you.
Yeah, that it is.
So it has
breaking
an emotional...
a rule.
Yes, it's breaking a rule to save you. Like, and this has like an emotional impact that you can't quite have with anything else, because like, you know that this is how this works, and then it just is like, no, that's gonna change. Or like, there's all sorts of like role-playing games or like great examples of this, where like, you know, people talk about like what makes a good RPG, and it's when you do something and it actually has an effect on the world, right? Like, you can see the change that happens.
You
like,
can see the ripple effect.
yes, and like that small stuff makes you actually feel involved, and that's something that video games can do that movies really can't.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of game music. That video game music has been a big part of my life. I won't get into that particular story because it would take a while. But one of the things that I've heard said, which I think is pretty profound actually, is the reason that people love and identify with video game music so much, and why it's the type of thing that people can say like, oh my gosh, every time I hear the song, it affects me, because when you are playing a video game, that is the soundtrack of your life. That you can watch Star Wars and hear the Imperial March or hear Luke's theme. That is the soundtrack to Luke Skywalker's life, not your life. You are a passive observer. You are not participating. And even if you can have an emotional response to the memory of a significant scene in a film, you are remembering the soundtrack to someone else's scene. But when you're playing a game, you are remembering and associating with that music the actions that you're taking. That hearing Termina Field, you are going back to all of your memories. And even if you are not identifying with Link as a character, that your actions of going through and performing and interacting with the game, interacting with that world, that is what you have from those active memories that ends up just so much deeper than any other kind of music, and is why just baseline video game music has the potential to have those impacts on a deeper level than pretty much any other instance of music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that. I just love video games.
Video games are cool.
They're so cool. And like talking about like people engaging with the medium, right? Like one of my favorite things is like the inversion of that, where like people truly step into the shoes of a character with like Little Nightmares, where up until okay, ears up, spoilers. Up until the point like that final interaction with the gnomes, right? Everyone is saying, I do this when they're talking about sex. And then she kills the gnome, and you very frequently hear people all of a sudden switch to, why did she do that? And it's small, but you can, like, you sense the moment, the immediate second someone snaps out of being that character. No longer is it,
Because you didn't
why
have
did
the
I
input.
do that?
That wasn't your
It's
input.
like, that wasn't me. That, why did she do that? And people so quickly disassociate from the character in that moment. It's like, that's one of the reasons it has such a huge impact, because you've been her, you've been hugging these gnomes, and you're like, yeah, I want to hug them, that's sweet. And then she kills one, and it truly punches you in the face of like, you are not that character. You are not fully in control. So that subversion of like times where games let like you step more into a character than before because you are in control of their actions, to those moments where you get wrenched out of your immersion so hard by having a character do something you disagree with, or like that you did not want to do, by wresting control from the player.
Yeah.
And I love that kind of stuff. I think it's really cool to see like the kind of emotions that provokes in people.
And
like, oh,
like
it's cool when it's intentional. Yes, when it's on purpose.
I was gonna say
when
there's
it's
an
on
art to it, because
purpose.
otherwise, like, there's times where you can have stuff shoehorned into a game of, all right, for narrative purposes, we need the player to make this decision, and we
So we
might make
simply
it.
take away the choice and do it in a cutscene, which
Yep.
fuck you. Unless I am playing a character that is not supposed to be me, and I'm like, I'm being this person, I'm not being me, then I hate it. Like I hate it. Like, we hate violence. One of my things from like, there's a creator who I watch called Nikki Jakey, who's great, but like one of my favorite things that he says is, I hate violence in cutscenes. All my homies hate violence in cutscenes. It makes games worse. Stop. Like, violence where you cannot do anything, like you are out of control, unless the point of the game is like letting go of control and not having control, you know, then that's fine.
Or if
But
it's violence that
oftentimes-
was not caused by your character, that, you
Yes.
know, if it's an outside party, that's fine. But
Yeah, like the
violence
point
stuff,
is
yeah.
for you to feel powerless,
Mhm.
then that can be done well. But these basically where they're like, well, you're at a narrative point where we really want you to do this thing, so we're gonna make it impossible for you to do anything else. And it's like, that sucks. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
that the only thing to me that is worse than doing it in a cutscene is where they try to make it feel immersive, and, you know, that you have to press a
The
button on the controller.
QTEs.
Yeah,
ugh.
the QTE or even the non-QTE of just, you know, press the button and you cannot progress until you press this button, and we're going to make you press it, even if you didn't want to, because there was no option in doing this. This is part of it, that they're trying to gamify it, they're trying to create that immersion, but it becomes all the more visceral when you are making me do this thing that I had no choice over and that I don't want to do, and you're making me actively have to commit that. And that just
Mhm.
makes me hate it more. That if
Yeah.
you want to make me out of control as a player, fine. Have the universe, have something in the world cause the act or the action to happen, or create something that it, you know, I have no choice, even as a player, where it would be so obvious that I couldn't possibly make another decision. There are very
Yeah.
few instances
Or
where you
it's-
can do that, but of just like a life or death thing where I literally need to press this button to
Yeah.
not be thrown out an air shaft.
Or like moments where like you have it be like, it's the reason this is happening and you must do this is because this is the character doing this, not you. You are not this person. Like there are games I've seen where it's like, Last of Us is pretty well known for its ending, right? Where like a lot of people didn't want to do the ending, but you have to. You must. And it's because in that moment, you like this isn't you. This is Joel. You have always been Joel this game. You are going to do what Joel would do in this scenario. And like that to me is fine. Like I can appreciate the interest of a narrative like that where the point is that like whether you disagree with this character's actions or not, you must follow through with them. Because that's what they will do. They will always make this choice. This is the choice they would make. And I find that interesting. But like it's the main place it really bothers me is games where it's supposed to be RPG-esque, right?
Yes,
so I'm supposed to be playing, you're giving me control and flexibility in every other situation except this, then I hate it.
Yeah, if it's a narrative game and that it's clear that there is one path, that you make a very good distinction there of, yes, that I hate it when you are making me commit an action when under normal circumstances I would have a choice.
Yes. Like that's one reason why I like the new God of War games is because you're Kratos. You're not you. You don't choose any dialogue. So like there's never this sense of immersion in the sense of like you think you're doing things. You're like, oh man. Or like you might say I, right? But like you know it's Kratos that you are controlling and you know who he is as a person. And part of the really intense enjoyment from that game is you like basically pointing at the screen being like, be a good father, you piece of shit. Right? Where you're like watching this struggle and it's not one that you're having. You're not going through the emotional turmoil that he is, but you're witnessing it. You're more involved than watching a movie, obviously, but like it's about him and what he will do and not like what you want to do, which is why like, you know, for example, there's never like, I think the main issue people get is you get the, like, it becomes a true problem when there's a choice in combat between like killing people and not killing people. And then they put you in cutscenes where you have to kill people. Like that's the main thing. That's one of the common denominators I notice with people is if up until this point in the game, I have been able to choose if or how to kill people, and then you force me to kill someone or force me to spare someone, that's going to piss people off.
Yes.
Because up until that point, when it came to matters of life or death, they were in control. And now all of a sudden they're not. So it doesn't make sense. Right? It creates, as they like to say, the ludonarrative dissonance.
Bakunatum, the companion cube comes.
Companion cube.
Oh, that is such a cool case study in character creation and relationship building in ways that by all rights shouldn't. All you did was put some pink hearts on the same damn cubes that you've been using throughout the game. You had no affiliation or attachment to any other cube that you worked on that you left behind in those past chambers, but simply putting the little hearts on it and having GLaDOS say, this is your companion cube, be sure to take care of them, and then at the end, the difference kill it, of just throw it in this incinerator, not just leave it behind in the test room that presumably all those other cubes were disposed of, but being told to drop it into a pit of fire by your own hand, and just, you will only have the thing for like 20 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
It's not like it's been
mine.
there
It was
for the whole
mine.
game, but just,
it was my cube.
yeah, that the fact that they were able to get that emotional response with so little speaks to how strong everything built around it is.
Yeah. No. I fucking love video games. I really love them so much. And movies. But like and I mean, I think I just love visual media a lot. It's just so good.
Media's cool, stories I like stories. That's me. That I enjoy action, but I'm less likely to just watch a beat 'em up film or something, or play a beat 'em up game if there's not some story. Noted exception is party games. I don't care if there's narrative or anything like that in my party games. That's not what I'm looking for there. But if it's a one-player experience, generally speaking, I'm going to want something
Some
there
substance to
compelling.
keep
Yeah.
you interested, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Kamui, how dare you erase my Californian culture? Yeah, no, and no, yeah are Californian slang too. Fuck you. That's part of that's my people. We say hella, not wicked. Are they dang? Yeah, no, bro. Yeah, no, like, bro. That's classic Californian. It pissed off all of my East Coast friends for the longest time.
I always
They're
find that
like,
weird
yeah,
because
no, dude.
I'm
And they're
originally
like, what
from.
the fuck do you mean?
I've always found that very intuitive, and I'm from the East Coast originally, and I've had plenty of friends from the West Coast, and I've heard that, and I even use it myself on occasion. I think it's always about the tone and context, and I've always found it clear, but I suppose that some people aren't able to pick up that stuff as intuitively. But meh,
I mean, like,
I've always had no problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's mainly the friends I had who from the East Coast who like hadn't had really any West Coast friends before, so I would just be like, "Yeah, dude, no, like whatever." And they're like, "What the fuck are you saying? Use English, motherfucker!" And I'm like, "I am. What do you mean, bro?" Or just like me constantly using hella. Whereas they would say wicked, and then I kept telling them that saying wicked was cringe because that was from the 90s. At least that's what people said in the 90s over here, and then they stopped, and now it's all hella. It's like, you guys live in the past!
Yeah, I associate wicked with, like, that feels like a New England thing to me.
Yeah, it really is. It's intensely New England. But I mean, like, most of the friends I had were from, like, the Boston area, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York.
There you go. There you go.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, they'd be wicked smart and going down the Harvard Yard.
Wicked smart. Down in Harvard Yard on Todd and Todd. Oh, goodness. Cali and Australians share some culture, just like trees. Yeah, like the fucking Australians giving us a shit ton of eucalyptus trees and then not telling us it takes them like 100 years to grow, and that they're also producing oils that are insanely flammable. Thanks!
Oops.
Why half the state caught on fire again? We got scammed by Australia. They got us to plant a shit ton of eucalyptus, and it's why our state keeps catching on fucking fire. To be fair, that's just business as usual here.
I mean, he's not wrong.
True. Australians are scammers. They're all scammers. I say with my Australian family.
We really are in Aussie hours now, though.
We are. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm keeping you up incredibly late.
No, I actually said it while you were getting your window milk. That I actually took a nap this afternoon and actually hit that sweet spot with nap of I woke up 10 minutes before my alarm right at the end of a REM cycle and was like, oh, hell yes. So I'm actually just fine. That I'll probably start fading in like an hour or something. Oh god, napping is a learned skill. I was not able to nap for the longest time. It's something that I learned to do really in the past 5 years. And if you can just eventually find a way to learn to nap, it is life-changing. Just being able to say, all right, I'm going to lay down for like an hour and a half in the afternoon. If your schedule allows for that, it's so nice.
Yeah. One day I will figure out how to nap like a normal human being. One day, not today, but one day.
So you mentioned that you can binge a lot of things and that sometimes you'll do them repetitively. What is your most recent binge?
I think my most recent binge was the entirety of Shadow and Bone Season 2.
I've heard good things about that one. Haven't seen it.
It's pretty good. So here's the complaint I have. It's a good show. See, so here's the thing, is they took what they did with this series, though, is they took all the books this author has written so far for this universe and merged them into one show.
Oh,
and while that might sound like a disaster,
like that,
they've done
that could go really well or really poorly.
Yeah, that could go really wrong. They've done a very good job, like an excellent job weaving all these plot threads together in a way that makes sense, that really works, and that I really enjoyed. And I really enjoyed season 2. It was also excellent. However, because they merged multiple stories together, they took out one of my favorite arcs and changed a lot of shit. And to be fair, the changes they made still work. They're good. However, the things that they got rid of were some of my favorite parts of the original book.
So this
I'm
wasn't
mad.
a case of that it wasn't actively bad and they didn't make any catastrophic decisions, but some of the special elements for you were removed.
To my personal taste, I don't like it as much. It's still good, in my opinion. It's still very good. And given the fact that they're weaving together 3 different book series all into one, they are doing a very fucking good job.
And the fact that
but, like,
they can take away your favorite parts and you're still able to call it good speaks to it.
Yeah, it's still good, but I'm like,
that's
and
fair.
I don't like. There's certain changes where I'm like, I understand, like this still works as a good narrative tool, but I hate it personally. I hate it. 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 Also, Aki, we did already talk about it. We talked about how I hate Ocarina of Time and how it's terrible.
Yes,
Terrible.
that was in like hour 2.
Worst Zelda game. Worst Zelda game. Confirmed. Breath of the Wild is just better. I'm sorry. Cope, seethe mold. Cope. Every time Aki's like, but the dungeons though, the tools though, and I'm like, hey, you know what? I don't have to deal with it all. Bad dungeons.
Or if there's a bad shrine design, if there's a bad shrine, you're done with that shrine after 15 minutes.
Yeah, or I can skip it because it's actually optional. I can just say, fuck this shrine, it sucks, and leave. You know what I can't do? I can't fucking avoid the water temple. I'm stuck doing that shit. It sucks. Okay? It's bad. And you know what? I don't care. None of the other temples were so good and so fun that I'm willing to excuse the presence of the fucking water temple. I am fine with losing the other good parts of that game if it means I don't have to deal with the worst fucking part ever. Holy shit. God.
I haven't even played Ocarina of Time, and I know about the water temple. It is infamous.
It's so fucking bad. And like this is the thing I always say to people. It's like, listen, the reason I don't care that there are no dungeons in Breath of the Wild is because there are no bad dungeons in Breath of the Wild.
There is a dungeon in Breath of the Wild. It's Hyrule Castle.
Yeah, and I can skip the whole thing. I can just fly my ass straight to Ganon.
Yeah.
I don't have to fight anything in there. I can do it how I want.
Yeah.
And even if I treat it like a real dungeon, it's great.
I thought it was a wonderful one, and the fact that there hadn't been a proper dungeon the entire game made it all the more special. It was like, oh my gosh, we're like, just for the end that we get the one, and that it's the castle, the dungeon. And also, talking about music and sound design in that castle, it's not a complex sound design, but it's so good that the music is different inside of versus outside. That when it's outside, you have the big booming horns. You hear the stomping of marching armies. When you go inside, you hear it's the same thing. It weaves from the same spot that you had in the music, but now it's the organ, and it's creepy, and it's very nice. What's interesting for that dungeon, though, is that they don't use the normal Hyrule Castle music. That the normal Hyrule Castle music is da 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 da. But they use a different theme, and it's the theme of the windfish from Link's Awakening, which is very
some of the motif of the original theme in there as like a motif instead of the central theme, which is really cool.
They actually weave all 3 themes of the Triforce. They have Zelda's theme, Ganon's theme, and Link's theme woven in, but then the in-between of each is the Skyfish's theme, which I've always found strange. That I think the concept of weaving in Zelda, Link, and Ganon's over the Hyrule Castle theme would make perfect sense. Just, this is the big climax battle that you have those 3 characters, the central players. I thought already that's a brilliant addition. I love the arrangement. I love the music that they had, but to this day, it's always just sort of confused me. I would think that this is a deliberate choice.
Maybe
but
we'll
I
find
can't
out in
make-
Tears of the
That's
Kingdom.
what I'm wondering. I'm trying to make sense of it, and I look at it and say that you have a very iconic and very strong theme in the classic Hyrule Castle music. And now you take this very odd theme that it sounded great there of how they did it, but the Skyfish of all things. The Skyfish is this giant dreaming thing that, while it was asleep, created this illusory island effectively. And it's
Mhm.
it only ever appeared in this one game, Link's Awakening. But at the same time, Legend of Zelda is usually pretty deliberate when they
Yep.
have callbacks to their own things. So I look at that and just sort of sigh and like, are you doing something here? Are you? Because there isn't anything in Breath of the Wild that is brought in further from that. But like you said, it now makes me sort of wonder, is there something that's going to come into play with Tears of the Kingdom?
Mm-hmm.
And even if there isn't anything, I'm not upset. I just found it an interesting artistic choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's honestly, learning about music has been an interesting thing to do recently. There was a creator, he hasn't made anything in a long time, which is sad, but there was a guy on YouTube called Sideways who would do deep dives into musical theory about like different musicals and all sorts of other stuff. Hi, Dalia! And like, it was so fascinating to watch his videos on, like, for example, Sweeney Todd, where he broke down all the music in it and pointed out how the Deus Irae, which is like sort of the theme of death in a lot of Western music, is present in everything. And how you can
Ooh.
figure out the plot of Sweeney Todd within like 10 minutes by listening to the music.
Oh, I love stuff like
From the
that.
very beginning, you can, if you are paying attention, you know who's gonna die.
That's so cool.
Because you can
That's
hear
so
the
cool.
Deus Irae. You can hear the Deus Irae, or someone who's going to kill someone. Like, anyone who's involved with death has the Deus Irae in their, or Irae, if I can't say it, it's Latin, in their fucking theme. And it's so cool. And you can like you can pretty much deduce the entire plot. And there's a lot of
From music
subconscious
cues.
stuff. Yeah. And like, whether or not you know the Deus Irae, like consciously or not, you do know what it means. Because it's been so used in media that those sounds just generate like fear and foreboding in people. Because it's such a commonly used motif. Like, it's in Lion King, it's in tons of stuff. Like, even from, my point about bringing up Lion King is that you've heard it from a very young age. And so that's why a lot of the, like, you can automatically intuit from Sweeney Todd's like sound, like from its not sound, well, I guess the soundtrack, the set list,
From the score.
Score, thank you, that it is a story about death, and that it's frightening, and that what you're in for is something dark and terrifying. And also just okay, I'm just sorry, but Sondheim is one of the greatest musical geniuses ever, and I'm so sad he's dead.
Sondheim's really good.
He's so good.
Yeah.
Everything he does is amazing. Like, oh my god, he did a whole analysis too into the Woods, and how that show manages to work, even though it introduces like 16 characters to you within 5 minutes, and like, it's far away, but
Renn,
every character has a unique multiple beat theme that you can pick up on, because they teach it to you from the very beginning. It's like, need to go to the festival. The festival's like, oh, oh, that's Belle. Immediately, every time. Anytime she appears on stage, they play that motif, and you're like, oh, Belle.
I need you to understand how dangerous it is that almost 6.5 hours into the show that you now bring up musical theater to me.
Sorry. I'm
Have
evil
you
like
seen
that.
Merrily We Roll Along?
Merrily We Roll Along. No, I have not.
Oh.
Is this something I should add to my list?
It's a Sondheim one. I'll start it off with that. It is reversed chronological.
Ooh.
It starts at the end. The opening scene of this is a group of friends fighting at a party, and that they never want to see each other again.
Hmm.
And it works backwards from there.
Okay. I mean, you stole me because it's Sondheim, and everything I've ever seen that he's made, I've absolutely loved and adored because it's so beautifully crafted.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me do.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're back. Are we back?
Am I alive? It disappeared for a second.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
1 second. Please stand by.
We are live still. I can see myself on the screen again.
I hope we're still live. I think we're still live. I still see my voice coming through.
Ba 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 ba.
But I see Renn. Why do I see Renn but not?
Am I not
What the-
audible?
Could you hear Renn? Because I can't hear Renn right now. I don't see them in. What the heck? Something just went screwy. You hear it? What? I'm looking at Video Ninja. I don't see Renn anymore, and I can't hear them, but I can see them on the screen. So how is that possible?
Hold on.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna just spin up a new room. Give me like 30 seconds, folks. All right, and Renn can apparently hear me. That's even more
Yeah.
confusing. It's so weird. 1 sec. Be right back.
Here. We got this. Okay. Take care, Mingo. Hair even. Ba 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 ba. Oh, hold up. Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
All right, so you can hear me. All right, and that's there. Okay, now we're back. I have no idea what happened. I've never had that happen before.
It's incredible. It's
That was
the
weird.
special. It's the 100 episode special.
Yep, there you go. But hey, we're back. So yes, Merrily We Roll Along, Sondheim, reverse chronological order. Very, very good show.
Okay, I will add this to my list of things to watch. Absolutely.
They're actually doing a film of it, and they are filming it in real time. So the musical happens over something like 25-ish years. They have filmed the opening scene, and they are assembling the cast together over time to film the scenes at the appropriate intervals. And it's gonna be, some 20-odd years in the making, essentially.
That's kind of like that movie Boy. That's so risky as a business
Oh
venture.
yeah,
Oh my
because
god.
what happens if somebody
Dies
or just
or drops the project or doesn't want to do it anymore.
yeah.
Oh my god. That's terrifying to think of. From like a creator's standpoint. Oh my god. My anxiety would be through the roof. Woo! Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
lord.
a 20-year filming period, starring Ben Platt, Beanie Feldstein, Blake Jenner, and I don't actually know any of those actors off the top of my head, but I like the concept, so cool. I hope they all stay on the project.
Fingers crossed.
So is musical theater something that you enjoy at large, or have you just happened to had a few interactions with Sondheim shows?
It's something I enjoy, but like as a passing thing, it's not something I've ever been super into. Like, there's a couple musicals that I really, really adore, and I will admit I'm basic in that one of those is Wicked.
Don't worry. Wicked's one of my favorites too.
Because it's so good. It's just so
just
well
good.
done. And then you look at the source material and you're like, how the fuck did they make a diamond out of this literal turd?
Yeah, that
Sorry, maybe that's mean, but
Yeah,
I think the book for Wicked sucks. It's terrible. It's badly written. It's dumb. The creator is weirdly obsessed with sex and also pee. Like, it's kind of weird.
I've never
You know how
actually
Quentin
read.
Tarantino's obsessed with
Oh, with
feet? This
feet,
guy's
yeah.
obsessed with pee.
I've never actually read the source material for Wicked, and I've heard that
Don't,
it's
it
just not
sucks.
necessary. Yeah, but the
It's
musical
bad.
is so good. I remember the first time I saw that show at the end of Act 1, and you know how Act 1 ends.
Oh, yeah.
I stood up from my chair and my legs were shaking. Like, I've never had that happen before. I don't think I've had it happen since. And it, yeah, it's really fucking good.
Yeah, no, the show is truly amazing. It's so good. I still run around singing along to these things. Like, to the songs. They're just so good.
Yeah, and just it is such a fascinating deconstruction of something that is so ubiquitous in at least American pop culture. So to see it deconstructed so thoroughly and so consistently is really cool and weird, and it's the type of thing that, you know, I'm not going to go into spoilers, but it's the type of thing of you usually go into that show expecting something of, obviously, you know, it's the story of the Wicked Witch of the West and how she went bad and how she got her name, and the way in which we get to this result is just, at least for me, was so far beyond what I could have ever imagined. But now after seeing that, I couldn't have imagined it playing out any other way.
And see, this is where I go into my rant about how fan fiction is incredibly based, and I love it.
Yeah.
And
That was really good fan fiction right there.
It's just fan fiction. It's fan fiction, but it's written with extreme skill. At least the show, not the books. Anyway, like, I personally am a huge fan of fan fiction for the simple fact that a lot of fan fiction does stuff like this, where it will just be like, what if I just changed this one thing about a story? What consequences does that have down the line? Like, there's a lot of fan fiction that is bad, but the same is true about anything. There's a lot of books that are bad. There's a lot of original works that are bad. What, are you going to stop reading original works and just read series? No. You're going to stop reading series because some series suck? No. There's a lot of fan fiction that is poorly written and trash, but there's a lot of fan fiction which I'm just like, I'm so sad in a way that this is tied to another IP, so it can never be published.
Yeah.
Slash that it can never truly be canon, because, like, for example, going back to my gay kung fu novels, there's some incredible fan fiction that investigates my favorite series, because my favorite series by MXDX is, in that one, it's the story about a guy who basically reads a stallion novel, which is basically the equivalent of a male power fantasy novel, where it's just, you know, guy super overpowered, you know, he's fucking Kirito from Sword Art Online.
Yeah.
He's got the golden finger, he's untouchable. If he fails, it's just so he can succeed even harder in the future. He gets all the girls, he's got a harem, blah blah blah. And this guy reads this book, and he reads all of it. He reads all of this web novel. He reads it obsessively, and he hates it. So he's like a hate fan of this book. And he dies. And he gets transmigrated into the book as the villain. Or as one of the villains. A villain who in the original book dies horribly
it's one of those.
Dies really horribly and is genuinely a piece of shit. And, like, so he gets reincarnated, and he's like, oh fuck, and his entire goal is, so there's a Chinese phrase which is basically being a kiss ass, a bronouser, or like kissing someone's feet, you know, like trailing at their feet, right? Like the equivalent basically in Chinese is like hugging someone's thighs, is what they say. So he makes it his goal to hug the thighs of the protagonist, basically, to be like
the protagonist that he hates.
Well, he loves the protagonist of the series. That's the thing. it's like they talk constantly about how much he hates the book series and how stupid it was because it was full of dumb plot holes and it constantly was about sex, and he hated that. He was like, they had all these dumb sex scenes and they fucked over the plot and there were so many plot holes. But he read it, and here's the truth of the matter: he read it because he loved the protagonist.
Okay.
And because he cared about the story, because there was a lot of good potential in it that was wasted.
Okay.
And so minor spoilers about it, but the author has also transmigrated into the book as well. And he has entire fights with him about this. And like the author admits at like towards the end of the book series that he wrote it the way he did because he was poor and needed money, but what he originally wanted to write was actually a gay romance novel that was really artsy. But he was like, listen, doing that doesn't pay my bills, and I was a starving artist. You don't get to lecture me on how I compromised my morals. Fuck you. But he's like, listen, I tried to make characters have more depth. Like, I tried to add depth to them and make the villains more complicated. But when I even started foreshadowing that maybe they weren't, like, at least the one that our character gets transmigrated into, which is Shen Xingxu, is like, when I tried to add context that maybe he wasn't like a truly unsalvageable person, or at least he's a piece of shit, but he has good reason. Like, there's a lot of reasons why he is this way, and he's a semi-sympathetic character. As soon as I hinted at that, all of my readers got angry. And since I publish a web novel, if people stop subscribing, if people stop buying every new chapter, I will end up destitute. So I have to write what people want. So I wrote things to be satisfying and forsook my original, ambitions for this story. So, like there actually is quite a lot of depth to it. But like I love the story, because like initially the main character is not allowed to act out of character, because like there's a system, right, that basically informs like what he should be doing and all sorts of stuff, like, that only he can see, obviously. But it makes fun of the genre of transmigration / isekai like a lot, while also playing into the tropes. So there's a lot of dumb shit that happens, right, that makes no sense, or like is just like dumb and clearly fan service, but like it's self-aware because you're in a stallion novel. Right? You're in a power fantasy book. The reason all this dumb bullshit is happening is because you're in a power fantasy book, right? And I think there's a scene where the main character uses the fact that nothing can kill the protagonist to save his own life. Like, he basically tells a demon to go kill this child, where he's like, go kill that kid, not me, because he knows the demon will fail. And he still is like, I feel terrible for this. I'm a bad person. But I also know nothing is actually going to happen to Bingha because he's got plot armor. Like,
that's
nothing can happen. Nothing can kill him. But then it's super sweet and adorable because there's multiple points where he clearly cares about the protagonist so much, because there's points where he puts his own life on the line to protect them, like to protect Bingha. Like, one point he takes what should be a fatal attack, and immediately after taking, he goes, oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot. Why did I do that? He's invincible. Why did I jump in the way?
I didn't need to do this.
I'm a moron. And then but it's genuinely stupid and funny and sweet, but also like sad, because there's certain things that like he's made to do, right? Because he's not allowed to act out of character for a while, so he has to act like a really bad person in the start of the book and like torture this poor person for no reason. And then later on, it's like he's responsible for, the original Shen Xingxu is responsible for pushing Liu Binghe basically into hell. And after he's developed, this close bond with him, he really cares about him, like more than just as a character in a book now, like he sees him as an actual person. He's told, you have to push him into hell or you will die. Like, the system will just kill you. And he has to go through this trial to become more powerful. So and you have to make him hate you. So it does all sorts of stuff like that, where he like doesn't want to hurt the main character at all, but gets put in a situation where he's like, well, I have to. And there's a lot of stuff where it's like, it's a comedy. Like,
and that's
the Scum Villain one is 100% a comedy. But if you actually start thinking about things from Bingha's perspective, it's so close to being a fucking tragedy. It skirts the line of things could have gone so badly.
Also, think about the type of game design we were talking about earlier, of having agency removed and being forced by the plot to take actions that you don't like. That's exactly what the story is.
No, I love that series so much because of how it just makes fun of genre tropes. It like jokes about it. It makes fun of itself. Like, it doesn't take itself too seriously all the time. And it's genuinely fun and sweet, and it's good, and I love it with all my heart. And it's not, you know, like most BL content, it's problematic. You know, it has its issues. Like most romance novels, it has its issues, but like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I like it anyway. And like, there are so many, because it's about transmigration, right? And it also flirts with the idea of multiple universes, where it's like, this is an alternate version of the same story. So like, there's a point where the main character interacts with the original Luo Binghe from the original book as well, through some weird bullshit. And like, because of this, the fan fiction community for that book series is so insane and cool. Like, there's someone who's been writing like this long epic, basically dealing with like because like the books even comment on like tropes and like the roles of characters in stories, right? And like you know, like what kind of protagonists can exist and stuff like that. And this fan fiction basically goes into this whole analysis of like how the main character of the book series doesn't realize that he is the main character, and he is, and he thinks of himself as like cannon fodder, right? When really he's a comedy protagonist. And then at one point in the fanfiction, it investigates like that he kind of discovers and thinks of himself as a comedy protagonist, where he's like, chaos will follow me. Instead of having like a protection halo like a male power fantasy protagonist has, I have a chaos halo, because wherever I go, misfortune will happen for the purpose of comedy to a reader, to the audience. Whatever is, whoever or whatever is the audience to my story is supposed to drive amusement from these things happening. But what about the personal experience of living through this?
Yeah.
Where like, you can't go, he like starts avoiding towns, like in the fanfiction, of course, and this is why I love fanfiction, because he, like, the character starts going through these things, which he actually probably would in the book series if he clued in, where he starts avoiding towns because he's like, if I go to a city, bad things are going to happen to the people around me, to create an event, which can then be played off for laughs.
And even if I survive, I now have the survivor's guilt of it all, especially if I'm aware that my presence is what is causing it. Yeah, and like in the book series, he comments a lot about how, like, he talks to the protagonist about like, he'll put him in situations where he's just like, oh yeah, he'll put him in it. Like at one point he puts him in this deadly tournament where everyone else is like, are you trying to kill him? And he's just like, no, he'll win. And like, to the characters in the story, they're all like, you put him in a match he can't possibly win. You're objectively trying to kill him. But then the protagonist hears him be like, no, he will win. And thinks it's because he believes in him. And, you know, like it adds these layers to it, right? Where like, he thinks, he's like, wow, he truly believes in me. And he does, but it's because
also
of your
like,
encouragement that I was able to do it.
well, it's just like, he's like, well, obviously he thinks I will win, so there has to be a chance. So he doesn't give up. And like, you know, it's that interplay of like what each character knows about each other, because like Shen Qingshu, our main character, knows the horrible things that Luo Binghe is capable of in the book series. Because like in the book series, Luo Binghe becomes like this evil blackened protagonist where he goes on, he dominates the world, but he's like that edgy kind of hero where he's like, he kills all his enemies and blah, 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 and he dominates the world. Now he's, yeah, evil demonic lord. So there are points in the story where he looks at Shen Qingshu, he's like, do you really think I would do something like that? And mentally Shen Qingshu goes like, fuck yeah, I only read like 700 chapters of you torturing people. I know for sure you're capable of that. So he like completely forgetting that the person he's talking to is a different person because he's lived a different life. So like the classic tropes of misunderstandings and misinterpretations, which are normally annoying as hell, make perfect sense here in this book series, which is why I love it so much. It's like, it makes sense why everyone is making the assumptions that they are and why they won't like investigate further, or why conversations don't actually like fix the problem. And it's because like It's because of the assumptions they have about each other and what they know of each other that's just wrong. And I really love that series for a long reason. It's really good. It's also funny because like it constantly is just making fun of like a genre that it's in and just being like, here's a stupid trope about the genre, but we're gonna do it and be self-aware about it and therefore it's funny. Oh, shit.
Vivi! Demon Queen Vivi, welcome on in, Raiders. Hello. I'm your daycare. Give you snacks. Okay. I think we have a couple doggy snacks sitting around here somewhere. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Vivi, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. We are talking with Renn. We're currently in the midst of the longest episode of Vtuber Talk. So I'm not sure how much longer we'll be here, but we're still going strong. But welcome on in. Hope you had a good stream, Vivi. Oh, well, that looks really good.
I brought snacks.
Shit, that actually looks really good.
Here, I'll give you one too. Hold on.
Awesome. Yay.
What do you want? Do you want blueberry, chocolate, strawberry, orange?
Honestly, what you're having looks good. I'll just have what you're having.
Okay. Then I will add a I will have this instead. You could have the green one. I will have this one.
Oh, ooh, that looks very good too. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Put that over there for you, and then this one is mine.
Yes, thank you for the follows, Hedgecat, Kerbellos, Vexing Violet, and Emrathlos. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome on in.
Emrathalos. He's a monster hunter nerd. Nerd!
Ooh.
Nerd! Nerd!
Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Get him!
So we were talking about, oh, and I get to use this line again, gay kung fu romance novels. We were near the tail end of that one, but I'm curious. You mentioned that several of the others, including Heaven's
Official Blessing.
Heaven's Official Blessing. Thank
and
you.
also the other series she wrote is Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation.
And I know that Heaven's Official Blessing has gotten an anime adaptation. Do you think that this other one that was your favorite would be one that would work as an anime adaptation?
So here's the really depressing thing about Scum Villain. It's the Scum Villain self-saving system is the full name of it. But like, what makes me so sad is that it does have an animated series, but it's a 3D animated series, so it's really budget and cheap and not very good.
Oh,
but I still don't care. I still love it. And it was gonna get a season 2, but apparently China has really hammed down recently on their restrictions on what like. I'm thinking this spawns a lot of funny conversations, but like they're getting really strict on their censorship laws about gay romance. So like the second season, even though it's done, has not been allowed to air yet. So I'm really sad because we finally were promised a second season and everyone was like, yes! And then this happened, everyone, no! Like, it's, if you're a Scum Villain fan, you just repeatedly lose. It was her first series, and it's the only one, like, it had a comic, and then the creator of the person who was doing the art for the comic got so badly harassed that they stopped making it. And then we got the animated series, but it was insanely budget. And then we were waiting forever for season 2, and then they finally confirmed it, and it's not happening. But the funny, at least the way we cope about the censorship laws is the question of, guys, is it gay to make a homie drink your blood?
Well,
to just like wonder about what's gonna get censored. It's like, guys, is it gay to make someone else drink your blood?
Well, I have seen, I forget, why am I blanking on the name of the series that basically was that? Oh, this is going to bother me.
The white blood censoring, so everything looks like cum.
I've seen those, and those, it's like, oh dear. Oh, dang it, this is going to bother me now. I'm going to remember like tomorrow afternoon at some point and be like, Renn, this was the series. But there was some anime, there was actually 2, basically, that had just gay vampires, essentially. And that
oh my god, yes!
And
give me gay vampires!
Oh, why am I just blanking on this? Nope. Yep, it's gonna hit me later. Ugh, that's frustrating. Anyways, So the question of is it gay to drink your homie's blood has been asked, and there is an anime about it. I will get that to you, Renn.
Listen, it's not gay. I'm sucking on his neck for nutritional purposes only. It's not gay. I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm gay. I'm very gay. Listen, you can't have rainbow thigh highs and not be gay.
Oh, this is gonna bother me. Sorry. But that's frustrating of having the series, having it be iffy on the production values, and then
holy shit, dude, that's so good.
no, my
Oh my
survival
God.
heals soon, Vicky.
Yeah, listen, okay, this is I'm not gonna deny that I'm a degenerate Fujo, okay, or Fudanshi, or whatever you want to call me, but I'm a disgusting piece of shit. And I'm not ashamed. But like I swear, like I will like, okay, gay, homosexual, gay. But like, I mean, that's part of the reason why I love Scum Villain is, I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for the trope where the main character has a lot of people interested in them and they're just too stupid to notice, because I sympathize with this deeply, to the point where I've told this multiple times, but my now wife confessed to me twice. The first time she did it, do you want to know the situation? That this does not make, this only gets worse for me, but I've embarrassed myself by telling the story more than once, so it doesn't matter. My wife and I, my girlfriend at the time, were cuddled up on my bed after watching a movie, and we were just having a fun time cuddling up, being comfy and cozy, and she was like, Renn, I like you. And I was like, oh my God, I like you too. And in my head I go, oh my God, she likes me as a friend. I'm so lucky. Oh my God, yay. Or sorry, we were only friends at the time, not girlfriends. We weren't dating yet. And I was like, oh my God, she likes me as a friend. Oh my God, this really cute, pretty girl likes me as a friend. I'm so lucky. I have a huge crush on her. Oh my God, I'm so lucky. And like, that was it. And then the conversation died and we just continued to chill on my bed. And so she was sitting there like, what? Do you not like me back? What the fuck? And then she talked to her best friend who was like, I think they're just stupid. You need to be more blunt. And so then like a week later, she was like, Renn. And I was like, yeah, because we were just chilling at my place. And she's like, Renn, I like you. And I was like, oh, she's like, no, I like you romantically. Like she straight up just said it. And I went, oh. I just sat there silent and I was like, I didn't know what to fucking say. I got stun locked because I objectively was like, me what? That was, yeah, that's Bones. Like I swear to God, it's one of the most humiliating moments of my life, that like literally the fucking stupid trope where everyone's like, yeah, it's literally just me sitting there and it's like, I just don't understand. And like the fucking, okay, so this is confirmation for all of you that there are people out there so dumb that the fucking romance trope of didn't understand they meant romantically is real. It's me. I'm the living trope. But like Shenxing Shu, I sympathize with him so deeply because he too is what you call a dumb bitch. And you have characters who clearly, like, not overtly, explicitly state interest, but like if you're paying attention, you can clearly tell they're interested in him. And he's just like, damn, I love my homies. We're such good friends.
Okay, if you like that type of really dumb protagonist,
but he's also so smart. Like, that's why I like him, is because he's not an idiot. He's just completely romantically unaware and oblivious.
Yes. Sorry. So if you like that type of oblivious protagonist, are you familiar with My Next Life is a Villainess, All Routes Lead to Doom?
Yes!
Okay, good.
I fucking love that series too for the same reason, where she's
Yeah.
just oblivious, and I mean, to be fair, Katarina's kind of dumb all over.
Yeah,
Like, Shen Xingqiu is actually insanely capable and very smart. Like, he's incredibly smart and very clever and crafty, but he's also a fucking idiot. And I love characters like that because they're just like me for real, for real.
for real, for real.
For real, for real. But like, it's like, for example, like he's teaching he's teaching Luo Binghe martial arts, right? And Luo Binghe, he's like, he keeps messing up his forms and like falling into me all the time. And so I gave him a lecture on if you do this in real combat, what are you throwing your fucking self into the enemy's arms? You're gonna get murdered. And if you think about this for more than 2 seconds, Luo Binghe is intentionally falling into his arms because he has a crush on him, and he's like, "Oh my god, hold me!" And he's like, "You fucking dumbass, you're gonna get killed!" And he's like, "Oh my god," and then he stops doing it. But like, that's what I mean, where it's just like so stupid and cute like that, where it's just like, you two are idiots. I love you.
Gosh.
Like, it's so wholesome and sweet that way at times, and I love it for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I genuinely appreciate that everyone's just like, my favorite thing about Shen Xingqiu. I'm sorry for ranting about my gay Chinese kung fu novels, but I can't.
Do not apologize for this.
You got me started.
I asked for this quite literally.
My favorite thing about Shen Xingqiu is that he's straight up. This motherfucker will be out here just being like, not getting hit by the clue by 4 and just completely.
I appreciate.
Oh my God, I got so flustered. I've lost my train of thought.
While Renn tries to get the train back on the tracks, thank you, Winter Room, Inky Doodles, Sean Legacy, Sketch the Awesome, and Clowns Abound for the follows. It's a fun one.
Yes,
Clowns
I said
Abound.
clue by 4. That's one of my favorite things to say is a clue by 4. Get hit in the head by a clue by 4.
Really good.
Yeah, I love that one. But let's see, what is it about Shen Xingqiu that I love so much? He's so perfect. He's so stupid. I love him. But it's like his constant thing where he just refuses to acknowledge his own feelings, in the sense of like he's so like, he is incredibly smart, but he is basically emotionally illiterate. He's a moron, like with anything to do with feelings, including his own, where he'll constantly be like, "Listen, I'm not gay. I just really care about this guy, and I would literally die if anything ever happened to him, and like I want to be around him all the time, but that's not because I'm gay. Like, he kissed me and I wasn't upset about it, but that's not because I'm gay. I'm the straightest man in the world. Listen, I read a Stallion novel that proves I'm straight. Like, actually, that is a thing this man thinks at one point, where he's like, I read a male power fantasy novel. I'm straight." And it's like, oh, honey, no.
Now, when you say very smart and emotionally illiterate, are we talking like Star Trek Spock, where it's just no emotions across the board? Or is it not emotionally literate specifically when it comes to romance or interpersonal feelings?
Interpersonal feelings and romance. Where he's like,
so...
he has a lot of emotions and feels things quite intensely, right? It's not like he's emotionless. It's just he's an idiot.
I like that writing so much better, because there's a lot of characters that you'll find in various forms of media where it's, the stoic character who has, forsaken emotion, or whether it's, in the case of Spock, that it's literally like a genetic societal thing, or just, they have been through so much that they have lost the ability to feel. I always find that very difficult to get into, and plus it just makes the characters very bland. If you can't get emotional responses from a character, then how are you supposed to have that character? But when they are oblivious or very stupid about something very specific, such as romance or those types of relationships, that's when I think it's much stronger, because it feels frankly more realistic.
Yeah.
And then it allows them to be a more complete character in every other way.
Yeah. Like, I mean, in the other one I talked about, the Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, the love interest in that one, he is one of those very calm, stoic characters. But the reason I love him all the same is because while he's incredibly stoic, like you find out he does feel things very deeply. He just keeps himself under control like all the time. And the more you learn about him, the more you're like, it becomes increasingly tragic, where he will take verbal abuse or attacks and not retaliate because he's making a conscious decision to not like lose control of himself. So like the few times where he can't like do that and he actually loses his temper or he visibly shows off that he's scared, it has more of an impact because you're like, oh shit. And his form of caring and love is a lot more like subtle in a sense, where I find it very like, that's why that one's my second favorite, because it's very sweet, because he does all these things that to show he cares, but unless you're paying attention, it's the kind of stuff that would fly over someone's head. But he pays attention to everything. So there's like the converse side where, like, for example, he recognized, so I told you like the main character of that series is resurrected at the start. He recognizes him immediately. And the way he recognizes him is because of a song that he plays. Because the love interest wrote a song for him at one point and only ever played it in front of him, like the other guy, Wei Wuxian, once. And he hears Wei Wuxian, once reincarnated, play that song, immediately knows it's him.
Yep.
And then without explaining why he suddenly starts helping him or protecting him, just immediately is 100% on his side. And like, I love him so much, because his whole thing is he's like, I've already accepted that you don't like me and that you don't care about me, but I care about you. So I'm going to do everything I can to keep you safe, because last time you fucking died and I'm not going to let that happen again. But I also know you're never going to like me back, and that doesn't matter. And it's like, my feeling, my gay little heart, my gay little heart, my fucking
I care about you, and you're
meow.
just going to have to deal with it.
Well, it's like, but he doesn't like ever push his presence on anyone. He's just like, I care about you and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you safe. That's it. I don't expect anything in return. I've never expected anything in return. And that's how I love, is unconditionally and without expectation. And like that to me, I'm just like, especially given the history is like, as you learn about like what happened in their past life, it's just becomes so much sadder. And you're like, holy shit, if the main character hadn't been reincarnated, this could have been told as a tragedy, like an objective, truly terrible tragedy, where it's just so, it's like, you can catch hints of that kind of stuff in Scumvillain, even though that one is just 100% presented as a comedy, where it's like, if you actually look at things from Liu Binghe's perspective, shit's really sad, because you felt like he falls in love with this person, then they condemn him to hell, even though like they had been the only person supporting him and being kind to him, and then they push you literally into hell, and then when you get back, they keep assuming absolutely the worst from you, and that you're gonna do all these terrible things, and accusing you of doing all these terrible things, when you're not doing anything terrible, and you're trying to prove that you're a good person to them. And it's so sad. Poor baby Binghe. But this is what I mean when I say I really love her works, because like at surface level, like, you know, they're not too complicated. Like you can enjoy them as like an easier read, but like the more you think about it, the more you actually start like investigating the characters and the story, the more depth you realize is there. Even in Scumvillain, which was just her silly little, haha, I'm going to make fun of transmigration and isekai style stories.
For folks who... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, for folks who would want to read this and have, you know, heard you ranting about how good this series is, where would they go to find that? Is it some webtoons or...
No, it's a book series. It's officially been translated and published into English, actually. All her books are being officially published and translated in English, so you no longer have to rely on fan translations, and you can get them on Amazon from Seven Seas Publishing.
Oh, hell yeah, Seven Seas does good stuff.
Yeah, I own all of her books that are currently out, because I love her work, and I really can't wait till her next book series. But like, I also just, she's an incredibly funny author. Like, she has a great sense of humor, and her characters are great. Like for example, like the best way to describe Shin Shu is I've said all this stuff about it, but he's also an internet troll. Like he literally, like that's who he was. Like he would just go leave hate comments on this web novel, and then think of the hilariousness of him actually running into the author when they're both stuck in that world that he created. And he's like constantly insulting him and be like, you piece of shit. Where the like, why did you write all this dumb bullshit in here? I hate it. And he's just like, oh yeah, then why'd you read it? It's like, really? Because you seem to be the most avid fan of my series. And there's a point where he's just like, I don't have feelings for Bingha. What are you talking about? And he's like, dude, you criticized every single thing in my book from like here until Sunday. The one thing you never criticized was Bingha. You need to be honest with yourself, bro. Come on. He's like, no, shut up, no. And it's just so
that's
good.
not true. That's impossible.
I'm not gay. He's just like, dude, it's okay to be gay. It's fine. He's like, no. And then like Wei Wuxin, who's the protagonist of the second book, is just, I just refer to him as like a feral little goblin child. He's just a shit poster, but in real life, where he will intentionally like be way too much to make people uncomfortable on purpose because he thinks it's funny. Like there are times where he will just be like exceedingly like weird or like stuff where like, because they go, it's like, oh, it's feudal China. At least in that one, it's like, it's feudal China, so people kind of homophobic. So he'll be like, I'm so gay, bestie. Like tee-hee, like little dance and be like, oh my god, you're so cute, to make people be like, ugh, and uncomfortable. He's like, ha ha, and then he'll like use it to his advantage. Like I think at one point he's like with someone who's just like, oh yeah, he'll go after anyone. He's like, no, that's not true. I mean, to be honest, you're not really my type. He's just like, yeah, I'd be so grossed out that you leave me alone and then I can just go about my business.
Brilliant.
Like he has no sense of shame at all. And I love him for that because he's just a terrible little goblin.
This is a problem because, like I said, with media, that you have your list of things that you hear about that you want to read or watch or play, and that every time you cross one name off that list, 3 to 5 more have been added, and it's just getting worse all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I will be honest to say that I think most people will enjoy Heaven's Official Blessing the most as a series. It's my least favorite because it's good, but I don't know, it just doesn't hit the beats that I want. It's more serious, less funny. But in terms of what I recommend people do,
series.
yeah, that's very common. It's still my least favorite. It's not bad, it's still really good. I just it's too sad. It's too sad for me. And also, I'm sorry, but there is objectively no payoff for the relationship between the two main characters, and that is essential. All like the most they do is fucking kiss like twice, and that's it. They blue balled me for like 6 books, and then they just kiss once, and that's it. And I'm like, F you! How dare you! It's not fair. What ball? Shut up! Meanwhile, like the other ones, like it's like it just doesn't feel like there's really catharsis for the romantic relationship to the degree that it deserved in that book series. And I think that's the main issue I have, is that also like I just also really liked the main character and hated most of the side characters because they're fucking assholes. And they deserve nothing good happening to them. I'm sorry. I know that the point of that story is about redemption and forgiveness, but those people, actually, them. They suck. They don't deserve anything. I will not forgive. So that's my main issue with that one, is mostly that, where I'm just like, I just don't care for that part, where I'm just disappointed. Yeah, I'm disappointed about that part, but the rest of it is very, very good. It's definitely a lot more of it's a much more complicated story than she had written before, and she does an excellent job. So I would always, like, as always, I will recommend Heaven's Official Blessing and Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation before I recommend Scum Villain to people, because Scum Villain is a very acquired taste. And it's like literally my shit. I would mainline. I'd snort that shit. I'm gonna fucking grind one of those books up.
How
and
long
snort
are
it
each
at
of
some
those?
Point. Heaven's Official Blessing is the longest one. It's 6 books. let's see. Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation is 5, and I think Scum Villain is technically 3, but there's a fourth. The fourth book is the extra chapters, like the bonus content, because it was a web novel, right? So it's like she wrote a bunch of post-ending chapters as well for that one.
And these are all complete series. They are not ongoing.
Correct. They're all done.
Okay, those
So
are that's actually pretty short. At least
I don't think Heaven's Official Blessing has been fully released. Its translation is fully released yet. Same with Grandmaster, but all the books of Scum Villain are out. Yeah, like translation is done. They're just publishing the books one by one.
Yeah, and that in original language that they are all done. Publications done. The
they're completely done.
That's actually not terrible. That sometimes you see these series, whether it be anime, manga, or light novels that go on for dozens of books. That the longest being 6. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
She earns every page, is what I will say. There's
and
not.
That's what I like.
There's not stuff that's useless in there. That's pointless. Like, I avidly read every single one of those books from start to finish back when they were only fan translations because they were worth it and they were good. And like it's worth reading. And there's like not, because like that is one of the main issues I have is with a lot of books that like drag on and on and on. But fortunately these books don't really do that in my opinion. And if you're not really into reading, Heaven's Official Blessing isn't finished. The animated series hasn't covered all the books yet. However, for Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, that one's animation is finished and it does cover the entire series, and it's very, very, very well done.
Yeah, I've at least seen like a trailer for Heaven's Official Blessing that has very good production values. It's a very pretty show.
Oh yeah. The other one, Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, also has pretty good production value and is very good. Heaven's Official Blessing is actually on Netflix, but Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation is not.
I could be wrong.
It might be on both. I know it's on Netflix because I watched it on Netflix.
Well, there you go.
But Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation is on YouTube because it's made by Tencent, so like they put it up on YouTube. So it's available to watch there and elsewhere, but you know.
And then, wait, so which was the one that had the CG that hasn't had the second season?
Scum Villain.
Scum Villain, okay.
It's the only one that didn't get a high budget, like 2D animated thing, and it makes me so sad! It deserved it the most! It's the best one, god damn it!
Do you think there's any chance of them maybe going back and doing a high budget production of it?
No.
Or do you think it's just sort of doomed?
It's the smallest fan base. Like I said, it's the most acquired taste, which makes me sad, but it's okay. That's why I said if you're a Scum Villain fan, you stay losing.
Yep.
It's like I will say about the Scum Villain fans, like they will fucking go rabid over a single drop of content. Like when it was like the Scum Villain season 2 trailer, all of them, like the entire fandom for that book series, lost their minds and were like, thank you God for this food. Thank you. I could survive for another 10 years on this one piece of content. And then we never got season 2 and we're all like, like crying on the floor. Meanwhile, like everyone else getting to party it up.
Yeah, suffering fandoms are a very special bond of just that if you are lucky enough that it makes you appreciate every little scrap, and at the same time that being part of a fandom and just sort of that sad acceptance of, all right, we are never going to get a resolution to a story that we loved, and just the
gray man.
the shared coping, I suppose, just the shared sympathy. But then again, those are the series that I would guess probably have some of the most rabid fan fiction writers, because all right, there isn't going to be an official ending, so one, that leaves a lot of plot threads open for writers to work with, and two, it probably motivates people even more than when there is a conclusion of just, all right, I want an ending, and just, full Thanos, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, honestly, like I will say, I've been in a lot of fandoms for content or like series that have ended up kind of just being abandoned or unfinished, or like they don't really get much content at all because they're not super popular. And so it's just like three hobos huddled in a corner over a single can of beans going, "We can make this last a year, brothers." Yes. You know, there's a certain level of like dedication and camaraderie that comes from being in a fandom so small, because like you end up kind of knowing everyone in it because it's so small.
Yeah.
And you know, that has its pros and cons, but I mostly enjoy this. I mostly enjoy it because it means like the people who are there really care and will work really hard to put out good content.
Yeah.
For it, which I deeply appreciate. But you know, it's I still cry. It's like having your ship be a rare pair and no one writes or draws anything for it, and you're just on the floor crying.
Oh. I spared you the shipping conversation. I won't get into that. I'll just say, hey, folks, if you want to get a good reaction out of Renn, you can go to their stream for that.
We don't need to talk about my ships. we don't gotta talk about them. They're my shame. Technically, I've outed myself quite hard by saying that my two favorite ships are which books I like the most. It tells you a lot about me very fast if you actually read them. Oh, God. Oh, man.
Renn,
Yeah, no.
this pains me. I want to keep going, but it is about 5 a.m. for me. And
you should rest.
Fortunately, I work from home. So one of the things I was also saying while you went out to get the window milk was that I'm able to just wake up 10 minutes before I need to, be at work, quote unquote. So, and I've 5 hours of sleep. That's fine for me. But I recognize also that I probably shouldn't stay up too much later. And, well, hey, we're going to leave them wanting more. But this has been incredible, and congratulations on just crushing my previous record. That, when I first approach folks, I say my average show goes about 2.5 to 3 hours, and that sometimes if my guests and I hit it off and we roll, I let things roll, and that I always pay attention. I make sure to keep an eye on Discord, and that folks will say, "Hey, I'm starting to fade. Let's start winding down," because I always want to make sure that we end with high energy, because you never want to end a stream with just visibly dragging. I would never want that for me, never want that for a guest. And I still feel fine right now. I can tell you could keep going, but I know that I just need to stop, not even because I'm at risk of starting to crash and burn, but I do know that I need to wake up tomorrow.
Well, yeah, you got things you gotta do. You gotta sleep.
You can sleep in as late as you need tomorrow and you'll be fine. I unfortunately do need to wake up at a moderately reasonable hour. But this has been so much fun, Renn.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Congratulations on 100 episodes.
Woo! 100, and here's to many more. And what a 100th episode it has been. So I have the final two questions, the only consistent questions I really have on the show. And the first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? That we're, about a third of the way through 2023. So whether that be all right, I want to get a new model, or I want to do a certain type of stream, a project. Is there anything you're hoping to accomplish before the end of the year?
I'm hoping there's a couple things, actually. I'll try to focus on like, I think 2. So 2 of them is I should be getting a 3D model sometime this year. So I'm hoping that I can actually do some VR streams with that by the end of this year. That's one of my goals. And the other goal I have is to, I think I said I wanted to try and see if I could hit 10K followers by the end of this year, because I have incredibly dedicated fans. I do, and I love them all very much. But like, it's odd to me that like I know some people who have like very like I think higher follower accounts than me, but like we're about the same block. So like I don't think I have as much. I don't have quite a wide reach, and I want to improve that. But that's mainly going to be like I need to actually get off my butt and start putting stuff on YouTube and start putting stuff on TikTok and tweeting better, because
hey, you had a tweet just today that you were getting better at the Twitter thing.
I'm getting better at Twitter, so it's like improving just the general improvements where I want to do more cool stuff like VR streams, VR chat, that kind of stuff. And I want to focus on growing steadily.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And certainly that you've been doing incredibly well for yourself. You do very much have a lot of dedicated fans. You had some wonderful folks that were even kind enough to raid in tonight. And thank you again to anybody who's raiding, anybody who's stuck around from the raids. That honestly just cannot thank you all enough. And definitely, I can only imagine the chaos that you would just wreak in VR chat. So definitely looking forward to that.
one day soon.
Yes. And then the last question is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but in some ways we actually already discussed it a bit tonight, that for some folks, being a VTuber is having access to this really unique set of tools. And I've had folks say, it's a mask that I wear, it's something that I use as an entertainer. I don't necessarily have a strong connection with my model. I've had others say, it lets me be someone who I can't be in real life, or it lets me feel more like myself, and that they have a very personal connection with their model. And both of those are entirely valid. Anything between different, but different folks get different things from VTubing. So for you, Renn, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
I think for me, it allows me to express myself in my truest self, I guess. It allows me to be my truest self, where I can be more me than I can be as just a person when I'm doing VTubing. And it allows me to be creative in ways that I can't be otherwise. It lets me truly become unhinged. as they say. Because like small, like, I don't want us to go too long. I don't want to start a whole other conversation, but like the fact that I plan on having model, which is very clearly like female, you know, obviously, and then I have this current model where no one notices, but I'm technically a femboy right now. Like, and the fact that I can just switch between those two things is the power of VTubing to me. Like, I can truly be my most genuine self when I'm VTubing, because I can do something that is not actually physically possible as a human being, which is to completely change how I present myself to communicate how I feel in that moment. And I think that's the most powerful thing about VTubing.
Mm-hmm. I always ask that question at the end because, one, it sort of helps put a bit of a bow on things, but also, while I never know exactly how someone will answer, the answers always make sense. And whether it's talking with someone for even 2 hours or over 7 hours, that usually you find that thread of consistency in things that we're discussing. We certainly have that here, you know, like we were talking about earlier, the fact that it gives you access to these tools and that you can do these things physically, quote unquote, as a VTuber that you can't do in real life. But at the same time, that you also use it, you know, that it lets you be a bit more unhinged and you get to do entertaining things, create these moments with your chat of just, you know, the what redeem and all these different things that you couldn't really do practically as a facecam streamer. So you take from really a lot of those different angles, and all of those come together to be the wonderful, crazed, unhinged enigma that is Renn. And
Ding!
Yeah.
The dab!
The dab. But again, Renn, thank you so much. I do actually have one other question, and that is who do you want us to raid?
Oh dear, let me look and actually see who's available.
Who's up at this hour is the real question.
Who's awake? Oh, I know a lot of people who are awake at hours like this because as a degenerate, I have many friends who are also degenerates.
Well, while they look around for a raid target, thank you everyone, whether you've been here from the start and stuck around for the full 7 going on almost 7.5 hours. If you came in with one of the raids or just dropped in at some point in the middle, thank you so much. I do these shows about once a week. I can't offer you any regularity, but if you'd like to see more interviews like this, feel free to follow me here on Twitch or on Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk both places. And even if you're not following me, be sure to follow Renn. Their links are here at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching live on Twitch, they'll be in the channel panels and in the video description if you're watching on YouTube. And if you made it to the end of the video on YouTube, congratulations. Like, wow, good on you. Or at least if you watch the full 7 hours, congratulations. If you just skipped here and scrubbed to get the congratulations, no, that's cheating. Go back to beginning. But yes, thank you all so much. Do you?
Okay.
Here we go. Okay.
I've sent you 3 options that I
Oh.
think are good options.
How about one of these people was in chat tonight, so that's who I'm gonna go with.
Yeah. All right,
So
cool.
we are going to be raiding into Nagi.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, that is gonna do it.
Stream serpent Nagi Nagi. If she doesn't say exactly that when you all get there, make sure to go, you didn't say the line. Say the line, Snake.
Say the line, Snake.
Yes.
Oh yeah, good point. You don't have to leave the cafe.
Exactly. Yeah, she's in the cafe too. Don't worry,
Perfect.
she's at the other franchise. She can't see us, chat. She can't see us. Say the line.
Actually, that's
Snake.
the raid message. Say the line, Snake.
Hold on, I'm making. Doot, doot, doot. Thank you for those head pets
Perfect.
before we go.
Yes.
Say the line, Snake.
Alrighty. Well, again, thank you, Renn. Thank you to everyone in chat. This has been episode 100 of VTuber Talk, and there are many more to come. So thank you for being part of this journey, whether this is your first time by or if you've been stopping by regularly. It's been a lot of fun for me, and I look forward to a lot more fun in the future. You all have a great rest of your night or whatever the hell time zone you're in. Tell Nagi to say the line, and I will see you all next time.